Arabesques. Anthola Bukharin. Translated by Renfrey Clark. With editorial assistance by George Biver. And sole active in many sectors of Soviet life, from the arts and sciences to economic planning. Bukharin stood for what he called socialist humanism, socialism with a human face, socialism with an open mind, socialism with an honest voice, socialism with an outstretched hand. He advocated a moat evolutionary path to socialism, an opening of a process where a society would grow into socialism, where those who questioned might be persuaded and not necessarily coerced or executed, where theoretical questions were settled by theoretical debates and not by accusations of treason, purges of editorial boards, and disappearances in the night. Bukharin was inclined to be bold and passionate in open polemics and to be somewhat guileless and sometimes even naive in the face of covert political maneuvering. It has been the downfall of many a politician intellectual. It is a sad fact of life that unscrupulousness confers a decided advantage in struggles for power. After this most consequential struggle for power came the frenzy of the first 5-year plan, a titanic and turbulent struggle to collectivize agriculture, to build heavy industry, to achieve in 10 years what took 100 years in other countries. Context from which it emerged. He saw the grain of truth in every previous philosophy and saw Marxism in continuity with the centuries-long struggle to conceptualize the universe. He acknowledged the partial perspectives in each of the contemporary trends contending with Marxism and argued that Marxism superseded every one-sided view of the world to bring philosophy to a higher synthesis than had ever been achieved. It was an integrative and grounded way of thinking that offered a fresh way to the complex new problems of the era. This was in contrast to another approach to monasm, which was prevailing in the Soviet Union at that time, isolating it from all outside forces. 18. Shutting down all internal debate. Marxism was reduced to a simplistic scheme where canonical formulations were recited repetitively, where all philosophical arguments were set in the past, where all philosophical questions were presented as basically settled. The philosophers busied themselves with writing textbooks, dictionaries, encyclopedias. In doing so, they stuck closely to the classics of Marxism and to current party decrees. Bukharin began his treatise in a sweeping world historical style, characterizing the epoch with exuberant energy as a time of titanic struggle between an old order dying and a new order being born, an aim of revaluation of all values. As an integral part of this struggle, Marxism was proving to be the ultimate philosophy, holding its head high, winning the battle of ideas, interacting and arguing with all other philosophies, uniquely aware of the socio-historical context of all texts, supremely involved in shaping the world that other philosophies only conceptualized at a distance, indeed going onto the street as a fighting force. He portrayed opposing philosophies as turning away from an integration of reason and emotion and action into one cul-de-sac or another, each secking one at the expense of the others, whether fixating on exact sciences or categorical imperatives or solemn hymns to blood and iron. From this launching pad, he addressed his readers. Here the author wishes to proceed along an avenue of thought, an avenue lined with enigmatic sphinxes that have torn many brains apart, but have also been able to play on the sublime harp of creativity. Let us go then to look once again at these old familiar figures and to gaze into their mysterious size. There were shifts of style in the manuscript, some of them due to the circumstances in which it was written, which allowed for little proofreading or revision, but also because he was consciously making concessions to the style in which philosophical polemics of the day were written in order to convince adherents of alternative positions on their own terrain that their arguments were full of holes. Some of these passages, taking up battle on the field of pure reason, on the terms of adversaries, might have been a bit tedious, but certainly no more so than the texts being addressed. He was at his best, however, when putting their arguments into wider and earthier context and highlighting the contrasts in the light of day. In his polemic against solipsism, for example, he called attention to the irony of a world where people ate and drank, killed and died, made stone axes and electric generators and learned to determine the chemical composition of stars, while philosophers argued that it was all an illusion, that the whole symphony of the world played only in the solitary consciousness. Arguing constantly that ideas were social products and not immaculate conceptions in the minds of philosophers, he linked solipsism to the trajectory of class societies and how thinkers had become more and more remote from material practice. Going through a whole panoply of forms of subjective idealism, encompassing a cast of characters from Petrot to Kant to Eddington, he played out the polemic in several acts, from a purely logical exercise, where they at first seemed invincible, but could on closer inspection be reduced to a series of non sequiturs, to a demonstration of the contradiction of word and deed, where the world inevitably asserted its iron priority against the arrogance of spirit attempting to swallow all, to an argument based in sociology of knowledge, showing how class societies divided all of humanity's vital activities and fixed them in different sections of the population and could not achieve an integral overview. So he argued on multiple levels, traversing the whole history of philosophy and taking on the whole array of modem currents, showing their roots in previous ideas as well as in contemporary experience. He engaged in polemics against positivism and mechanistic materialism, but the weight of his emphasis was on many forms of idealism, from Hegelian rationalism to primitivist mysticism. Always he stressed the resurgence of the world and the flesh against the arrogance of spirit and the tendency of the I to consume the world. He traced this through the evolution of the division of labor in which the theoretician became possible, but became one-sided, impoverished, atomized as mental and manual labor became increasingly disconnected. With the degeneration of capitalism, its radius of cognition tended to diminish. There was a strong emphasis on the sociology of knowledge. Every concept was a condensation of collective labor, a product of centuries of social history. Every mode of production generated a characteristic mode of thought. He portrayed capitalist intellectual culture as dying off in all directions, chasing one myopic version of reality after another, and argued that only socialism could generate a unified vision. The picture of socialism articulated here way by the stage highly romanticized, but it was an attempt to reconnect with the vision of the society that his generation had sought to create and had believed was really 20. Coming into being. Indeed, something had been created, however imperfectly, and he was clinging to it in a kind of desperate hope that it could reassert itself against the forces that were destroying it. His Prisonunting was a struggle to play a role in that still. The gap between the picture of Soviet society in the text and the society imprisoning and defaming its true believers was a product of prison conditions and complex bargaining and compromising in order to achieve publication. Certainly the genuflect ions to Stalin as great thinker as well as great leader must be read primarily in this way. Nevertheless, I believe that there was a more complicated, more conflicted psychology involved. There had to be some kind of complex dialectic of hope and despair. A striving chat was surging and falling, powerful and powerless, not only in relation to his own fate, but to the whole world historical experiment in socialism, playing itself out within him for him to persist in this work. He still believed, despite everything, that the foundations for true human liberation were being laid in a new mode of production and a new mode of representation. There was rauch attention to classical German philosophy. He wanted to prove himself, even posthumously, to Lenin, on questions of philosophy and to vindicate himself against the charge that he had not adequately grasped the meaning of the dialectic and that he had not given due weight to the origins of Marxium in Hegelian philosophy. His knowledge of the history of philosophy was impressively erudite and his references were remarkably accurate, particularly considering the scant resources available to him in prison. He did have access to a number of philosophical texts from the prison library and through the indulgence of his somewhat intellectual interrogator, Kogan. He did become more consciously dialectical, but he did not go in the direction of a neo-Hegelian interpretation of Marxism. Quoting Lenin, he was wary of the mysticism of the idea and remained resolutely materialist in emphasis. He stressed the study of the empirical sciences as well as the history of philosophy. He believed that theoretical tensions in various disciplines, including the natural sciences, were at root questions of philosophy, but that problems of philosophy could only be resolved by a transformation of the social order. Only Marxism provided the grounding for a unity of theory and practice, for a new form of theoretical practice. A synthesis of knowledge was only possible in the movement towards socialism. There was formidable thinking being done along these lines, thinking at the founda. A voice FHOM the DEAP2. Shins of science, but it was being done by those who were being purged, by those who were dying. Ani Vavilov did not have long to live, nor had Hessen Ot Uranovki, but Lysenko and Prezant were thriving and denouncing Bukharin as representing the powers of darkness for Soviet science. Nevertheless, Bukharin wrote in glowing terms of what was being accomplished by Soviet science, not only in compromised conformity to the stultifying official discourse, but in buoyant aspiration for it to be so. There are other passages that might make a contemporary reader wince. His references to old women of both sexes as an image of cringing superstition make it hard for a 21st century feminist, and a no longer young one at that, to come to his defense. He was a man of his times, an advanced thinker and an ardent revolutionary, but still a man of his times. Perhaps the most jarring note to those of us who live today is the breathless talk of capitalism in its death throes. He exuded a strong sense of living at a time of an old order dying and a new one being born. Perhaps my generation had our own sense of a crisis of social order and radical new possibilities during the rise of a new left that an old Bolshevik would have found strange indeed. But we have lived on to see capitalism not only survive but thrive and to be succeeded by another generation, who might or might not be critical of it, but find it increasingly impossible to imagine an alternative to it. And what a sad story to tell them is that of the attempted alternative that was the USSR. Some of us still struggle to do this, sometimes like Sisyphus rolling his rock up the hill, but it is vital to tell it in a way that defends its ideals and its accomplishments against slanders that are relentless even now. It must be done without in any dimension or detail failing to look fully into the face of the dark side of it. As I have been writing this, I have been playing a song called I See a Darkness and imagining the terrifying darkness of the world Bukharin inhabited as he wrote this text. Yet the last words of this manuscript were astonishingly full of the joy of life. The song playing too proclaims, I have a drive to live, I won't ICT go. Anna Larina, writing of these horrors from her own experience, as she was transported deeper into a world where a child began each letter to his grandmother saying, once again I did not die, nevertheless proclaimed. Despite all the horrors prepared for us prisoners by fate, life went on. Life. It is all-powerful. It cuts a path for itself, like the delicate fairy ring mushrooms pushing up through hard thick asphalt. 7. This, along with the particular determination of one who had at core a philosophical vision and a political cause, is all that could explain what Bukharin wrote next, the last thing he ever wrote. It pulsed with energy and zest for life. T was an autobiographical novel called Vremena, published in Russian in 1994 and in English in 1998 as How Foot All Began. The title reflected his desire to show the origins of the revolution in the higher impulses that gave birth to it. Had during my first visit there in 1977, but pursued. 2 Voice from the DA and Ad 27. My own research program investigating Soviet philosophical debates for the chapter on Soviet Marxism in my book Marxism and the Philosophy of Science, A Critical History. At a meeting with Soviet philosophers at the Institute of Philosophy of the USSR Academy of Sciences, one asked why Bukharin's name did not appear in the Great Soviet Encyclopedia. They replied, he has not been rehabilitated. They seemed not to grasp what a weird, crude, and alien concept rehabilitation was for a Western academic, even if a communist. I had read the Western Sovietological literature on these debates and had access to a number of primary sources in Western libraries, but I wanted to penetrate further and to get Soviet perspectives on these debates. Heresy, so often condemned, so often refuted, so often punished, is so often resurrected? Why does this ghost not keep to his grave, though the stake is driven into his corpse again and again? 28. He was known, not only to scholars who wanted to know history truthfully, but also to activists who wanted to shape history meaningfully and progressively. He had been a prominent political figure internationally in the 1920s. He was known throughout the world as a theoretician of the revolution. His books were published abroad in many languages and many editions, particularly the ABC of Communism and Historical Materialism. They were manuals in political schools. Even after he fell from power as a politician at the highest level, he continued to publish at home and abroad in the 1930s. He led the Soviet delegation to the International History of Science Congress in London in 1931, where he made a lasting impression on the British intelligentsia. The book Science at the Crossroads, hastily put together from the Soviet papers at that Congress, was a milestone in the development of history, philosophy, and sociology of science. He addressed an audience of French intellectuals and workers at the Sorbonne in 1996. His international audiences were somewhat stunned and disoriented by his arrest, confession, and execution, but his name could not be expunged from books in international libraries and continued to be known. Bukharin was fortunate to have attracted a biographer of the stature and persistence of Stephen Cohen. His work Bukharin and the Bolshevik Revolution, published in 1973, brought Bukharin to life for me as for many others. JT was an important source in writing about Bukharin in my own book, Marxism and the Philosophy of Science, that one was Unding in the 1970s. It was influentia, in keeping the profile of Bukharin alive and clear of corrupting calumnies. Bukharin's son Yuri Larin discovered it and began a prolonged underground project of translating it into Russian. Among those who read it eventually was Mikhail Gorbachev. The other key figure in mediating between Bukharin and future Generations was, of course, his young wife Anna Larina, although it was decades before she could break into the public arena to say what she had to say. She knew him from the time she was a child, as a daughter of a prominent Bolshevik and friend of Bukharin. She never saw him again after his arrest in 1937 and suffered prison, exile, separation from her baby son. When widow, son, and biographer teamed up in the 1970s and began to gather others, his path to posterity opened into the process that would eventually bring his prison manuscripts out of dark vaults into the light of day. With the ascendancy of Gorbachev came glasnost and perestroika and recovery of history. These were ideas associated with the legacy of Bukharin, as well as ideas creating an atmosphere favorable to his rehabilitation. This time it happened. Bukharin was judicially exonerated of all criminal charges and restored to party membership in 1988. What followed was a Bukharin boom. The memoirs of Anna Larina were a publishing sensation. After years of captivity, then obscurity, she became a celebrity. There were many books, articles, broadcasts, films, plays, and exhibitions featuring Bukharin. His last testament was finally given to the mass of party members. It was read at party meetings to tearful and powerful responses. For many Soviet citizens, it was an emotional excursion into their long-forbidden past. *6 It was highly charged, and much of the charge from this spread to other socialist countries in Europe and also China. LT was not only part of a revelation of the past but also a revaluation of paths into the future. There was a strong sense of hope, of renewal, of possibility of really building socialism with a human face, socialism with economic efficiency, socialism with political democracy, socialism with cultural creativity. Everything opened up just before it closed down again. Then came the next act of the tragedy. The world turned upside down again. In 1992 Anna Larina finally received a letter written to her in 1938. Bukharin, on the eve of his fateful trial, exhorted her to remember that the great cause of the USSR lives on, and that's is the most important thing. Personal fates are transitory and wretched by comparison. £7 She read it in a world which the USSR had just fallen. We read it now in a world in which the USSR has disappeared from the map. We encounter these manuscripts in a world that has moved on and considers socialism to have failed and to be forever off the agenda. A first-year student at Dublin City University, who heard a colleague of mine refer to the debate about whether socialism had failed, asked, "What is socialism?" Nevertheless, it persists in collective memory and higher human aspiration, even to the point where those who insist that it is dead believe that they must vanquish any vestige of mourning from those who keep coming to the grave and speak of what they have lost, that they must wipe the wistful smile from the face of anyone who takes pride in having ever called another comrade and remembers meaningful common effort, that they must not allow another generation to imagine a future in continuity with the past. 8. Whatever may come in the future that may draw something deeper than dominant ideology cliché from this past, the USSR is gone. Nevertheless, this past keeps pouring into our present. Neither those who honor it in whatever conflicting and complex ways nor those who revile it will let it go. Its story is one of the most momentous in the history of the world. Its story must be told fully and truthfully. Bukharin's life and work and death constitute a major stand in this story. So are the stories of all who built, as well as all who betrayed, the movement that sought to put the world into the hands of those who labor in it. Although the allegations against original Bolshevik leaders were finally and fully exposed as ludicrous and false, it seemed that their Communist Party did eventually give rise to leaders who would conspire to restore capitalism. There were enormous forces in play and a movement of history that was perhaps inexorable, but the role of communists turned anti-communists adds a note of bitter irony to the story of how it all began and how it all ended. This manuscript is one document of that story. Its author had the astonishing composure and commitment to want to move the narrative onward, not only in his life but after his death. He believed that the brightness of the original vision was strong enough to overcome the darkness. It did break through somehow throughout all of those icars, even if the darkness prevailed. Those who accused those who dreamed of socialism of conspiring to restore capitalism, those who kept the truth of it in forbidden vaults, were the unks who sowed the seeds of reaction and restoration. He could not have envisioned when laboring in his bleak cell to write the 310 tightly handwritten pages of this text that it would be buried in a vault for 54 years, that it would be published in a Russia that had renounced the legacy of the USSR, that it would come to me via 41 email attachments from New York to Dublin in 2001 as I faced the task of bridging his world and ours. We all write into a vast unknown. We imagine an audience, but our published words move into the world along paths previously unimagined. So how irrelevant is this text written so long ago and now published in our world of gloating, globalized capitalism? Is it only a record of doomed dreams, or is it a voice from the dead saying something substantial to our postmodern, post-philosophical times? I believe that it is a voice reminding us of the capacity of mandom to take on the battle of ideas in our own times, to signpost the blind alleys of our own era, to rise up in the world again as an illuminating and transforming force. It is a voice mighting us to deal with the darkness of our own days and to reach for the future. Editorial note. Our aim in publishing this translation of Bukharin's philosophical arabesques is to make his text accessible in English to scholars and general readers. With this purpose in mind, the text has been edited and annotated in such a way as to provide translations, references to sources, and background information that assist in making the text accessible, while at the same time avoiding a cumbersome apparatus. Bukharin was not able to edit his own text. Quite probably, he was not able to complete it. It is likely that he began chapter 3, for example, then cut it short, and intended to continue with it, had death not intervened. We have not attempted to edit or complete it for him. Any translation differs from the original in the myriad ways in which one language's tone, nuances, and emphases are not captured in another. Leaving these aside, the translation offered here differs from the original in the following, more systematic, respects. 1. We have broken up long paragraphs, in which one step of an argument leads into another without a paragraph break. We have done this when the insertion of 2 paragraph break made the argument or exposition clearer. Bukharin often used very short paragraphs for effect, sometimes just a few words. We have left these as they were. We have kept phrases or sentences in languages other than Russian in their original languages only when they have a special sense in that language that will be lost in translation. Bukharin included, in almost every chapter, phrases and sentences in German and Latin, above all, but also in French, Italian, English, and Ancient Greek. In some cases, but not all. He followed the foreign phrase with the Russian translation. We have sometimes made use of this device, that is, including both the German or Latin word and the English in the text when this does not result in an overly clumsy sentence. When the foreign phrase carried no special meaning that was lost in English translation, we have simply translated it into English. Nothing is gained, for example, by keeping the expression that the wish is father to the thought in the German in which Bukharin used it. For longer phrases or whole sentences that have been kept in the original language, English translations are provided in the notes. In a small number of cases we have included brief editorial additions in the text, placing them in square brackets. We have limited such additions to the handful of passages that cannot be understood correctly without them. None of the material in square brackets is by Bukharin. However, Bukharin often interpolated his own comments in passages that he quotes. These comments are placed in parentheses, and followed by the word author, when that is necessary to indicate that the words are Bukharin's rather than those of the source quoted. Bukharin often included brief reference to the source of a quotation or citation in parentheses in the text, at the end of the quotation. We have kept them there, usually in the original language. In a small number of cases, where it is overwhelmingly likely that the Russian edition of Philosophical Arabesques relies on a mistranscription of Bukharin's handwritten text, we have corrected such mistranscriptions. These corrections never involve more than a single word at a time, but sometimes alter the meaning of the sentence completely. In one case we have explained the change in a note. We do not believe that these editorial interventions make the translation significantly less accurate, or change the meaning of the original text beyond the extent that is unavoidable in any translation. Taken together, they result in a text that is accurate in all essentials and considerably more readable. In addition, we have provided references to the current English translations of sources quoted in the text and mainly biographical information relating to contemporary authors and works discussed by Bukharin that are now less well known than when he wrote or less well known outside Russia. Bukharin's translations into Russian of Hegel and other authors frequently carry a different emphasis from the current English translations. We have generally followed his translations rather than those of the current translations. We have not indicated differences in emphasis or terminology in the notes. On several occasions, Bukharin identifies the text from which he quotes in ways that are misleading or mistaken. Some of his apparent quotations are, in fact, paraphrases of the text. We have generally indicated these in the notes. Biographical details are given in the notes only for the first reference to a specific figure or text. These notes usually indicate dates, national origins, and significance very briefly and are not intended to be exhaustive. The publishers gratefully acknowledge Mat Serial for the annotations provided by George Shriver, who also checked and modified the translation of the text by Renfrew Clark. He drew on the notes to the Russian edition of Philosophical Arabesques, but has also often improved on them, tracking down references that had eluded the Russian editors. Author's Foreword. This book consists of a series of sketches bearing on important philosophical questions from the point of view of dialectical materialism. Especially in the opening sections, the argument at times has the character of journalistic commentary. Nevertheless, the author has tried to follow a definite plan linking the arabesques together into a single whole. All the issues touched on are examined on their merits, but the stress is on the dialectical side of the questions. As his starting point, the author has taken a number of new points of view developed by Lenin in Swann remarkable drafts and fragments. Author's introduction. Our age is characterized by a great crisis of world history. The struggle of social forces has reached an acute level. For old women of both sexes, these are apocalyptic times. We are witnessing the birth of a new world for humankind. For the revolutionary class it is a time of great heroic feats, and for the dying, departing order, it is a Götterdämmerung. All the old values are crumbling and collapsing. A general re-evaluation of habits, norms, ideas, and worldviews is taking place, a demarcation and polarization of all material and spiritual potentials. Is there anything surprising in the fact that philosophy as well is being drawn into this whirlpool, into this titanic struggle? And is there anything surprising in the fact that the philosophy of Marxism, about which professional philosophers spoke with contemptuous smiles a few years back, has now risen to its feet and is thrusting its head high into the very heavens? Marxism has not only come out into the street as a fighting force, it represents the supreme generalization of the theory and practice of socialism, of the new social system which now exists as the greatest world historical factor of life. The enemies of Marxism try to attach compromising labels to it, describing it as a new religion, as eschatology and messianism. But a fine religion this is one that is materialist. A fine eschatology, when socialism is already a fact. A wonderful messianism, when it is seizing hold of hundreds of millions of people, and what is most important, is winning. And how it is winning? In direct class struggle, in production, in technology, in science, in scholarship, in travel, ISS heroic feats, in philosophy, in art, in short, in all spheres of the marvelous and tragic theater of life. Marxism covers the rubbish pits of history with sand and sprays. 35. Them with disinfectant. To the horror of God-fearing women and cunning priests, livid with spite and rage, it abolishes even religion, this spiritual perfume of the old society, a society ruled by money, the universal whore, universal procuress of people and nations, a society ruled by capital, which came into the world oozing blood and filth from every pore. Today's working-class hero is totally unlike the young ignoramus in Von Wiesen, who asked, "Why do I need to know geography, when carriage drivers exist?" It is the workers' enemies who are playing the role of ignoramus. JT is they who are increasingly turning their backs on the intellect, which refuses to serve their ends. It is they who snatch up stone axes, the swastika, the horoscope. It is they who are starting to read haltingly from the book of history, sounding it out syllable by syllable. It is they who pray to stone goddesses and idols. It is they who have turned their backs on the future, and like Heine's dog, to which they have fitted a historical muzzle, they now bark with their backsides, while history in tum shows them only its a posteriori. Fine battles are now breaking out amid the grandiose armed with first-class weapons, and they have to be resisted primarily with material force. As Marx wrote in The Holy Family, ideas can never lead beyond the bounds of the old order, they always lead merely beyond the bounds of the ideas of the old order. Ideas in general can never implement anything, the implementation of ideas requires people, who have to apply practical force. 5. But theory is also a force when it seizes hold of the masses. The people who apply practical force need to be people armed with ideas. This is why the battle of ideas is so important, especially in times of crisis. Socialism, the giant of the new material world, has become the giant of the new world view. The people of the new world have become new people, integrated individuals, people of will and thought, theory and practice, feeling and intellect, heart and mind, soul and spirit simultaneously. The profoundly tragic German writer Hölderlin lamented in his Unites the lines that follow. So then, I am given my sensations. When? Obviously, at each minute, each moment of my experience. At present I am writing. The paper is a complex of white, hard, smooth, cold. The pen is a complex of black, hard, and so forth. In short, according to all the rules of Berkeley and Hume, and all the norms of Ernst Mach's analysis of senescence. This is given to me. From these sensations piece together the paper, the pen, my own hand. Muffatus muta ndis, I do the same with the remaining sense elements. But allow me, are things really like this? Is such a pure description, of which the philosophers of the schools listed above are so proud, really true? Do they describe things purely? Did I make up something? Indeed, I just created a pure invention that was, as it seemed, given to me. This was something untrue and impure. The content of my consciousness was not at all like that. My experiences were described inaccurately. It is true that here there were black and white, smooth and cold. But this is now also linked indissolubly on me with the concept of the object. Categories of being transformed into the single category of appearance. In his Phenomenology of Spirit, Hegel discusses freedom of consciousness, and while analyzing and evaluating Stoicism and skepticism, provides en passant a convincing critique of skepticism from precisely this point of view. Hegel here describes as servile consciousness a consciousness that is completely dependent on life and existence. Stoic consciousness, on the other hand, represents the indifference of self-consciousness, Stoic consciousness is unfettered even when material fetters are placed on the human being involved. This freedom of self-consciousness when it appeared as a conscious manifestation in the history of spirit has, as we know, been called Stoicism. Its principle is that consciousness is a being that thinks, and that consciousness holds something to be essentially important, or true, and good, only in so far as it thinks it to be such. The stoical imperturbability of the spirit, ataraxia, thus has as its basis a consciousness of the insignificance, to a greater or lesser degree, of the world of the senses. Skeptical philosophy, in which all objective knowledge is compromised, including certainty as to the existence of the world, is therefore a slave to Stoicism. Stoicism is the master that frees skeptical philosophy from any attachment to the perceptible, to the values of things and of the necessities of life. Stoicism destroys everything, including all contrary arguments, leaving intact only conscious indifference, ataraxia. In his History of Philosophy, Hegel considers skepticism irrefutable from the point of view of isolated consciousness. We must, he says, agree that skepticism is invincible, but it is invincible only subjectively, in the view of the human individual who can stubbornly defend the view that philosophy is of no importance to him and who can recognize only negation. It is impossible to change his mind or to force him to accept a positive philosophy, just as someone who is paralyzed from head to toe cannot be forced to stand up. In Phenomenology of Spirit, however, Hegel vigorously propounds not only the idea of the solitary individual but also the contradiction between theory and practice, word and deed, which is so characteristic of all skeptical philosophy. The skeptical consciousness occupies itself with destroying the immaterial content in its thinking, but by virtue of the fact that it does this, it comes to represent consciousness of the immatef absolute de but t exists, and nal. It pronounces pp this consciousness is a sentence about disappearance. It affirms che worthlessness of sight, hearing, and so forth, but at the same time it itself sees, hears, and so on. It affirms the worthlessness of moral decisions and at the same time makes them the masters of its conduct. Its words and actions contradict one another endlessly, and it thus represents a dual contradiction, the consciousness of immutability and of equality with itself in complete fortuitousness and variance with itself. 54. When, however, this duality within itself becomes conscious of itself as duality, that is, becomes a duality for itself, that is, when self-consciousness recognizes its own duality, then a new form of consciousness, which Hegel terms unhappy consciousness, comes into being. This acknowledges a split between theory, on the one hand, and practice, on the other, that is, it intrudes here as a factor of primary importance, alongside the dualism of the world of essences and appearances. Unhappy consciousness is an unfortunate consciousness, bifurcated in itself for. In his own fashion, where the point of view is that of objective idealism and of idealist universalism, Hegel seizes on two basic elements. A. Counterposing to a single skeptical consciousness the fact of general human experience, that is, of the experience of many people, of social experience. B. Counterposing to skeptical theory the principle of practice, including, and above all, the practice of the exponents of skeptical theory themselves. Consequently, What in the mouths of apologists for skepticism appears to be a crude and unphilosophical argument is in reality a philosophical argument of huge importance, an argument that deals a crushing blow to self-consciousness, which can stand on its feet only when it is blind in relation to its own content, and which becomes unhappy consciousness as soon as its blatant bifurcation in itself is transformed into bifurcation for itself, that is, when this bifurcation of consciousness becomes clear to the consciousness itself. A revered aristocratic philosopher states, "Imagine an underground dwelling, like a cave, with a long entrance open to the light. The inhabitants of this cave are chained to the wall, and cannot turn their heads, a zero that they can see only the rear end of the cave. In the distance far behind them, a torch casts its light from above. In this intermediate space there is a road up above, and also a low wall. Behind this wall, facing the light, are people carrying all sorta of statues of people and animals, like the doll in a puppet theater, raising them above the wall. These people sometimes talk to one another, and other are silent. The people in the cave, since they are chained to the wall, would be able to see only the shadows falling on the wall opposite, and would take these shadows for real beings. What the people carrying the dolls said to one another would carry through to the cave only as echoes, and the people in the cave would take these sounds for the speech of the shadows. If it so happened that one of these chained people was freed, so that he had the chance to turn round and see the objects themselves instead of their shadows, he would think that what he now saw was a dream, an illusion, and that the shadows were the true reality. And if someone managed even to release the people from the cave in which they had been confined, and took them out into the light, then they would be blinded by the light, would see nothing, and would hate the person who had brought them into the light, seeing in him someone who had robbed them of the truth and had given them in return only sorrow and misery. Here on the one hand we have people chained up like convicts and arriving in the veil of the non-authentic world of the senses. On the other, we have the world of ideas, of pure forms, of abstract essences, that are inaccessible to human senses, of ideal prototypes of things which people can merely think of. Not far removed from this is the telephone handset of Karl Pearson. 6 Kant's world of noumena, of secluded things in themselves, counterposed to the world of phenomena, of occurrences, also stands on the far side of the world of the senses, paving a transcendental relationship to it. There is no way that a human being can make the leap into this frigid kingdom. Such is Kant's sad thesis. The real essence of this problem was already formulated brilliantly by the ancient skeptics, especially Pyrrho, whose tropes were recounted by Sextus Empiricus. Hegel, who especially in relation to Kant was not given to mincing words, stated in his philosophy of nature that with its doctrine of unknowable things in themselves Kant's metaphysic was like a contagion, and more stupid than animals, which throw themselves on perceptible objects in order to devour them. This is true, and represents a profound observation, since any practical step toward the real mastering of the world of concrete objects, that is, toward its alteration and transformation, goes beyond the bounds assigned to the transcendental subject in Kant's critique of pure reason. However crude this proof and this summons to practice, they are also totally convincing from the point of view of the theory of cognition, though Hegel refers with irony to the way in which Diogenes proved to Zeno that movement is possible. He did it by walking, that is, with his legs. Through acts of will, people in fact change the world of objects as they wish, at the very same time that the idea is being hammered into them that they cannot, as a matter of principle, be cognizant of this material world. This is a special topic, an exceedingly important one, and we are still trying to raise lumps on the thick skulls of the agnostics over this question. Nevertheless, we are prepared here to make a temporary concession of principle to our adversary. We shall reason in purely logical fashion, even though this understanding of logic is false, excessively restricted, and even trivial. We shall do this for the reason that to the extent that we introduce considerations of practice as proofs, this practice crosses into the realm of theory, itself becoming a theoretical argument. What is the essence of all the constructs argument in favor of the unknowability of the external world? This essence consists the subjective nature of perceptions, ideas, occurrences, and phenomena, in contrast to the objective, to the thing in itself, to the noumenon. Color, sound, sweetness, bitterness, hardness, and so forth, these are all subjective influences, signals issuing from the noumenal world in itself. But what is the world in itself like? What does a rose smell like, when there is no one smelling it? How can we mentally remove the subject? And if we mentally remove the subject, what then remains? How can the world be presented to a human being in nonsensible form? And if this is impossible, that means it is impossible to know the world in itself. It remains an eternal riddle that is insoluble in principle. Perhaps the world is matter, or perhaps it is spirit. Perhaps it is a totality of monad. Perhaps it is a kingdom of Platonic ideas. Or perhaps it is something utterly unfathomable. Here we have the realm of faith, of fanaticism, of pure contemplation, of mysticism, of irrationalist cognition. Work it out by reading your coffee grounds. Everything here is a case apart. The way that Pyrrho sets out this question is striking for its clarity. Sextus Empiricus records the following trope of Pyrrho. The first point is the difference between animals, thanks to which various creatures have different conceptions of one and the same object, and one and the same object arouses different sensations. 7. The same applies to people. Someone suffering from jaundice sees white as yellow. This is just like Mach, with his example of the drug Santom. It follows directly that subjectivism has a dual character. In the first place, it is individual. Secondly, subjectivism also has an overall human, generic character. So what about things in themselves? What existence do they have, outside of these two subjective colorings? What are they objectively? The chorus replies, we do not know. The skeptics maintain, we do not know. The agnostics and Kantians say the same. Nor, all of them insist, will we ever know? Natural relationships. Here the so-called bald syllogism, over which the sages of antiquity wearied their brains, comes into play. Here quantity is transformed into quality. It follows that the skeptics are correct only when they argue against purely mental, metaphysical, anti-dialectical definitions, operating as things and themicals, in isolation from all outside relationships. One cannot have knowledge of such a thing in itself, for the simple reason that it does not exist. It is a nothingness, an empty abstraction, a metaphysical illusion. We take so-called distinct entities in their relative independence, but always in particular, artificially chosen, stable relationships, which precisely because of their relatively settled nature are left out of account and are not noticed. A human being, for example, would be a sight to behold in a perfect vacuum, and at a temperature of absolute zero. What would the person's nature be like then? Or else, let us recall what Engels in the Dialectics of Nature has to say about the eternal character of the laws of nature. These laws exist if certain natural historical conditions are present. In their essence, these laws are just as historical as any law of society, only the time scale is quite different. The recent researches of Eddington, for example, have proven that in astrophysics, at colossal temperatures and pressures, bodies do not expand when heated, but shrink, in total contrast to the usual earthly relationships, that is, as a result of different relationships between objects and processes. Such are the changes that occur in nature. Here too we find revealed the whole absurdity of treating light, sound, and so on as merely subjective, since, 1. Experiencing sensations is an objective property of the object, whom we also, perhaps, regard as an object. 2. This sensation appears as a result of the influence of an object. After all, we might consider the relationship between object and subject itself to be an objective relationship, and the property of giving rise to sensations will then be an objective property of the object, while the property of experiencing sensations will be an objective property of the subject. If we know that in the subjects A, B and sent the object X produces the sensations A, B, and \, then by virtue of this we know certain objective properties of the object. Let us take an example, paradoxical at first glance, which we mentioned earlier, that of a poisonous spider. If the spider bites someone, that person gets sick. What exactly is the poisonous nature of the spider? It is an objective quality, of which the person has cognition. Outside of the relationship of this property with a human being, it no longer exists. A tarantula might bite a tree, and no poisonous qualities will be evident, but these qualities will be apparent if the spider bites a person. Consequently, this quality of being poisonous is something related to the subject, and outside of this relationship, the quality does not exist. All that exists is the quality of emitting a particular fluid of a certain chemical composition. True, it is possible to object here that we are talking about the subject as a physiological entity, while the question of sensations involves a specific difficulty. There, what is new is the psychological aspect. There, moreover, the question is not merely of sensation as a process, but also of sensation as a reflection of the external, and of the relationship between the content of this reflection and that which is being reflected. This is true, but it is not what we are arguing about, it is not an objection. What, in reality, is the question about? It is about whether Kant was right to transform the relative subjectivity of phenomena into absolute subjectivity, and to conclude from this that things were unknowable in themselves. To this, we raise objections, and the analogy with the spider is again apposite. The essence of the matter is that we, to use the words of Hegel, know the law of relationships. The poisonous nature of the spider is an absurdity, an undaying, to use the German expression, outside of the relationship to the subject. From this point of view the poisonous character is itself something subjective. But it also reflects an objective property, and knowing this objective property, we cognize the spider from a certain angle. This signifies, every time the spider bites someone, such and such will happen to the person. The spider, we conclude, is poisonous. Not in itself, but relative to something. When we say that a rose is red, this means that every time a person looks at the rose, the sensation red arises in that person. To produce the sensation red is an objective property of the rose. The rose is red. Not in itself, but relatively. We repeat, however, that producing the sensation red is an objective property of the rose. Being cognizant of this property, we are also, by virtue of this, cognizant of the rose. But just as the poisonous nature of the spider is underlain by the spider's property of emitting a fluid of a particular composition, light of a specific wavelength underlies the redness of the rose. We thus see here a whole dialectical relativity of concepts. The sharpness of the thorns of a rose is an objective property of the thorns, but in relation to the body of a human being or other animal, outside of this relationship the concept of sharpness is meaningless. However, this does not prevent the concept from expressing a certain objective relationship between the object and subject. Knowing the law of relationships, we are also aware of the relative character of this property. But this is something totally different from non-cognition, which would be our conclusion if we were to follow the spurious idealism of Kant. We are also concerned, however, with connections and relationships that do not depend on the subject. 4. Space and time. One of Plekhanov's most serious philosophical errors, associated with his theory of hieroglyphs, was his essentially Kantian interpretation of space and time. That time and space are subjective forms dependent on our viewpoint was known already to Thomas Hobbes, and no materialist will deny this, wrote Plekhanov in his well-known polemic with Bogdanov. This was Plekhanov's most vulnerable point, and it is no wonder that whole battalions of his theoretical opponents immediately rushed into this breach. Thus, for example, Vladimir Bazarov very wittily objected, if time and space are subjective forms, to which something merely corresponds in the objective, noumenal world, that is, the world of things in themselves, then it is obvious that motion is also a subjective category, since it presupposes time and space *. Consequently, all that objectively exists is something corresponding to motion, as its subjective hieroglyph. From this stems the conclusion that matter lacks even the attribute of motion. It is possible to develop this argumentation still further, turning it loose, for example, on the concept of causality. Plekhanov quite nightly exposed the flagrant contradiction of Kant, according to which the category of causality is subjective a priori while, on the other hand, things in themselves are the cause of the world of phenomena. But if time is subjective, then the relationship of causality cannot be objective either, since a consequence follows a cause in time. This leads ineluctably to the conclusion that the world of things in themselves cannot be the cause of our sensations, and that causality itself is not an objective category, it merely ought to correspond to something. In other words, causality too is a hieroglyph, which cannot as a matter of principle be deciphered in its objective meaning. Such are the elements of Kantianism that have crept into Plekhanov's materialist philosophy. The question of space and UME is one of the most difficult in philosophy. To resolve it correctly, it is essential to reject a particular predisposition, namely, the inclination to suppress or disregard the qualitative diversity in the forms and associations of being. This prejudicial inclination makes it extremely difficult to understand real associations and relationships. We had cause to be convinced of this when we analyzed the question of the cognizability of things in themselves. In reality, a thing in itself does not exist, a thing exists solely in its relationships. Yet there are people who want to have it in itself. In reality, any object gives rise to sensations only in connection with the subject, but these people want to imagine properties apart from the subject, in isolation from this connection, in the categories of pure sensation. In reality, the relation between the brain and the mind, or psyche, is a unique case of a relationship of other being. But people want to imagine this unique relationship as a sensuously perceptible model for other relationships, and so forth. Here we see a total obliviousness to dialectics, which encompasses contradictions, transitions from one thing to another, and all the multifarious associations and relationships in existence in all their specificity and qualitative uniqueness. Thus, when these people set out to solve the problem of space and time, using other forms and properties of being as a model, they most often end up wide of the mark. After these preliminary remarks, we shall move on to the essence of the question. As our starting point, we shall take a definition that appears in a work by N. Morozov, the function 3. Here we read: the full algebraic expression for any object, U, that exists in nature, is, U equals xy2, 4, where x equals length, y equals breadth, x equals height, cent equals time. U is a function of 4 variables, 4 dimensions, 3 of space, plus time. That is, U equals f. 79. Even from a cursory glance at this formula, it is obvious that, despite what its author says, it cannot be considered complete, since nothing is present except the 4 dimensions. No other physical, chemical, organic, or other qualities or properties are contained in this complete formula, nor can they be. The formula speaks only of space and time, it is abstracted from everything else. It deals only with quantitative relationships of space and time, and with nothing else. It does not, so to speak, contain a grain of substance in general, nor of substance in its determinate qualitative being. In reality, endless properties, associations, and mediations are present, and U is f times all of them. It is the point of intersection of countless influences, and exists in their mobile and multifarious network. In Morozov's formula, the predicate thus acts as the substance, the form as the essence, one aspect of being as being itself, a property as the whole, pars pro toto. In Hegel's philosophy of nature, we find the following definition of nature: the primary or immediate determination of nature is the abstract universality of TDS self externally, its unmediated indifference, i.e., space. It is on account of its being self-externally that space constitutes collaterality of a completely ideal nature, as this extrinsicality is still completely abstract, space is simply continuous and is devoid of any determinate difference. 5. Here nature is defined through pure space, and not space through nature. Space is torn apart from natural being. Space, in its isolation, universality, and indifference to everything CLSC, is transformed into a thing in itself, that is, a being already essentially mediated within itself, an external other being, so that this other being of nature comes into a natural being in itself. But on what basis, essentially, does Hegel assert this? He makes two other assertions. 1. The content of space has nothing to do with space itself. Registered. 2. One cannot point to a part of space which is space for itself, for space is always filled, and no part of it is separated from that which fills it. It is therefore a non-sensuous sensuality and sensuous insensibility. If the Skand statement is correct, however, what are we to say about the Firat? Here there is a contradiction, but the contradiction is by no means dialectical. If a pace is always full of space, then it is obvious that space is a form of the existence of nature, of the universe, of matter, o expression of extent, a universal property of everything material. Hence pure quantitativeness, universality, undifferentiatedness. Aristotle put forward complex arguments against the notion of a vacuum, of empty space, as an independent quantity in which bodies were situated. But the question of space, like any other question, cannot be resolved a priori, out of one's head, in purely speculative fashion. Modern science speaks of various kinds of waves and corpuscles filling space in endless quantities. But even if pores of absolute emptiness were discovered, spatial relationships would still exist as relationships between bodies, according to the law of relationships between material things. On the other hand, if there were no bodies at all, space would be transformed into total nothingness, an abstract expression of pure negation. Hence it is not space that is the starting point, but the material world, whose forma of being is space as a universal norm. Space in physics is different from space in everyday consciousness, but it is more capable of explaining objective reality. The infinity of space is not an infinity of a particular substance, but the spatial infinity of the endless universe. Any finite quantity, however, is in tum infinite by virtue of its endless divisibility. Hence space is contradictory in itself, and the contradictory natures of the finite and infinite interpenetrate one another. Space is a particular universal norm of the existence of matter, and roust be understood precisely as a particular norm. Therefore, it cannot be considered along with, say, the combustibility or transparency of bodies. Aristotle, we find, understood this point. First, for Aristotle space is not itself a body. Is place a body? It cannot be a body, since otherwise there would be two bodies in one and the same place. Second, place is not the material of things, since there is nothing that consists of it. Nor is it form, or concept, or purpose, or a motivating principle, and yet it is something. Here we find expressed quite well the specific character of space, as distinct from other properties of matter and of being in general. Tumc is a similarly all-encompassing form of the existence of the universe. Ilare it should be said that time a. is in no sense an independent quantity, a particular substance, b. is not something within which processes of change take place, but merely an expression of those processes, as also proceeds from the first proposition. Hegel puts this particularly well. It is not, however, in time that everything appears and passes away. Itself is this process of becoming, arising and passing away. It is the abstraction that has being, the chronos which engenders all and destroys that to which it gives birth. Time is not some kind of container, says Hegel, in which everything is borne away and swallowed up, as in the flow of a stream. Time is merely the abstraction of this destruction. And in that which does not exist in time, processes do not take place. 9 In other words, it should not be imagined that on the one hand there are processes, and that these real processes are situated in time as if in a box. On the contrary, A process is a process to the extent that it is already occurring within time. Consequently, when we say that things do not arise and are not destroyed within time, but that time itself expresses the process of becoming, we mean that a process occurs within time, but in a stricter sense of the word, since time is already implicit in the very concept of a process. It is not implied that there first of all existed a sort of extratemporal process, which was then located within taking on temporal characteristics. But in Hegel, as his doctrine of space, there is also a hint of a rupture between time and matter, and a clear tendency to define matter itself through the unity of time and space, and not the reverse. In reality, the unity of time and space is the unity of the basic general forms of the real world. Time, like space, is both discrete and continuous, and of course, infinite as well. The present exists because there is no longer a past, it is the negation of the past. The non-being of the present, that is, its negation, i.e. the future. Only the present exists, but it is the result of the past, and it is pregnant with the future. The id of gray ime is threefold. The future moves with a luggish step. The silent past stands still forever. And the present flies. Objective time, reflected in the scientific concept of time, is uniform. Subjective time may flow more quickly or more slowly. The question of the relationship of time and space and of their unity is a special case. Here is also now. The truth of space is time, is the way Hegel phrases it. This unity is expressed directly in the motion of matter, since a shift in spatial coordinates is also a shift in time, and the quantity of movement is the product of velocity and ime. This unity of space and time is the basis of a theory, which regards time as a fourth dimension of space. There can be no doubt that time represents a general dimension, that is, a universal form of the existence of matter. In the same way, there can be no doubt conceiving the unity of time and space. This, however, is a dialectical unity, and not identity. The specific character of time must not be merged with the three-dimensional space of being. Space and time, Hegel writes, are generally taken to be poles apart. Space is there, and then we also have time. Philosophy calls this also into question. This is both correct and incorrect, since space and time are mutually conditioned forms of being, and incorrect, since they are not identical forms. They constitute unity, but not identity. In precisely the same way, they are bound up with matter as attributes of material substance, as its objective properties. The objective character of time and space is confirmed by experience through countless indices and through all the senses, which yield one and the same result. The formulae for velocity, for the quantity of work, for the transformation of energy, along with the formulae of geometry, physics, mechanics, and so on, all corroborate from various angles this functional dependence on space and time as objective forms of matter in motion. All the preliminary calculations of the processes of productive technology, of scientific experiments, and so on, employ the quantities of space and time. Practice, experiment, and prediction confirm the objective nature of time and space. But time and space are not independent quantities. Hegel, who had a tendency to define matter in terms of the unity of space and time, was not correct, and neither are a series of outstanding present-day physicists who are inclined to consider time and space the true substance of the universe. This is for the reason that defining the world through the equation U equals Fxyzt, means taking only one side of things and approaching the question in an abstract, formal manner, substantializing its attributes in anodialectical fashion, isolating the question from real substance, and mathematizing being. The fact is that when time and space are divorced from reality, they themselves perish as time and space. Instead, they are transformed into dead abstractions, into dry mummies of abstract, rational, purely quantitative thinking, which considers phenomena to be subjective expressions of the objective world. In the first case, colors, odors, and sounds; in the second, atoms, waves, rays, and so forth. It is worth comparing, for example, the well-known passage about light in the first volume of Capital with a number of passages from Anti-Diering, the philosophical notebooks of Ilyich with materialism and empiria criticism, and the commentaries on Feuerbach with those on Hegel. To the superficial mind, the mind of the non-dialectician, this will seem like contradictory vacillation. But what is present here is a dialectical contradiction, with its basis in the fact that essence is implicit in appearance and that the subjective cannot be treated as merely subjective. Here, however, we want to examine this question from the point of view of the process of cognition, of the historical process of cognition. What, for example, about modum combinacism? For them, the process of cognition is merely the conversion or rearrangement of perceptions, of the direct data of the senses. This is how they interpret the dictum nihil est in intellectu, quod non fuerit in sensu. There is nothing new here. The process of cognition is presented as though a bear were shifting a given heap of boulders, and setting them up in such and such a fashion. It is all just Umvermuung, undertaken in order to make thought more simple, convenient, and economical. Here, in truth, simplicity is worse than theft. Hegel in the philosophy of nature mocks these primitives. We start from our sense knowledge of nature, he writes. If physics were based only on perceptions, however, and perceptions were nothing but the evidence of the senses, the activity of a natural scientist would consist only of seeing, smelling, hearing, etc., so that animals would also be physicists. Individual exists only in the connection that leads to the universal. The universal exists only in the individual and through the individual. Every individual is a universal, every universal is a fragment of an individual. Every universal only approximately encompasses all the individual objects. Every individual enrira incompletely into the universal, and so on and so forth. Every individual is connected by thousands of transitions with other kinds of individuals, etc. For here, however, we might be teased a little by Socratic irony. How can this be? You have just swum to the richness of dialectical abstractions, and here you are, talking about their incompleteness. And not in the sense that cognition at any given moment is finite, and that it is infinite and complete only at eternity, but in another, more prosaic sense, your universal is now also incomplete in relation to what you know, that is, to what is really accessible to you in one way or another, and which you can talk about. Here it really is necessary to provide a substantial explanation. A dialectical concept represents a certain abridgment, condensation, abbreviation. The richness of concrete attributes is, so to speak, asleep in it, it is present in it potentially, and has to be developed. To put it crudely, the dialectical concept of capital cannot replace all 3 volumes of Capital, and it is simply comical to demand that it do so. Science, philosophy, and thought in general would be easy if this were otherwise. In this connection, there is yet another curious question that deserves close scrutiny. In Hegel's philosophy of nature we encounter the following passage. If empirical natural science, like the philosophy of nature, also employs the category of universality, it is often in some doubt as to whether it should ascribe to this category an objective or subjective significance. We often lear that CLAD or beachlicht merely for the purposes of cognition. This uncertainty is further manifested in the fact that we seek out the characteristics of objects not in the conviction that they represent substantial objective attributes of the things involved, but merely for the sake of our convenience, since we are easily able to recognize things by these attributes. If meaningful attributes were only marks for the purposes of recognition and nothing more, we could for example say that an attribute of humankind is an earlobe which no other animal possesses. But here we immediately sense that such a definition is inadequate for the cognition of what is important in two human being. There is ag, hat types dnlypgecistics, but are the authentic mnes essence of the objects themselves, just as orders tunly to make our surveys of animal life easier, but represent latera of nature itself *. In encyclopedia there are also places where law, or the universal, is equivalent to the species. This tradition goes back to Plato. Here, however, we also find included a particular problem that does not coincide with the one of which we spoke earlier. In reality, can we speak for example of the concept of the human species, Homo sapiens, simply as the abstraction humanity in general, like a table in general or a chair in general? Or is there something special here? And if so, what? There is indeed something special here, and something extremely important. The concept of the human species is a collective concept. Corresponding to it in objective reality is a real totality of mutually interacting individuals, closely linked with one another, comprising a living unity, not a body analogous to an individual animal, but a specific unity, a unity SWT generis, of which particular parts die while others aren't, while in some a biological species, changing in time, is present. Here there is a definite reality corresponding to the concept of a species. Things are exactly the same with other collective concepts, if corresponding to them there is not just an intellectual totality, but a real one. By the concept of matter, for example, we can understand the totality of all matters in their mutual associations, transitions, and transformations. This collective concept of matter, which includes all its qualitative peculiarities, all its particular types, all its relationships and processes, corresponds to objective reality. Here, thought has also proceeded from the particular to the general, from the concrete to the abstract. But the general here is itself a particular of the second order, singular and plural, new, individual, a real unity, a real totality. Hence the debate concerning the objective reality of a species is by no means a simple repetition of the debate surrounding nominalism and realism. A species exists not as particular traits of individual animals, but as their current totality. The synthetic function of cognition here consists not only in the unification of particular features and properties, subjected to analysis, but also in the unification of individuals, actually linked in real life, and by virtue of this relationship counterposed to the other. The most supremely abstract of all concepts, the most concrete, the most general, the totality of all totalities, the relationship of all relationships, the process of all processes is the concept of the all, the universe, the cosmos. This most abstract of concepts is at the same time the totality of everything concrete. Opposition itself dies out in it, since it encompasses everything, and nothing stands in counterposition to it. All the storms of becoming are played out in it, and it itself flows in infinite time and space, which exist merely as forms of its being. This is the great substance of Spinoza's causa sut, itus natura naturans and natura naturita simultaneously, stripped of their theological baggage. Objectively, this is the richness of everything. In thought, in reflection, in conception, this is the sum of all human knowledge, worked out historically in the course of many millennia, combined and elaborated into a system, into the vast and grand scientific picture of the world, with its endless quantity of coordinated concepts, laws, and so forth. Anything that is merely immediately perceived is truly pensable compared to this immensity. 7. Perception, image, concept. In his philosophical notebooks, Lenin posed the question, is sensuous representation closer to reality than thought ia? He answered, both yes and no. Sensuous representation cannot apprehend motion of every kind, it cannot directly perceive motion at a velocity of 300,000 km per second. But thought can and muate apprehend it. Trademark this question, as is readily seen, is the same one we were already working on, the question of the relationship between the perceptibly concrete and intellectually abstract, the question of mediated knowledge, but addressed from a particular angle. We shall pose this question again in this new context. When perception is being considered, the perceptible has to be present, that is, the object, matter, or process itself. Perception occurs only when there is direct contact between the subject and object. Material contact is needed between the subject and object, us material bodies. There has to be some material action by the object on the material physiological organs of the subject, so that the latter receives the material irritants whose psychological other form is sense perception. In this sense, direct sensory perceptions are closest of all to the real world. Closest here signifies the immediacy of the process itself. This is the principle of sensation about which sensationalists of all shades and persuasions have carned on their discourse. Here we find the mate-mile action of the object on the subject. In this action, the object, according to Kant, affix the feelings of the subject. The object, so to speak, materially penetrates the subject, bombarding it with light waves, sound waves, heat waves, and so. 92. Fourth. Since the external world here represents a diverse source of irritants, and the energy of this external irritation is transformed into the motion of the subject's nervous physiological apparatus, a motion whose other being is sense perception, it is evident that such direct perceptions are closest of all to reality. The image is already a distancing from reality, and at the same time it is a step closer to reality. Why is this so? Anstatt in de anima, no one can learn or understand anything in the absence of the senses, and when the mind is actively aware of anything it is necessarily aware of it along with an image, for images are like sensuous contents except that they contain no matter. This means Aristotle here is basically right that an object can also be imagined if it is not directly present, but only on the basis of former sensations. Herc, however, the element of connection among multiple sensations is overlooked, that is, an aspect of the whole is left out. An image reproduces in a merged or blended form various sensations as they relate to an object, and it is precisely the presence in the image of this connection among multiple perceptions that makes the image closer to the object, to reality. It is closer, however, not in the sense of directness, but in the sense of its being more complete. The subsequent process of cognition leads to the formation of concepts. Here, as we know, is the transition to the general. We have analyzed this process in detail, and for the purposes of the present question, we can sum it up as follows: in the respect of directness, for example, the scientific picture of the world is immeasurably further from reality than sensations and images. But it is the complex product of complex thought, and in the sense of the adequate NEAs of the reflection it provides, it is immeasurably closer to this reality, fuller, closer, more variegated. Here we are approaching the question from the same direction as Lenin, when he grasped it with such brilliant simplicity. In fact, we shall use his example. The eye sees light. Light has a velocity of 300,000 kilometers per second. This velocity conditions the fact that the eye sees light in general. But the eye cannot observe the speed of light in the same way that it observes the speed of a moving automobile or where changes in the spatial relationship between the train and the surrounding objects are fixed visually. The subject cannot therefore imagine a speed of 300,000 kilometers per second in visual terms. The imagination is powerless here. But it is possible to think about such a velocity as much as one likes, and every physicist constantly works with this concept. All astronomical magnitudes exceed the bounds of the imagination, but all astronomers use them constantly. A light year is unimaginable as a unit of distance, but in astronomy it is a standard measurement. Infinitely small and infinitely large magnitudes can neither be sensed in their infinite extent, nor are they imaginable. Nevertheless, we think about them, they are objects of scientific study, and in a whole number of instances in mathematics and technology they have great practical significance. The relationship between the physical, more precisely, physiological, and the psychological as its other being is not imaginable visually, but we nevertheless think about it. Let us turn once again, however, to the experimental sciences as usually understood. We do not have a sense organ that can directly perceive electricity, but by observing electricity with sensing instruments, we have developed an electromagnetic theory of matter. Detecting electrons individually and collectively in experiments, we create an electromagnetic picture of the universe. We cannot see ultraviolet rays, but we think about them in profound terms. We cannot directly sense or imagine the infinite number of alpha, beta, gamma, and other rays, with their enormous velocities and so forth, but we think about them and their velocities. We cannot see X-rays, we cannot directly perceive or have a sense-based representation of the splitting of an atom of radium, we cannot directly perceive or have images of the temperatures and pressures inside the sun or some other star, but we think about all this in sophisticated fashion. And so forth. What three's the point here? The point is that our senses are limited, but that our cognition as a process is boundless. Beyond a certain threshold of stimulation our senses refuse to serve us. The limited nature of sensory images is connected with this. The actual number of senses we possess is trifling, something we can only regret, whatever Feuerbach might have said. Our senses are also very aeroperfect. As observed by Stan Fuss, the male of the Saturn fruit butterfly can detect the ascent of the female at a distance of 15 km. 3 The visual acuity of Kegels is well known, so too is the ability of dogs to orient themselves using their sense of smell, and so forth. If it were not for people's ability to think, they would not have made much progress in cognizing and mastering the world. In terms of their senses, dogs rate highly, they smell and hear better than we do. Other creatures can. Perception, Immigrant, Concept 95. See incomparably better. How is it that human beings are superior? Without an understanding of the process of formation of the human brain and of the capacity for thought, a process that has developed historically among socialized human beings, making sense of this situation is impossible. Let us go still further. A sensation furnishes the particular, it cannot embrace everything at once. You cannot perceive the endless diversity of nature. But we can think about it, and we must do so. In aphoristic terms, we might say that sensation is anti-philosophical, while chuffed on the other hand is philosophical. But where is this leading us? Are we not performing a summer-old and finishing up showing an idealistic disdain for the araperical, for experience as derived from sensory data? Are we not touring into supporters of breaking off contacts with the sensory world, into supporters of mental as opposed to sensory perception? Are we not about to seek a Platonic mental space, which we can only approach through the mind, spitting on the lowly senses? Are we not preaching extrasensory knowledge? Are we not crossing over to a sort of universal a priorism? We might after all be asked, if one how do you know about all this, about all your radiation, X-rays, velocities, and everything else that you, in your own words, do not sense, that you cannot form a mental image of, but that you think about? What sort of mystification is this? Answer, if you pick case. The answer is simple, we know about all this from experience and through our senses. But the real question is, how? When I stand next to an electric furnace and look at the temperature gauge, I see various arrows and 84th, and on their basis I judge the temperature. I do not stick my finger into the furnace, I would not be able to sense the degree of heat, but would simply get burned, just as I would not be able to sense the cold of liquid oxygen if one put my hand into it, but would immediately lose my hand. I do not sense X-rays directly, but sense the evidence of them provided by monuments. I do not see, do not hear, do not smell, and so on, the chemical clements of stars, but perceive the signals of instruments that perform the process of spectral analysis, and draw various conclusions from this. I see high or low temperatures indirectly, one see huge pressures as they register on a manometer, see huge degrees of electrical potential by the arrows of measuring instruments. Here there are relationships in which one sense acts in place of another. Both experience and perception come into play here, but perception of another order. Here the object is not sensed directly, but it is nevertheless sensed indirectly. In order for intellectual conclusions to be drawn, an enormous sum of previously accumulated experience has to be present, at pairwise, it would be impossible to decipher these perceptions coming from the instruments. On the basis of the gauge, F determine the temperature in the electric furnace. I cannot sense such a temperature. Nor can theoretical anu thinking consideration of nature, fames at comprehending that which i.e. universal in nature as it presents itself in a determinate form, i.e., forces, laws, genera. Here the content is not a simple aggregate, but is distributed through orders and classes, and must be regarded as an organic whole. This means that reasoning thought, in contrast to the rationalist variety, is far from imagining a whole as a collection of parts. It thinks of it as a real, indivisible unity with internal relations between opposites, a whole of which any part, once separated, immediately destroys the whole, and ceases to be that which it was in the relationship of this whole. Rationalist cognition exists in sublated form within reasoning cognition, in the way that formal logic exists within dialectical logic. Reasoning cognition does not for a moment rule the quantitative out of account, but it perceives the transformation of the quantitative into the qualitative. It does not strike out the particular, but sees it in relation to the whole. It does not kill off oppositions, but embraces them both in their mutual interpenetrations and singly. The sorcerers and scoffsayers of modern mysticism totally deny rational cognition, measures, weights, figures, analysis, synthesis, dialectics, rationality, and reason. They even counterpose the soul to the so-called spirit, or mind. Tearing thought apart from feeling, they seek in intuition, in the unconscious, and in insensible immersion in the object, with mystical revelations, to find ideological assistance for themselves in their struggle both with the heritage of the Enlightenment era and, above all, in their struggle against Marxism, which throughout the world has raised the most prominent banner of the intellect and of rational cognition in general. Whom Zeus wishes to destroy, he first deprives of reason. Reason is replaced here partly by mysticism, and partly by fox-like cunning. The mystical whole turns out to be a cosmic hierarchy of fascist social valix, the universalization of the caste ladder of fascism. The pronouncements of Heidegger-Sen as embodiments of super-rational grace, are taken TWB the epistemological criteria for truth. Here all grounds for dispute disappear, since one cannot function from a reasonable point of view while using the categories of MO. Mysticism. This is the realm of faith and of charlatan quackery, of the cult of cruelty of German militarism, of the big bourgeois, of alcoholic and cocaine-addicted military officers, and of crudely bestial Landsknecht registered. Even the skepticism of Oswald Spengler was 1,000 times cleverer than the belches of mysticism whose odor permeates all of fascist Germany. This is not the overcoming of the rational one-sidedness of so-called positive science, of solid British empiricism, of the ideology of the counting, measuring, inquisitive, inventive way of nature, who from the times of Francis Bacon has understood perfectly that scientia and potentia humana coincide, but who has not yet had the wings to fly any lugger, to make the transition from rational to consciously dialectical thought. On the contrary, the theory of the fascist hysterics is equivalent to advocacy of the pick and spade, of the pauper of the earth and the voice of blood, of narrow medieval corporatism, of rigid class estates, of ossified hierarchy and the idols of the absolute. This is not the petty bourgeois sentimentality of the notoire philosophy of belief and feeling, the creation of Hamann, Jacobi, and Lavater, with their shown seal or beautiful soul. Their romantically mystical ideology of stormy geniuses was an expression of protest against Germany's feudal narrowness. Present in it were the concepts both of the strongman and of the weakling. Also present in it were protests against reason, in the name of heart, soul, intuition, and open-hearted faith. But what does the ironclad contemplation of the hierarchy of sorcerers, as bloodthirsty as the Carthaginians' Moloch, have in common with this? In what way does the skein seal, sensitive beauty of spirit, remind us of the cold blonde beast, whose blood sings over charred ruins? At the bottom of the vessel into which Heinrich Heine once looked as a guest of the goddess Harmonia, the haughty gaze of the beast sees an Assyrian hierarchy, crowned with a swastika, a cold monster whose talons rip the flesh of everything living. This is not a warm pantheism, not the naive immersion in nature of the Hindus with their preaching of love for animals, birds, the sun, and flowers. It is not artistic delight or aesthetic admiration. This is contemplation of the world with a religious tint along the lines of the table of ranks established by Herr Adolf Hitler in his Caesarian Empire. We would like to see the cosmos in its entirety, but alas, we see only uniforms, ranks, insignia, epaulets, cannon, fangs, and estates. The illusory empire of the fascistized universum is the ocean in whose waves the modern mystics of blood and poison gases immerse themselves. They take pleasure in themselves, so to speak, seeing in the mirror the mystical world they have created, a world in which everything is allotted according to the same estate class Wyffendel order of precedence, just as in the constitution of a fascist state. This dark ossification and ossified darkness express the drawn-out, ignominious decomposition of modern capitalism, when its restless, incessant progressive labor, its motion and flights of thought, have come to an end, when the twilight of its gods has begun, and the owl of Minerva from the New World makes its mysterious flight into the future. The Faust of the bourgeoisie has died. The former vitality of the capitalist world, its enormous dynamism, which in the realm of thought bore such fruit as the differential and integral calculus, Darwin's theory of evolution, Hegel's logic of contradictions, has been replaced by the rotten associated capitalism of Schmallenbach, interlinked by rotten thought, by the search for a static, elemental absolute, by a return to an age-old hierarchy of forms like that of the Holy Father St. Thomas Aquinas. 9 In Spinoza's treatise on religious and political philosophy there is a remarkable passage that describes how human beings in critical times vacillate between fear and hope, and how they then fall into mysticism and superstition, into a slough of tokens and divinations. Such is now the position of the bourgeois who senses that the real direction of movement of capitalism is toward extinction. Hence the new theodicy. But in its tones, this theodicy is the complete opposite of that of Leibniz. Fes mystics are enacted, not in bright Greek churches or even in Gothic cathedrals, but on the back lots of the fascist barracks, in the stables of Augeas, which await their proletarian Hercules. This time, however, Hercules must not only clean out the stables, but also cleanse the world of the infection from their stench. Then these insolent phantasms of the new contemplation, drunken and barely able to stand on their feet, will disappear forever, yielding their place to a victory parade of human reason. There is nothing easier than inventing mystical causes, that is, phrases devoid of common sense, wrote Karl Marx in his well-known Eiste to Pavel Anenkovi criticizing Proudhon registered but Marxism and Marx's materialist dialectica, fighting for reasoned, rational cognition, are not at all rationalistic. Here, reason is not divorced either from the intellect, or from the feelings, or from the will. The conscious is not torn apart from the unconscious, and logical thought does not exclude either fantasy or intuition. Intuition itself, however, is understood. Not as a mystical process, but rather, since we are speaking of science and philosophy, as the scientific instinct, separated off and developed by the culture of thought. In no way does it negate either the intellect or rational cognition. Hence Marx, for example, wrote of Ricardo, Ricardo possesses a strong logical instinct. For Lenin expounded superbly both on dreams and on fantasies. As is well known, he gave them their due. But he found truly great words in which to sing a celebratory ode to human reason and reasoning cognition. We are no longer speaking here of the immense, paramount significance of practice in the theory of cognition, something quite unattainable to dry, one-sided rationalism. This is why dialectical cognition is a far higher form than rational cognition, and simply cannot be compared with animal-like mystical contemplation. In Shakespeare's Henry V the Archbishop says, "The age of miracles is past, and we must seek conchs for all that happens upon the earth." Cataleptic states, hallucinatory raving, lethargy, suggestion and other phenomena of hypnosis, elements in the actions of shamans and quacks, fakirs and hiatus sorcerers, all these have become objects of oracle cognition. This cognition drives out, as old, barbaric forms of consciousness, mysticism of any and all types and hues that has been elevated into an ontological principle, a principle of being. Dialectics does away with the analytical disconnectedness both of nature and of humanity, with the rigid isolation and absolutization of various aspects of matter and spirit, with the metaphysical seclusion of isolated things. Dialectics bears on its shield integrity and unity, but not a solid and undifferentiated unity, and not elementary integrity, but integrity of an open, mobile, contradictory, diverse variety, with an endless range of characteristics, aspects, interlinkages, shifts, and interdependencies, and with the identity of its opposite. Hoxino Vines. S. 10. Practice in general and practice in the theory of cognition. Earlier, we dealt with the naive claim of the agnostics to be reasoning on the basis of their sense perceptions alone, and thus to be able to demonstrate the unreality or incognizability of the external world. This claim proved to be baseless and comic. From this we may conclude that any philosophical reasoning, since it operates with concepts, which are a social product, the product of thousands of years of mental work, must because of this very fact operate on the broad basis of all the achievements of science, leaving behind all the fuss and bother of foolish subjectivists. Science, however, tells us that in historical terms, the starting point was the active, practical relationship between humanity and nature. Not contemplation, and not theory, but practice, not passive perception, but action. In this sense Goethe's dictum in the beginning was the deed, when counterposed to the evangelical Platonic Gnostic dictum in the beginning via the word that is, logos, or reason furnishes us with a precise expression of historical reality. Marx noted this repeatedly, in his notes on the book by Adolf Wagner, in which he heaps scorn on the closeted professorial view according to which objects are passively given to humanity, in his Fuli family, in his theses on Feuerbach, throughout the whole text of Capital, and together with Angela, in the brilliant pages of the German ideology. UG 114. Contrary to the ravings of idealist philosophy to the effect that thought makes worlds, and that even matter is the creation of spirit, it is human practice that creates a new world, actually transforming the substance of nature in line with human wishes. Historically, it was social humanity, the social historical human being, and not an abstraction of the intellectual side of humanity, personified by philosophers as the subject, that above all produced, etc., and drank. T was only later, through division of labor, that theoretical activity became separated off and isolated as an independent function, becoming restricted to particular categories of people, mental workers, with the various social and class modifications of this category. Theoretical cognition arose out of practice as well. The active, practical relationship to the external world, the process of material production, which, as Marx put it, conditions the exchange of substances between humanity and nature, is the basis for the reproduction of the entire life of social humanity. The chattering of the high priests of the so-called philosophy of life, including Nietzsche and a series of present-day biological mystical hysterics, bypasses this fundamental fact, just as numerous representatives of classical idealist philosophy also bypassed it. Of course. After all, from the point of view of Kant, the simple acts of sawing wood, smelting iron, or making liquid oxygen constitute a breakthrough into the transcendental, that fearful transgression which is impossible. What a mess the practical bull creates in this china shop full of unknowably subtle statuettes. In fairness to Hegel, that colossal old fellow, as Engels affectionately called him, it should be acknowledged that although Marx and Engels had to wage a desperate, impassioned, and ultimately victorious struggle against the drunken speculation of Hegelian idealism, Hegel did have an understanding of practice, of labor and its tools. Moreover, the embryo of historical materialism, in the form of brilliant conceptions, was present in his works. We shall have cause to be convinced of this subsequently. The field of practice, or of the practical attitude toward the world, can be understood in a broad sense that includes such processes as, for example, reparation, that i.e., the extensive material interaction of society and nature. In a more narrow sense, the word practice relates to production and consumption. Finally, it relates to the reproduction of humanity, the field of sexual relations, and intrasocietal practice, that is, the practice involved in changes to social relations. 2. Practice in general and Practice 9. The theory of cognition. 5. Real, material social relations. Here, in this discussion, we shall touch above all on practice as the relations between humanity and nature, practice as it appears in the actual transformation of the maternal world, that is, of the very things in themselves on which so many philosophers have broken their teeth and before which they have beaten a retreat. To know an object, Hegel observes somewhere, means to take control of it as such. This point of view is quite productive, and deserves to be developed. In particular, it should be developed in relation to the question of practice. Here it is particularly clear that for human beings, the matter of the external world is transformed into raw material, into objects of deliberate action, objects to be processed in line with a preconceived goal. Here, Hegel defines it, the feeling of singularity stands counterposed to inorganic nature, as its own external condition and material. Manifesting itself as raw material, that is, as the object of action, the substance of nature is transformed artificially into something else, into a different quality, into the object of direct assimilation. The real power of humanity over nature is revealed in this process. Whatever forces nature has developed and set in motion against humanity, humanity always finds a way of counteracting them, deriving these means from nature, using nature against itself. Human guile is able to direct one natural force against another, forcing them to annihilate one another. Standing behind these forces, humanity is able to maintain itself intact. It should be said, not just to protect and preserve himself but to develop himself in the present case, however, this is of secondary significance. Hegel also saw the role of tools, in the case of animal instrumental organs, for human beings, above all the tools of labor. Hegel wrote directly of the latter in The Science of Logic. The plough is more honorable than are immediately the enjoyments procured by it and which are ends. The tool lasts, while the immediate enjoyment pass away and are forgotten. In his tools man possesses power over external nature, even though in respect of his ends he is, on the contrary, subject to it. Power, possession, force, and hegemony over nature for the purposes of life and the direct expansion of life are everyday categories for Hegel. Here, and in all his analogous constructs, the great idealist indeed stands on the verge of historical materialism. He is the living embodiment of measure and transition into his own dialectical opposite. The process of production is thus a process of taking control of the external world and of remaking it in line with definite ends, or goals, which in their turn are determined by a whole series of circumstances. But what does this process signify? It signifies a change in the qualities and characteristics of the objective world, and the creation of new qualities and characteristics, which were needed, which before the productive process occurred stood out as goals, and which, therefore, were posited in advance. This goal-setting activity is consummated, or achieves its realization, when the productive process reaches completion. What is the outcome here from the point of view of agnosticism in general, and of Kantian agnosticism in particular? The same outcome encountered by Zeno, with his assertion that motion was impossible, when Diogenes demonstrated by walking that indeed motion exists. How can one assert that the external world is unknowable, that the object of labor is incognizable, when this object is turned into another in line with the wishes of a subject who supposedly knows nothing about it? From coal, or with its help, we make cast iron, liquid fuel, benzene, lubricants, volatile liquids, paints, perfumes, a great multitude of items, but supposedly we have no idea, God help us, what this coal is in itself. Meanwhile, the question is resolved quite simply. We know the qualities and characteristics of the thing in itself, depending on and in relation to other factors, to temperature, to pressure, to its relationships with various substances, and by altering these relationships, through our knowledge of the laws that govern them, we obtain another whole. All this expresses itself in Hegelian fashion, that is, in altered forms, new qualities, new things in themselves as parts of the objective world. Hence, we do know the qualities of whole. Practice is living, active proof of this knowledge, a proof arising through the objective process itself, in action, manifested in the process of material transformation, which goes ahead according to the reasoned will of the subject. Practice tells us convincingly that we know the qualities of things and their laws. The fact that the subject of this practice is himself or herself subject to these laws does not disprove this knowledge, but on the contrary, confirms it. Freedom is cognized necessity. The fact that a techno-logical process conforms to the laws of nature allows us to conquer nature while ourselves being subject to it. This point was understood perfectly by Francis Bacon, who provided a popular exposition of it in his work Bukharin Organum in 1620. Because the subject is bound by the laws of nature, and knows what these laws are, he or she is free. The fact that the subject creates freely proves that he or she knows. The real subject of history, that is, the social historical person, in the process of reproducing his or her life is countless times convinced in practice of the reality of his or her knowledge and of the this-sided nature of his or her thinking. Here it is appropriate to recall a semi-anecdotal incident involving Georgy Plekhanov, who in translating one of Marx's theses on Feuerbach imparted to a particular passage a meaning precisely the opposite of the original. Marx wrote that through practice, a human being needed to demonstrate the this-sidedness of his or her thinking. Plekhanov transformed this into that-sidedness, evidently deciding that there was a misprint, and that Marx had meant to say that practice involves accomplishing a leap into the transcendental. It is possible to express oneself metaphorically in this fashion, and there would not be any great career except for the fact that Marx's idea was different. He meant to say that no leap was required, that no process of transcendence was necessary, since there was nothing transcendental. There was no second, extra-rational, noumenal world, but only one, objective world, a single nature, in which human beings are also active, thus showing that so-called this-sidedness is also real, and has no need of any extra-rational duality. It is typical that in most cases agnostics of the positivist stripe have skirted around the question of practice. The pure-blooded subjective idealists simply created the world out of themselves. Objective idealism presupposed an authentic world in the form of an idea, in its most aristocratic form, represented by Plato. It viewed ordinary mortals as prisoners for whom contemplation of the idea was unattainable, since they were fettered eternally in a cave. According to agnostics such as Pearson, human beings have only signs, symbols, and empyreosymbols. These categories are all purely passive. We are not dealing here with Fichte creation out of oneself, in which the world is like a spider web synoded bubble fashioned by the spider. This is not voluntarist and actualist pragmatism. No. Here we have signs, signals, conventional designations, hieroglyphs. Practice, however, destroys all such concepts, since it alters the very starting point, presenting the subject in his or her active creative instead of passive contemplative functions. Least of all is the subject in the midst of external nature a prisoner in chains, confined to a cave by a noble slave-owning philosopher. Such a subject is not a slave, but to an increasing degree controls the surrounding natural world, despite also being completely dependent on it. Scientific categories are in no sense conventional signa, labels selected arbitrarily for the purpose of distinguishing between things, like Hegel's already mentioned human earlobe. Scientific categories are representations of objective characteristics, qualities, relationships, and laws of things and of teal processes, objective praxis, material processes. Practice, too, demonstrates this in thoroughly convincing fashion. A.E. Ilyich puts it succinctly, the result of activity is the test of subjective cognition and the criterion of objectivity which truly TS3. From a certain point of view it might be said that practice is superior to theory, since it is through practice that thought manifests itself in the objective, takes material shape, and is objectified in the real world. Simple syllogisms are syllogisms, the gyration and inversion of ideas, that is, movement in the sphere of thought. Metaphorically speaking, they are understood laws, reflections of laws, coordinated with subjective aims. Through practice, they become steeped in the objective, they take material form in the technological process and its satisfactory result, that is, they manifest their truthfulness, their correspondence with reality. The correctness of thought is embodied in the correct flow of the material process and in the correct material result, that is, a result corresponding to the goal. The process flows in line with the concept of a material law, on the basis of which this process was coordinated earlier with a certain goal to which it has also led. Its progress and its end result have already been presupposed, consciously anticipated. Figuratively speaking, thought has been projected into matter, and has been tested by way of the material, proving its own power through the power of practice. It is in this that the supreme theoretical cognitive, epistemological significance of practice consists. In this connection, us recall the a priori categories of Kant. These are not treated by Kantian as innate idkas, nor as a historical prius. For Kantans, they are a logical prius, indispensable forms of sensory experience which serve to impose order, mechanisms through which the chaos of phenomena is 119. Formed into an ordered cosmos. As Kant himself states in his Prolegomena, they serve, as it were, for the storage of phenomena, so that these can be read as experience. Outside these categories, experience is impossible, it is something formless. Within them, experience takes on form, while they in turn acquire content. These categories, according to Kant, are extra-experiential, they themselves are conditions, indispensable, a priori conditions for any and all experience. Such are the categories of quantity, quality, relation, and modality. Also, the forms of perception, time and space. What place can mere practice have amid such company? All these categories and forms of perception, however, are considered to be a priori because they were formed on the basis of experience and have been confirmed by practice, billions upon billions of times over many tens of thousands of years. They represent the most persistent, general, constantly encountered patterns, perennially tested by practice, by all that endlessly diverse, immensely prolonged labor practice of humanity. On this basis, they have been retained as universal axioms of experience. We shall not enter now into a discussion of the four sets of three categories, or make examining them a particular topic. Here we are interested in other things. Let us take, for example, time. I.e., it really not clear that any act of labor presupposes an orientation in time. In hunting, agriculture, irrigation, seafaring, journeys through deserts in each cask, in the molecules of labor experience, and in the larger aggregations of such experience, the anticipation of certain temporal relationships has been tested and verified through practice. The measurement of time, and IME as an objective form of the existence of the material world, have had a corresponding reflection in the human brain, a reflection obtained through experience and tested endlessly in practice. Kant set out to subjectivize the objective, but in apneism itself, the shadow of objectivity is already present. It is no accident that in the case of another a prion concept, the category of causality, the great Königsberg ascetic finished up in such confusion that he was again forced volens nolens to objectify the subjective, which according to his doctrine was a category. This occurred when he constructed a bridge of causality between things in themselves and the subject, whose SCNSCS they affect. When the priests of Egypt foretold the floods of the Nile and in this way oriented works of agriculture, when the Babylonians dug canals and built temples and palaces according to calendars, when irrigation works in China, and the building of the Great Wall, were conducted according to chronological indications, when Taylor introduced time and motion study, when gigantic 5-year plans in the Soviet Union were implemented according to calendar Eikdal's What Do You Think? Was the notorious Aprian form of perception not verified in practice in every wave of the dude of IME? Of course it was. Not, however, as the a priori form of perception of Kant's transcendental subject, but as the objective shape of the world, reflected in the concept of time. I.e. same applies to space, causality, and so forth. In short, here as well practice has played, is playing, and will play an exceptionally important role. How can we fail to understand the epistemological, theoretical cognitive significance of practice? But this category too, like everything on earth, is capable of being misinterpreted. Will there be troubled times, or not? Will only weeds grow in the garden? Unfortunately, there have been weeds growing in the philosophical garden too. They have been sown by so-called pragmatism, and today's fascist actualists have turned them into a real narcotic, blooming in the garbage dumps of fascist ideology. William James expanded the concept of experience, including in it everything that is possible and impossible, nigh up to the point of mystical religious experience. In his works, practice took on its own similarly universal character, encompassing any volitional situation, any activity no matter how manifested. The practice of religious feeling and of mystical raving was also practice. The business man, exploiting, trading, carousing, praying for forgiveness from his sins, a man making money, for whom time is money and not an a priori form of perception. This ultimate American Philistine has found a fitting ideology in pragmatism. The practical criterion of truth has accordingly deconcreted as well. The starting point here has ceased to be objective change in the objective world, but is now usefulness, understood in an exceedingly broad and subjective sense. If a lie is useful to a swindler, then that lie, i.e. the truth. If religion comforts an old woman, then it is the truth. Here, in the instrumentalist, pragmatist point of view, in usefulness, everything has become deconcrete. In social terms, this is the ideology of the bourgeois trader. Logically, it is worthless, the prostitution of the concepts of experience, practice, activity, and truth. Nevertheless, practice in general and practice in the theory of cognition have reached their extreme levels of degeneracy in the modern-day fascist philosophers. On the basis of their bloody belligerency and social demagogy, that is, of their whole system of deceptions, masks, and myths, a philosophy of extreme voluntarism or asia. The subject is declared to be a political being. Everything which is of use to the politics of fascism is truth, therefore, is an emanation of fascist practice. But since the degrees of usefulness, i.e. defined by Herr Hitler, the criterion of truth, the epistemological criterion, lies in the hands of this gentleman, like Aaron's rod in the Bible. There is no philosophy of revelation to compare with this. Here things are much simpler, revelation flows directly from the eloquent tongue of the head bandit. Whatever would Schelling make of this? The old but eternally new principle of correspondence to reality here falls away completely. The fact that the thesis the communists set fire to the Reichstag is advantageous to the fascist brigands means that it is truck. Myth is raised here to the status of principle. As can readily be seen, this represents the extreme degree of degeneration of philosophical thought. To the extent that one can talk about cognition at all in this case, cognition negates itself. The object of cognition disappears, and in its place an illusion is installed. The ideology is that of deception. Only this kind of social scripting, which in its essence is aimed against these particular philosophers, could engender its own negation in their heads. Hence also the pure voluntarism, combined with profound inner despair and pessimism, the latter drowned out by all sorts of bloodthirsty Horst Wessel songs and other products of fascist creativity. In this way capitalism, which as it progresses, is rushing toward non-being, from being to nothingness and other OS, also reduces to nothingness the process of cognition. For capitalism, dialectics is indeed tragic. Practice, material practice, gives birth to theory. It has always lain at the basis of theory, since mental labor arose out of material labor, separating itself off and becoming autonomous. Practice engenders theory, since it continually places new tasks before cognition. Theory, which is an extension of practice and at the same time its opposite, enriches practice and broadens it. We thus see here a truly dialectical movement. Practice is something counterposed to theory, theory negates practice, and vice versa. But theory passes over into practice. The unity of theory and practice is the reproduction of life in its fundamental definitions. This was also expressed in idealist terms by Hegel, who spoke of the unity of the theoretical and practical idea. Hence, if we understand P as being practice, I as theory, and P as enriched practice, the process as a whole is represented by the formula, P1P, P, TP, P asterisk T, P trademark and so forth. Out of the relationships between theory and practice there flows also the relationship between the criteria of truth. The practical, instrumental criterion coincides with the criterion of correspondence to reality. Practical success is achieved because reason really was reason, because ideas corresponded to reality, and were a correct representation of it. In essence, the principle of economy also coincides with this, so long as it is understood in its rational form, and not in a form that justifies the saying ample-mindedness is worse than thievery. Thought is economical precisely when it corresponds to reality, when there is nothing in it that is superfluous, that is, incorrect, not corresponding to reality. When thinking is economical, the whole process of thought, taken as a whole, is at its most productive, since it is not led off onto crooked paths. The various mediating mechanisms that provide a link between theory and practice include scientific experiment. Here there is practical change, material change in the substance of nature, accompanied by a corresponding reworking of thought. Here we find the material tools for the process, highly complex apparatus, measuring instruments, marvelous technical devices which broaden our experience to an extraordinary degree. The factory laboratory is an objectified complex in which knowledge and practice, industry and theoretical science make direct contact, and pass over into one another. So far, we have thus bed on the variety of practice involved in changes to the substance of nature. But one can also speak of the practice involved in changes in social relations and in the theoretical side of this process. It is not hard to see that among the representatives of a practice in general and practice in the theory of cognition 1245 mode of production that is doomed to perish, the radius of cognition inevitably diminishes, and science rapidly becomes transformed into apologetics, conservative, reactionary, counter-revolutionary practice has a corresponding ideological reflection. Science in this case becomes subjective, and its class subjectivism acts as a fetter on development, not as a form of it. Moreover, this science takes on forms that are actively hostile to the main tendencies of development, to a much greater degree than is the case with the theoretical areas of the natural sciences. Marxism, by contrast, achieves the unity of great theory with great revolutionary practice. The practice of Lenin and Stalin brilliantly confirms their theory. Also stemming from this quality of mandem are the brilliant predictions made by Marx and Engels, who foresaw historical events a century ahead. The French have a saying, savoir c'est prévoir, to know is to foresee. Not only to foresee, however, but also to act successfully. Knowledge, foresight, and brilliant practical successes are the characteristic traits of Marxism, as social theory and as practice. The course of the whole world historical process, including the development of science, confirms the correctness of the mighty generalizations of Marxist materialist dialectics. 11. Practical, theoretical, and aesthetic attitudes toward the world, and their unity. The starting point is a historical examination of the topic. Marx and Engels, in the German ideology, were justified in regarding history as an integral science that could be broken down, in line with the process of objective division of the whole, into the history of nature and the history of society. If we take the question of mutual interaction between humanity and nature, then historically we have, 1. The process of biological adaptation. Human beings are not yet human in the proper sense of the word. They are merely becoming animals of the species Homo sapiens in their natural form. This is not the natural state posited by Rousseau and the philosophers of the 18th century Enlightenment. Such a state has never existed, it is a fantastic illusion in the minds of ideologues. The human being in this case is a gregarious semi-APC, beginning to walk on its hind legs, with a differentiating hand as a natural instrument of labor. The following points are of importance: the reproduction of the species, collaboration and the strug. 124. GLE for survival, instincts, the formation of races, the influence of nature, climate, and of all the so-called geographical factors. The process of adaptation is mostly passive and unconscious. Nature shapes humanity, while humanity does not as yet shape nature. 2. The process of active social adaptation. In line with the objective situation, human beings are regarded here as social animals that make tools. This is why the qualities of subjectivity and activity come into play. The old materialism viewed human beings solely as products. Meanwhile, historical human beings had already transformed themselves into subjects. For this reason, Marx in his famous theses on Feuerbach insisted on viewing the relationship between humanity and nature in subjective, practical, and active terms. The word subjective implies a rejection of objective cognition. The idea is that the objectivity of cognition requires the taking into account of a new, higher, non-biological objectivity once a subject has stepped onto the scene, when humanity with its tools is actively affecting nature and transforming nature in line with human goals, the basis for which is the process of labor as the process of the direct production and reproduction of life. In this process of labor, human nature itself undergoes a transformation. Biologically, this occurs in sublated form. It is therefore necessary to have done with the game developed by the organic school in sociology, political economy, and so forth. Here we find a new quality, which has taken shape in a historical manner. The modern rebirth of organology, of a bastardized social Darwinism, together with the entire school of Othmar Spann and of rabid racism, is all repellent from the scientific point of view. They have missed the mark. Society itself divides up into classes, and a specific movement begins, the dialectics of social development, with all its contradictions and transitions from one socio-economic formation to another. The subject here is the social historical individual, a representative of a particular mode of production, of a specific class and of a particular inode of thinking. The biological is not done away with, it is aufgehoben, or elevated to a higher plane. At their basic level, the relations between humanity and nature are of a triple character: they are practical, theoretical, and artistic aesthetic. We have examined these three types of relationships separately and in their interact. 196. Now we are faced with the task of understanding them in their unity, as functions of a single process of the production and reproduction of life. Practice in this case is the material, technical mastering of the substance of nature, and labor is the transforming of this substance, the material exchange of substances between society and nature. Theory is the intellectual mastering of nature, cognition of its qualities, peculiarities, and laws, of its whole. The aesthetica of nature is a chiropathic shared experience of the rhythms of nature, an experience which has its ultimate roots in humanity's animathiological organs. Corresponding to practice is the will, corresponding to theory is the intellect, and corresponding to aesthetics is feeling. Practice is the real of material things and processes. Theory is the realm of concepts and ideas. Aesthetics is the realm of the emotions and of emotional forms and images. If we recast this in terms of processes, we come up with the following: the process of labor, the process of thought, and the process of artistic aesthetic contemplation. Theory and practice, as we saw earlier, are opposites that interpenetrate one another, and at the same time constitute a unity. This unity signifies an active relationship to nature, a relationship that is active in two ways at once, the process of mastering and subjugating nature. Here the subject stands opposed to nature, as an active principle. The subject does not apprehend nature, but regards it and acts upon it, as material. The subject transforms nature materially in the process of labor, and thought mediates this process. Nature is passive, while humanity is active. Nature is transformed, while humanity does the transforming. The situation with the artistic extemplation of nature is quite different. Here the subject becomes immersed in the object, dissolves itself in the object. The individual disappears, becomes lost as such, is absorbed and sinks in the all. In other words, nature here is active, while humanity is passive. The subjective retreats into the background. Sublime and grandiose, the rhythms of the cosmos make themselves felt, while rhythm is itself only an infinitesimally small part of the gigantic, unbounded fabric of the universe. The immensity of the universe is reflected in the emotions it arouses. Artistic aesthetic contemplation is therefore the polar opposite of both practice and theory, 28 principles underlying the vital activity of humanity. This, among other things, serves to explain the fact that artistic contemplation, unlike theory and practice, cannot provide us with the criteria of truth. At the same time, artistic contemplation is contradictory in itself. While dissolving the subjective in the objective, it is extremely subjective. The emotions associated with the sympathetic experiencing of nature do not have the universal significance of, for example, concepts. This sphere is an ocean of sensations and of extremely volatile emotions, with a far greater coefficient of the subjective. Nevertheless, just as the division by old-style psychology of all the so-called spiritual attributes into independent essences had to be surmounted because of its one-sidedness, the three types of relations between humanity and nature that we are concerned with here are in no sense disconnected, but flow across, one into the other, and in sum, make up a stream of vital activity. Let us take the field of sensual contemplation, of sensual aesthetic pleasure in nature. It is quite obvious that the experiences which correspond to this are by no means pure emotion. Present here as well are concepts in the most diverse forms. When, for example, a modern-day person admires the starry heavens, his or her experience may also include, and does should, elements of a scientific picture of the universe. Moreover, depending on the social character, on the mode of thought of the epoch, determined by the mode of production, the forming of emotions and thoughts is subject to certain dominant ideas, which fit within the general framework of the mode of thought. For example, over the course of centennia artistic aesthetic experiences have mingled with religious forms, with consideration of the world along the links of dominance subjection. This sociomorphism of thought has also been a sociomorphic principle in the sphere of aesthetics, not only among savages, primitive animates, average people, the Philistines of their epoch, so to speak, but also among the most refined thinkers. Hence, for example, to Pythagoras the music of the spheres, the rhythm of nature, expressed in figures and embellished artistically, was a divine principle stricto sensu. On the other hand, the aesthetic artistic also penetrates its opposite, that is, thought. For example, it is worth reading how Hegel describes the life of the land, and especially, the life of the sea. Or take the scientific works of Goethe, not to speak of the German philosophers of nature, concluding with Schelling. As was noted earlier, Heine recommended that Schelling he epocht, not a philosopher * here, therefore, we see an interpenetration of opposites, the passing over of one into another, and their unity. But the sphere of artistic aesthetic contemplation itself, as it strives to reproduce itself, gives birth to active. 128. Effort, producing art, music, poetry, painting, and so forth. This is now an extremely complex formation, extending far wider, encompassing all areas of life and with a diverse significance, including a cognitive significance. Basically, however, it operates through images, and it is no accident that poetic language is the language of metaphor and of personification. Its most profound origins lie in the sympathetic shared experience of the rhythms of nature and in bonds with it. In art, as creative activity, the passive principle becomes highly active, aesthetic emotion itself grows more complex and is enriched through acquiring an actively creative side. The sphere of sympathetic shared experience is the authentic sphere of art and aesthetics. It is precisely for this reason that love and eroticism play such a prominent role. The principle of shared feeling is expressed with particular clarity here, and it has exceedingly profound roots in the hidden depths of humanity's biological nature. Corresponding to the practical, theoretical, and aesthetic principles is the old trinity of goodness, truth, and beauty, fetishized abstractions drawn from the three main spheres of human activity. By good, all systems understand a complex of vital goals which is presented as a single entity, a center of gravity, the truth of virtue. Since practice itself is divided into the practice of transforming the natural world and the practice of human relationships, the practice of social changes, the corresponding concept of happiness, welfare, the ideal has in various proportions included an orientation toward useful things and virtues. It should not, however, be thought that these are isolated elements. In the final accounting, the production of material objects is also the production of use values, that is, of values for humanity. The value placed on the good things of life therefore enters into the general ideology of values, and is included in various systems of moral philosophic ideology. To the ancient Greeks, the concept of the good had a more or less clearly expressed intellectual character. This is the case with Plato, Aristotle, the Stoics, and Epicurus. The good, therefore, is an abstraction of the vital purpose and of the norms of behavior associated with it, their abstractly expressed dominant idea. It has always been defined historically, that is, in terms of epoch, formation, and class. By truth has usually been understood one or another correspondence with one or another given. By beauty has been understood the ideal of the external, sensible form. In a number of philosophical systems, it has been the sensible expression of truth. In reality, Ruth, as is clear from everything that has been said earlier, is that which is correct, that is, it corresponds to the object, reflecting it in the realm of ideas. The social significance of searches for the truth amounts to a mediating of the material process of production, a broadening of the sphere of cognition and a deepening of it, and a growth of human consciousness. The real meaning of beauty consists in a raising of the emotional tone of life. This is an abstract notion which manifests itself concretely in the most varied forms. The ideals of manly and womanly health are the supreme expression of external features, embodying ideal qualities and characteristics, conditioned to some degree biologically, and in part created and modified by the social and historical environment. Nature makes its impact felt through its pulsation, which, as we have seen, humanity experiences too, once again in a definite, socially conditioned manner. Social life evokes artistic images, which also raise the tone of life, disseminating the developing institutions through the externally sensible. And so forth. Plato was already well aware that it was the sensual side that was characteristic of aesthetics and of the aesthetic attitude toward the world. He spoke of the definiteness of the beautiful, which, unlike an idea, acts as a thing or as a sensual concept, that is, concretely. Class societies are characterized by a rupture between groups of people. Different aspects of humanity's vital activity become fixed in different categories of the population. This has happened, for example, with the most profound division of labor, into mental and physical work. Mental labor has become one of the functions of the commanding exploiter classes. In decadent class societies, the functions of vital activity may be transformed not only into antisocial functions but also into functions of the self-destruction of this class. Such, for example, is the case with the aesthetic of death and decay, and with the dregs of modern-day mysticism in philosophy. Here Socialisra achieves a radical turnaround, of truly world-historic importance. We can therefore speak of a new epoch, in which the real history of humanity has begun, after its agonizing prehistory. Here classes are abolished. Here, integrated human beings grow and flourish. Here, consequently, the relations between theory, practice, and aesthetics become unified, and people have a multifaceted existence. Fetishistic straitjackets are cast off, religious forms, the forms of the categorical imperatives of external character, understood as divine command, the forms of absolutely pure art, pure science, and so forth, expressing their estrangement and isolation from the whole context of life, and so on. Separate aspects of life become elements in the lives of ever greater numbers of many-sided living people. It is here, therefore, that the unity of theory, practice, and aesthetics finds its clearest expression. In class societies, this unity with all its aspects expressed the ascent of life in struggle with numerous obstacles and under conditions in which human beings were disintegrated into one-sided subjects. But in real history, all the barriers fall, the entire process accelerates to an unprecedented degree, the disintegrated nature both of society and of the individual is done away with, and the unity of vital funcus celebrates its historic triumph. It is not difficult to see that an exaggerated understanding of one of the sides of vital activity gives rise to an ideological fantasy. The setting apart and isolation of thought, estrangement from practice, and the autonomization and separatism of the realm of thought has a tendency to transform this thought into the independent essence and substance of the world. The setting apart of practice from thought leads to crude empiricism, and with the divorce of practice from material objects, to voluntarism, pragmatism, and so forth. The setting apart of aesthetics results in a tendency to reject rational cognition and to transform artistic aesthetic experience into mystical experience, leading to the adoption of a myadical intuitive worldview. It would not be hard to demonstrate this using the actual historical development of philosophical thought. We are not, however, writing a history of philosophy, and the reader will forgive us if we call a halt at this point and pass on to another topic. 12. The fundamental positions of materialism and idealism. After a long interval, the demon of irony again makes his appearance. Have you had enough of my sensations? Well and good. But is this really an affirmation of materialism? Or are you so naively interpreting the position of Lenin? As though Lenin denied there was such a thing as the consciousness of another. Or have you failed to understand that in objective idealism God does not by any means coincide with my consciousness? Are you unaware that in the philosophical notebooks of the same Lenin it is stated plainly that from general idealism a special essence is formed, that is, something situated outside of me? Well, and if you are not too stubborn, why not take a spiritual principle as the fundamental basis for the world? In fact, why not speak openly and without prejudices, and be so good as to allow a small digression? Look how your spiritual predecessors hunted down quacks and sorcerers, crying out it's all charlatanism, and denying cases of successful cures. And now you yourselves admit there was something to it, only you talk about hypnosis. Just like that. Well, there's more to be said along the same lines. Will you allow MC? Consciousness is a fact. Are you going to deny that? Are you going to argue that the only things that exist are those you can beat your head against? Are you going to maintain that the only thinking being is you? This would be contradictory from the point of view of your collectivism, socialism, and so on. This means that consciousness is a fact. Just to set your mind at rest, there is nothing miraculous, mystical, or supernatural in that. Consciousness exists, that's all there is to it. Consciousness, moreover, is an unmediated fact. From this, we have the maxim of Descartes, cogito, ergo sum. The fact of thinking beings, and of thinking in general, is fundamental. But if in my own being the fact of consciousness is fundamental, is not external matter, an other being, a manifestation, a passive form of my consciousness. For example, your spiritual essence is reflected in my consciousness as something corporeal, in just the same way as am reflected in your consciousness as an external body. But in ourselves, we are spiritual essences. The same with everything else. With a rock, with a star, with the sun, and with the universe. Why do you dislike this picture of the world? Great minds have approved it. Isn't that so? And the tempter fixes his mocking eyes on you. It is clear that he has his own logic. From this, we might say, Leibniz derived his monadology. In this construct, a different consciousness is and is reflected as something material. In essence, Bogdanov's empirio-monism was extremely close to precisely this type of idealism, if we consider his conception as a whole. According to Bogdanov, the world in itself is a chaos of elements. In individual consciousness, these elements are linked by bonds of a sort of associative type. In specially organized experience, they are reflected in a higher type of bond, becoming the physical world. Hence the physical world is a reflection of a chaos of elements, like dissipated technical monads, although they do not possess a discrete integrity and individuality, as in Leibniz, and are only elements. Proceeding along the pathways of this idealism, it is easy to reach God as well. He too, it could be said, turns out to be something almost extra-miraculous. To be specific, there are various monads of different degrees, a hierarchy of monads with corresponding degrees of material other being. The monad of stone is reflected as material stone, and the monad of humanity as a human organism. But there is also a star in itself, that is, the soul of the star. There is also a universal, all-encompassing monad, the general soul of the cosmos, God, whose immateriality is the world in its material translation and interpretation. Enough. This is all Arcadi too conscientious, giving so detailed an account of the adversary. We should note that all the boundary markers between objective idealism, Spinozism, and materialism are in evidence here. Yawning open before us are all the abysses of the final depths of thought about the world, and from a certain point of view, the transition from one worldview to another is unusually easy, a slight turning of the wheel, and there we are. In this instance, thought dances on the nodal points of the Hegelian measure, where leaps are performed into new qualities, God as substance, the Hegelian world spirit, Leibniz's monad of the universe, the world spirit of Schelling, the Gaudius God, Natura Naturans, of Spinoza, the denial of God by materialism. All these positions are crowded into the one philosophical space. Let us begin with the primary nature of the fact of consciousness. Here the position of Cartesianism is weaker than that of Berkeley and Hume, since instead of pure sensations, we are now given concepts as well, and as a result, we are given other people and the external world. But if all this already exists, and moreover, in all its corporeality, why is consciousness primary? There is not the slightest basis for such a conclusion. In sum, if we no longer proceed from the I, we enter the field of scientific examination of the genesis of consciousness, of historical examination. By virtue of this, we depart entirely from the sphere of primitive speculations about the primary, virginal data of consciousness, about the given which in essence is also the result of extremely complex analysis, the result of mediated knowledge. In this, there is an immense difference. Here the virginal purity of the argument dies out altogether. What do we in fact see? The self-consciousness of a human individual comes over time. Only a cultured adult, a philosopher, could say cogito ergo sum. It was no accident that it required Descartes to do this. Consciousness is given together with its content, there is no consciousness from which content is absent. Of the content of consciousness, 999 parts per thousand are given by the external world. For this world acts on human beings, affecting their sensory organs. That is, the world is both a historical and logical prius, a primary cause. Human beings actively influence the world in their corporeality, in their unthinking corporeality. But in conquering the world, they are also subject to its laws. A human being is the product of development 1, in society, 2, in the form think of an infinity of worlds and about the infinite nature of the world as a whole. There is a question here, the question of the universe, and with the discovery of the structure of the atom it has become a question of extraordinarily compelling interest. But why do we have to resolve this question in school pupil fashion? Is it not time to understand that with socialism, humanity has now entered university, and that in this universitas rerum et artem registered it is now time for people to abandon old dogmas? In humanity's school days these ideas would still have passed muster, but they have now clearly grown old and decrepit, having outlived their epoch. Is it not time to understand that it is simply comic to return to the era of Assyrian Babylonian astrology, to amulets, to Chaldean magic, to the divine astral beings of Plato, Aristotle, the Stoics, and 84th? Is it not time to replace illusory relations with those of reality? 14. Hindu mysticism and Western European philosophy. Among a number of bourgeois philosophers and the philosophical caste in general, the flight from the clamor of collapsing capitalist civilization arouses a craving for mystical primitivism, although in these circles this primitivism is distinguished by a particular refinement. The influence of Chinese and Indian philosophies, in their spiritual and mystical variants, is especially evident. Hegel encouraged the prejudice that the fast hay not contributed anything positive either to science or to philosophy. In this case Hegel manifests the same white nationalist line which induced him to SCE in Prussia and the Prussian state the seat of the world spirit, in Alexander the Great, a demigod taking vengeance on the Greeks, in Agia, a drunken sensual bacchanalia, and so forth. This quite preposterous thinking, which simply justifies the German saying that the wish is father to the thought, and which directly contradicts objective reality, later acted as one of the components of fascist Aryan race ideology. Along with it, unusually finds an artificial selecting out of the spiritualist and mystical currents in Eastern philosophy, an omission of everything that even amels of materialism, and a distortion of the whole picture of the philosophical development of the East. Here, therefore, we have the USC of a method of falsification common in the history of philosophy, a method mocked in Russian literature by the prematurely deceased Dmitry Pisarev. In his article The Idealism of Plato, Pisarev observed bitingly. 146. In accounts of the history of Greek philosophy, it is usual to refer condescendingly to the Eleatic school, to Herodotus and Democritus, to Pythagoras and Anaxagoras, then, with indignation, to recall the Sophiots, then to be moved by the personality and fate of Socrates, to perform a deep bow before Plato, his Demsnrich and ideas, to describe Aristotle's a high great pupil, who was often unjust to his great teacher, then to scold Epicurus, laugh at the skeptics, and express benevolent sympathy for the exacted sailor of the Stoics. This T.S. accepted, this one demanded by the interests of morality, which is guarded so jealously by so many pseudo-artists and by many real toilers in the broad field of scholarship. So it is that materialism is made subject to a code of silence, and is cast into the depths. So it is that all available energies are put into blowing up the bubbles of idealism. It is no wonder that in circumstances marked by extreme intellectual turmoil and by the re-evaluation of all values, when the bourgeois individual often stands in confusion beyond good and evil, the longing for spiritual peace, for consolation, for refuge from a stormy reality should be expressed through immersion in a Buddhist nirvana, which unlike the dolce far entente of devil-may-care Lazzaroni, has its complex philosophical correlative, a whole mountain of thoroughly sublimated intellectual categories, combined into peculiar mystical philosophical systems registered for the official philosophers of fascism. Mysticism has the character of the voice of the blood and of the actualism of imperialist janissaries. But for philosophers who are fleeing from the field of battle, or who have got lost and are seeking rescue wherever it might be had, mysticism has the character of an Eastern Rousseauism. Such philosophers seek spiritual solace in the great ages of Indian mysticism, in the holy Ganges of mystical contemplation. The stream of Indian mysticism is very strong, mainly among German philosophers. Paul Ernst, Count Kaiserling, and Theodor Lessing reflect with considerable clarity this admiration for the spiritualism of the East. Point 3. In connection with this, it is interesting to pose once again a number of basic philosophical questions that we have discussed earlier, and for purposes of illustration, to take the works of Lessing both in their critical and in their positive aspects. 148 UAS. In his work Europa und ASEAN, Lessing provides a scathing critique of rational cognition in general. It is curious, above all, to dwell on his detailed criticism of the scientific picture of the world. In making this criticism, he uses the example of light. His thesis can be summed up as follows. The first stage is cognition of 7 colors and of the transitions between them. This is science on the first plane. 2. Then follows science on the second plane, the second reality waves of various lengths. Here we find the process of desqualificatio, the phenomena of the first plane grow pale, and in place of colors, thfh tal substrat to the forefront. G. Next follows a still stricter science, a further process occurs in which the surface phenomena of life fall away and a third reality appears. Maxwell and Faraday teach us that behind light waves there are electrical forces. 4. Does the matter reach its conclusion with this? No. Beyond these stages are energy processes with purely quantitative attributes. 5. Does the process of desqualificatio, and of shedding surface phenomena, end with this? No. The world, bereft of light and luster, a purely numerical world of mathematical physics, is transformed into a world of atoms, of space, time, movement, of process above all. The atom is regarded only as a planetary system susceptible to calculation and regulated by quanta, that is, by pure relationships. Light has been explained. But what has remained of it? A useful, serviceable formula. This Western European calculating science kills life. Counterposed to it is the symbolic knowledge of the East. So argues Professor Lessing. Let us dwell on this for a little. As we can see, there is nothing here that is fundamentally new to us, with the exception perhaps of the clear and systematic way in which everything is set forward. In essence, however, we have already answered the author's objections. The reality is, first, this criticism only has meaning as a criticism of physical idealism, in which the substance of the world is represented by a mathematical formula, that is, a symbol. But the author takes quite a liberty in interpreting the scientific picture of the world this way. In fact, the formula does reflect objective reality. The formula is not the substance, it is the formula of the substance, its reflection, a picture of it. That is by no means the same thing. Second, despite what Lessing says, what exists here is not various realities, a first, second, third, up to a sixth. What exists is one and the same reality. The first plane is reality taken in its relationship to the subject. The second and all subsequent planes are the same reality in relation to its various aspects, more general and less general. In principle, electrons can also be broken down into smaller components. But these still undiscovered components of electrons do not destroy electrons, just as electrons do not destroy atoms, atoms do not destroy molecules, molecules do not destroy the Earth, the planets and the Sun do not destroy the solar system, the latter does not destroy larger astral systems, and so forth. The one exists within the other, and passes over into the other. Here we have a diversity of associations within one reality, not a diversity of realities. Third, contrary to Lessing, there is no question here, for anyone with a dialectical understanding of the process of cognition, of annulling qualitative aspects, since we also find present qualitative peculiarities of the elements and qualitative characteristics of their diverse connections and relationships. This is all the more obvious since if we move upward from electrons, atoms, and so on, we also have living matter, the organic world, passing beyond the bounds of physics and chemistry. In relation to the subject, the object does have luster, color, and so on. This enters into the general picture of the universe, which also includes the subject, as we explained in detail in the chapter on the cognizability of things in themselves, where we criticized the Kantian conception of these things in themselves. Lessing's idealist criticism is therefore correct only when it is directed against idealism in general, and specifically, again at physical idealism of all hues. His criticism does not in any way affect the positions of dialectical materialism, of which this venerable philosopher does not in any case have the slightest notion. Collapsing along with this are all of Lessing's subsequent arguments, which are concentrated in the following two main positions. 1. We experience only the image. We become bereft of life at that moment when, growing estranged and making our departure, we objectively gain cognition. Becoming familiar with the growing, producing, dreaming ichuage is something that must be sharply distinguished from the judgments and evaluations of consciousness. With the latter we pass beyond nature, and in this sense physics end. 150. Psychology represent a passage beyond nature. In relation to the directly perceptible world, physics is therefore metaphysics. Lessing also bravely formulates the following paradox. It sounds preposterous, but it is absolutely correct that the only person who penetrates into the depths of nature is the one who remains on the surface of its phenomena. Not a experimenter in the natural sciences. Not a psychologist. Not a physician. Not a mathematician. And so forth. On the contrary, the person who experiences this profundity is the one who believes the sun to be a shining disk, the sea of a 15-kopeck coin, suspended from the firmament. That is putting it plainly. Unmusical, uncreative natures, with their arithmetization, their quest to understand the world, their logification of the world, do away with life. Direct experience ia placed in doubt the focusing of microscopes, telescopes, and camerae obscuri comes to intervene between humanity and nature, people become prosthetic beings. And so on and so forth. Though sometimes witty, these arguments are in essence bankrupt. If human beings through the USC of scientific apparatus are able to extend and broaden their sensory perceptions, then according to Lessing, they take their leave of nature, a process of denaturing occurs. But from this point of view a dog or an infusorium has a better knowledge of nature than a man or woman. So what is all this about? How are we supposed to put up with such rubbish? What grain of rationality might there be in it since one never encounters absolute rubbish? Let us analyze it. Lessing advances the following thesis: the human sense of power is growing. But the human sense of being is disappearing. The sense of power, however, rests on genuinely growing power. How can this power be possible in the absence of real cognition, that is, penetration into the depths of nature? One can laugh as much as one likes at Bacon's proposition that power is linked to cognition, but this link is a real one. Here the mystics display a clear ambiguity. On the one hand, they seem to acknowledge that a human being in his or her own fashion actually does have some kind of reality, though this reality is not the one they are really looking for. On the other hand, they assert that the scientific picture of the world is merely a bare formula, which Mysticische and Western Europäische Philosophy 151 leads beyond nature. But if it led beyond nature, that is, if it announced itself to be the substance of the world, then where would this power and the corresponding sense of power have appeared from? The entire concept is clearly splitting at its seams. What lies concealed behind all this? To answer this question, we have to turn our attention to the following argument of our philosopher. The sun is indeed what it is. Experience this, and you know it. Nature does not lie. But what is going on here, if the reality of knowledge gives me a sun quite different from the one that the psi can see, that the senses can perceive? This scientific sun, of course, is real. But it can be perceived only as a concept. 1, however, confine myself to that which is experienced. Clearly opening up here is a dual reality. Reality never exists without some form of behavior on my part. It is one thing when I am active, and another when I am passive. For me, a logical, ethical and a religious aesthetic orientation mediate different realities. Europe takes a willful attitude, and Asia, a contemplative one. Europe sees its nature in an active manner, Asia stands passively within it. The European individual actively transcending its resistance, the Asian breathes rhythmically and contemplates passively, like a plant, an animal, or a child. So argues Lessing. We shall leave his absolutization of the differences between Europe and Asia without detailed refutation. It is enough to point out that no anchorites, mystics, or philosophers, of the Brahmin, Buddhist, or any other persuasion, could exist even in India if it were not for the fact that in the same India there are people who work to support them, that is, relate actively to nature and, in one way or another, rationally cognize it. It is true that Lessing was enraptured with the arguments of the Chinese sage Confucius, according to whom you will not be burnt by a GRE if you love fire, you will not be drowned by water if you love water, you will not be torn to bits by a lion if you love the lion, and according to whom it is better, if you want to prevent or extinguish a fire, to obey your parents than to construct a pump. However sublime this love for all nature, the real inks and relationships bypass these illusions, and in Asia people have worked, and at times shed their blood as well. They have never had time to fall into nirvana or into pure contemplation. Among mystical philosophers, contemplation has been a fact. But what follows from this? Has there, as Lessing argues, been a different reality? Of course not. There has been a different perception, a different reflection of reality, and insofar as passive mystical contemplation iaconceived, this reflection is not of an intellectual type. Here, consequently, we are not talking about cognition, but about a different type of relationship, that is, not about a cognitive reflection, although cognitive aspects are not excluded entirely, since vital activity is an integral whole, and even mysticism in practice has rational features, located perhaps in its pores, especially when this mystical experience is subject to logical reworking. It should be noted in particular that in Hindu spiritual systems the subjects adopt an active attitude toward themselves. This involves an enormous training of the will, including exercises with breathing and the pulse, directing the activity of one's organs, and so forth. This has a number of positive results in the areas of physiology, psychology, and hypnosis. But this is a special question. In essence, there is nothing mystical there. As for attitudes toward nature, and the mystical contemplation of nature, passive contemplation of course yields a different picture of the world, or more accurately, a different sensation of the world. This proceeds along lines which we have termed the sphere of shared experience of nature. This shared experience confers no advantage in cognitive terms. Its mystical religious form yields no cognitive results, and neither, therefore, is there any increase in human knowledge or in the power of humanity over nature. Lessing is in raptures over animism, natural gods, demonology, and so forth, but these are sociomorphic for me of primitive cognition, the roots of which are as clear as noonday. What is there to be envious of here? The rational kernel of all this mysticism, however, consists in the yearning of despiritualized capitalist humanity for nature. Shut up in a stone coffin, the urban neurasthenic, deprived of sun, forests, waters, and air, overwhelmed by the din of machines, transformed into a screw in a gigantic mechanism, yearns for a ray of sun, for light, for greenery, for the purling of a brook. Such a person is damaged, deformed. His or her biological nature protests at being torn asunder from the natural world. This is the problem, and its solution lies in socialism. The problem is not, however, one of cognition, but of people's way of life. It does not have to do with a higher type of penetration into the secrets of nature, it is a problem of achieving a greater fullness of life. I.e. need for the shared experience of nature, that is, for the enjoyment of nature, for closeness to it, for links with it, for aesthetic love of it, is a legitimate need and a rightful protest against the abnormality of the pulled, one-sided urban human being of capitalist culture. But in exactly the same way as this does not justify rejecting machines and theoretical science, it does not justify rejecting rational cognition either. Under socialism, people will enjoy nature and feel its warm breath. But they will not turn into primitive animists, nor, for people under socialism, will poetic metaphors take the place of the rational cognition that develops along with the practical power of humanity's technical equipment. This rational cognition does not by any means lead beyond nature, on the contrary, it makes possible a deeper and deeper penetration into nature's secrets. But of course, no microscope can substitute for the biological enjoyment of mountain air, or for the glow of the dawn sky. Science also has its aesthetic. But neither science nor the scientific aesthetic can take the place of the biological need for direct communion with nature, since cognition cannot take the place of food, drink, and chronic life. To deprive someone of sexual pleasures is to cripple that person. But it does not flow from this that sexual delight can substitute for intellectual cognition, or that erotic oblivion and ecstasy are the high-end form of cognition, more profound than rational cognition in general. Meanwhile, the arguments of Lessing and others are very much along these lines. Self-emasculation is the lulling of life, and in just the same way, becoming divorced from nature is the killing of the fullness of life, that is, the partial killing of life. This, however, has no relation to the question of the type of cognition. It could even be said that drawing close to nature, improving the general tone of faith, bringing about the healing of humanity, will lead to an even greater flourishing of rational cognition, to the dying out of race-ticism, and furthermore, to the defeat and destruction of any and all idealism, which will disappear together with the disappearance of its social base, will disappear along with the division of labor into mental and physical, urban and rural, supervisory and non-supervisory. Vanishing along with them will be the dichotomy of Europe and Asia. 15. The so-called philosophy of identity. Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel, who stand side by side in the history of Western European philosophy, sought to resolve the basic philosophical question of the relationship between thought and being from the point of view of identity. However, both Schelling and Hegel, not to speak of Fichte with his distinctive subjective idealism, are justly included in the category of idealists. The result is that for these philosophers, identity is not identity at all, since in the formula A equals A, the second A can be shifted to the place of the first, and vice versa, the two elements will coincide just as before, since they really are identical. The concept of other being is not a formula of identity, since it is not at all the same thing to say that spirit is an other being of matter, or that matter is an other being of spirit. The property of being an other being is a special one that denotes a particular type of real link, in which identity is not simply identity, but where primacy is retained by a particular side in the identity equation. Properly speaking, what is involved here is not even A equals A, but the formula A equals other being B, which is far from the same thing. To Fichte, the I represents the underlying principle in the whole system. This is not an empirical, individual, concrete I, qualitatively defined in its individuality, peculiarity, and separateness, but an I in large letters, that is, general or so-called pure consciousness, or to put it differently, the transcendental unity of SCLF consciousness with its indispensable forms or acts. Its primary act is the will. This abstract I presumes its own existence, distinguishes opposites, and unifies them. In other words, the basic philosophical question is hidden in the I as if in a sack. Everything that is occurs in the I and through it, is how the active, energetic side of the prix receives emphasis. In this, however, the following would seem to flow: if I equals everything, then everything equals I. Inverting the formula, we immediately come up against the difficulty that was noted by Hegel when he spoke out in concert with Schelling. Hegel observes that Fichtean identity is an identity of a special type. To Fichte, the I is simultaneously both subject and object, that is, a subject-object. This subject-object, however, is a subjective subject-object. Thea also means that here, in essence, there is merely the appearance of identity. The problem has not been solved, but is reproduced in a new form. Hegel provides an astute description of this Fichtean I. This monstrous arrogance, the mad self-conceit I, which at the thought that it constitutes a single whole with the universe, that eternal nature acts within it, takes fright, experiences revulsion, and falls into depression, the tendency to be horrified, to gripe, and to be repelled at the thought of the eternal jaws of nature and their subordination to stern, sacred necessity, this despair at the thought that there is no freedom from the eternal laws of nature and their strict necessity, these inclinations to consider itself indescribably unfortunate because of the necessity of this obedience, all these feelings presuppose the most commonplace point of view, devoid for the most part of all reason. The Fichtean I, according to Hegel, has the same relation to things as an empty purse has to money. To Fichte, therefore, the subject-object is subjective. How, then, does Schelling cope with this task? For Schelling, the starting point is the absolute, cognizable only through intuition. This is a primary essence, complete indifference to the subjective and objective. Various degrees of development proceed further. The real world, as an endless world of isolated things, falls into two parts, the real, and the ideal. Nature can be reduced to reason, and reason to nature, while the universe is the identity of both. There are not two different worlds, there is only one and the same world, in which everything is contained, including that which in ordinary consciousness is counterposed, such as nature and spirit. In the first place, however, there arises here a dualism of the absolute and of the world, of an undifferentiated identity and of the identity of the differentiated. Secondly, the subject-object is presented in such a way that the subject itself is objectified, while its relationship with the object, and consequently its disintegration, remains. On the other hand, the verbally proclaimed identity is not in fact identity, since nature is merely an other being of the spirit. As we saw earlier, Schelling in his general deduction of the dynamic process wrote, all qualities are sensations, all bodies are ideas about nature, and nature itself, together with its sensations and ideas, is, so to speak, congealed thought. The constant, unchanging spirit has given rise to nature, and the development of nature, i.e. the arousing of the spirit from sleep. Nature is thus an other being of the world spirit. In Hegel, Schelling's opposition between the undifferentiated absolute and the world is done away with, since according to Hegel, the history of the absolute spint is the history of the world. However, for him, the spirit is not an other being of the world at a particular stage of development, but on the contrary, the world is an other being of the spirit, a particular, distinct age of it. Consequently, the philosophy of identity is not in fact a philosophy of identity. Fichte transfers everything into the I, and in this abstract L, which is also an idealist's starting point, a comedy which is both divine and human is played out. In Schelling there is absolute motion, but it is the spirit that gives birth to nature. In Hegel, the action of the world spirit has nature merely as its other being. In the Phenomenology of Spirit, Hegel writes, reason is the conviction of consciousness that it constitutes all of reality. This is how idealism expresses its idea 3. According to Hegel, the absolute spirit passes through 3 stages. The first is that of the logical idea, the second is that of Nature, and the third is that of the absolute spirit. In logic, the idea moves in the abstract sphere of thought. In nature the same idea appears in another, counterposed form, not in the form of pure logical concepts, but in that of perceptible objects. The development of nature is not development in the normally understood sense, but merely a reflection of the logical development of ideas, of a development which in its dialectical movement reveals the potentialities inherent in the idea. On closer examination, therefore, the identity here proves to be merely verbal, a purely linguistic identity. No one has ever disputed, and no one now disputes, that the philosophy of Schelling is mystical through and through. But the so-called panlogism of Hegel is not, in essence, a dry panlogism either, since as we earlier noted in passing, it has a great many purely mystical features. In general, it should be noted that Hegel inherited far more from Schelling than is usually thought. There can be no doubt that Hegel's philosophy contains a huge quantity of alien elements in borrowed form. This is clear to anyone who has studied the great idealist. It is widely known that in the early phases of Hegel's development, when he was collaborating with Schelling, he found a Schelling-style mysticism perfectly acceptable. Also widely familiar is his philosophical profession de foi, set out in the poem Eluists. The mind shows itself in contemplation. That which I called mind disappears. I surrender myself to the infinite. In it, a reverential mood. Its thinking, such as it is, remains a cacophony of bells or a warm, misty phenomenon, musical thinking that does not produce an idea, which would be an immanent objective image. It is pure emotion. And so forth. Point 8. So what is the result? The outcome is to be found in a reason in which everything is immersed, and this universal flood is, as it were, the vanquishing of dualism on the basis of identity. In practice this means that human reason has as various of its forms the sun, the moon, the stars, the Milky Way, and the entire universe. In some respects this lightens the task. If, for example, things are the same as ideas, the question of cognition becomes especially simple, and the difficulties practically disappear. This disappearance of the problems is achieved, however, at the price of a gigantic distortion of the actual relationships. At its core, Hegel's philosophical system is closer to religion than to science. Despite this, Hegel's dialectics is a great treasure trove of thought. All that has to be remembered is that dialectics is acceptable to us only in its materialist form. This means, however, that one cannot limit oneself simply to placing a different mathematical sign in front of dialectics. Form depends on content. This Hegelian proposition is absolutely correct. From this flows an especially critical attitude toward the greatest philosopher of the bourgeoisie. To read Hegel materialistically, as Lenin recommended, means to alter him, systematically correcting him on the basis of the knowledge provided to us by the gigantic growth of modern science. Hegel himself in many places formulated with uncommon clarity the link between his own objective idealism and religion. For example, in the Sentence of Logic he writes, "It is wrong to think that we are firat of all given objects that make up the content of our ideas, and that we join to chem our subjective activity, drawing off and seizing their general features, and that in this way we form concepts. Ideas exist prior to objecta, and objects owe all their qualities to that idea chat lives and is manifested in them. Religion recognizes this when it teaches that God created the earth from nothing, or in other words, that the world and everything in it came from one common source, from the fullness of divine thoughts and designs. This means that thought, or more precisely, the idea, is an infinite form, a free creative activity, which translates its content into reality without any need for outside material. Point 9. This passage from the Great Logic clarifies in marvelous fashion the thesis of the phenomenology of spirit, where Hegel states that religion and philosophy have the same content, but that philosophy captures in an idea what the so-called philosophy of identity told. Religion captures in an image. Both express the same thing. These are phases in the motion of the same ideal principle that is the idea, the spint, God. Revealed here in all its fullness is first of all the fact that the philosophy of identity is not a philosophy of identity, and secondly, the fact that the development of idealism inevitably leads it to religion. In this sense, the movement of idealism from the subjective to the objective is internally contradictory. The more objective idealism becomes, the closer it approaches somersaulting, as Lenin put it, to materialism, and at the same time, the further it distances itself from materialism, joining directly with religion. Especially interesting is the starting point of Hegel's logic. It is well known that for Hegel, logic is at the same time ontology. Here Hegel poses the question, where to begin? He answers it as follows. We find here a solution which can also be considered arbitrary, a Deschian that we want to examine thought as such. The principle must therefore be assoliate or abstract, it muate presuppose nothing, must not be mediated by anything, and must not have a bat. Rather, it must itself be the basis of all science. Therefore, it must be absolutely unmediated, or rather, must in general be unmediatedness itself. It appears strange at first glance that he dwells so relatively lightly on the theme, beloved of the Kantian. Why? Because, indeed, for Hearn causality is only one of the determinations of universal connection, which he had already covered earlier, in his entire exposition, much more deeply and all-sidedly, always and from the very outset emphasizing this connection. The reciprocal transitions also turn out to be different. We have already cited the example of the seemingly eternal law according to which heating a body causes it to expand. In astrophysics, however, heating serves to compress a body through the operation of quite different ambient conditions, that is, other relations and mediations. These cannot simply be thrown overboard, and here, consequently, we see a type of conventional relation, which in no way excludes or replaces either causation or interaction. Next, we can for example recall mathematical relationships, which express typical real relations. If, for example, we formulate the so-called theorem of Pythagoras, which was already known to the ancient Egyptians and which states that the square of the hypotenuse is equal to the sum of the squares of the other two sides, this is again a special type of relation. Here one thing does not flow from another, as in the relationship between cause and effect, but the one is given simultaneously with the other. If we take the theory of functions, we have something that is similar, but dynamic. This means that we still have two types of bonds and relations that do not fit within the frameworks of the above categories. Let us, further, take the relationship between thinking and being, between the mental and physical, between thought and the brain. The designation physical here is not precise, since the subject is exclusively living matter, and not simply the physical body, which as we have seen, is not the same thing. Can it be said here that the brain is the cause of thought, that the relationship is of the causal type? We think that strictly speaking, it cannot. Two completely different issues are intermingled here, the question of the genesis of spirit, and that of a specific relationship. Thinking matter arose out of inorganic matter. In this sense matter is primary, and spirit secondary. In this sense, matter is the cause of spirit. We cannot, however, tear spirit away from matter, since matter did not simply give birth to spirit in isolation. In an impossible isolation, matter gave risk to thinking matter through a chain of sensing matter. The relation between the body and spirit of a subject is not a causal relation for the simple reason that these are not two different objects, one extensive and the other non-extensive, but are one and the same. The thinking body. TMB General Laws and Relations of Being 173. Has the property of being conscious of itself and others. Consciousness is not an object, but an other being of a thinking body. The function of consciousness 18 a particular form of the nervous and physiological functions of the hemispheres of the brain, as part of a whole outside of which the brain is not a brain. If it were ever proven that the brain radiated some specific energy, this would not in essence change the question at all, since the energy concerned would then have its own, sufficient, distinct form. The theory of psychophysical parallelism is unacceptable because it establishes a relationship between two substances when they do not exist. In its descriptive part it is correct, in the language of psychology, this and that corresponds to the nervous physiological process. However, there are not two processes here, but one and the same. The specific nature of the bond and relationship is that the dialectical opposites coincide in their direct identity as one, equal to itself. The usual breaking of heads on this point occurs because people search either for a visual representation, while a visual representation, a sensible image, is excluded here if I mean, or, people want to set forth this peculiar and specific type of bond, this special category of relations, the category of other being, in concepts that correspond to other specific categories, which is also impossible. Meanwhile, the problem here is a false one. This relation exists as a special, unique association, a special type of real bond, and it is necessary to formulate it mentally, that is, in conception, as a special type, in all its originality, specificity, and relative opposition to other forms and types of relation. None of this excludes the existence of relations of a special type on the plane of other beings themselves. Such relations include, for example, laws of association. Let us now take the type of relations expressed by the so-called mathematical statistical law. The usual example employed here is that of the law of large numbers, illustrated by the act of flipping a coin. The greater the number of throws, the more nearly the number of heads approaches half the total. To treat a mathematical statistical law as something outside of experience, with no relation to reality, to consider pure mathematics as something having no contact with earthly life, is pure rubbish. We are no longer talking of the concept of number, and so on. Here, it is obvious that behind the back of the mathematical law stands the correct minting of a coin, giving it a symmetrical phone. If the center of gravity of the coin were shifted, the results would be different as well. Here, too, we therefore find a definite type of real relation, a special type. The debates conducted in the field of modern theoretical physics around questions of statistical laws, concerning the nature of law in the macrocosmos, are founded in real problems. At any rate, we have the question here of a new type of relation. This is yet another example confirming Lenin's thinking. Further, let us take the laws of dialectics. In Anti-Kring, Engels described these laws as general and all-encompassing principles embracing nature, society, and thought. In the Dialectics of Nature, he provided brilliant examples of dialectical materialism as a method of research in the highest reaches of theoretical science. Marx in both his historical and philosophical works proved himself an unsurpassed master of this method. All of Captit, from start to finish, is also permeated with the spirit of dialectics. It was not by chance that Leik in one of his aphorisms noted that many mandats did not know Hegel, and therefore did not have a thorough grasp of capital. But just what are dialectical laws? For example, the law of diremption, the interpenetration of opposites, the negation of the negation, the transition from quantity to quality, and so forth. Are these laws of causation? No. Are they conventional? Again, no. Statistical? Still less S0. What, then, are they? They are laws of dialectics, yes, laws of dialectics, particular, specific laws, laws that are sut generis, and moreover, of the most general type. This is only one question as regards the general types of laws. But in this connection, we must also recall what was said earlier about particular and specific laws relating to each type of motion of qualitatively different types of matter, in the first instance physical, chemical, and biological, then social, and so on. As we have seen, the woodenness, narrowness, and relative stupidity of mechanistic materialism was founded on incomprehension of the category of measure, of leaps, and of specific qualitics. Consequently, the difference between the above types is further multiplied by the specific nature of the laws that flow out of the nature of the object itself, and by the specific, immanent character of the subject. Herc, however, indignant voices interrupt you. This is too much. The devil only know what the author has agreed to here. Don't you know that this is pluralism of the first order? Nothing remains here of the monism on which Marxists have always prided themselves since the Timk of N. Beltoffs. Book that caused such an uproar. Point 4 All the laws are split up and on different shelves. Catch has its special shelf, everything is partitioned off. Outside of the specific, everything is smashed and destroyed, and here we are before the old trough of pluralism. This is truly shameful dialectics, and for us, a shameful transformation into our opposites. How turnable, comrades! More terrible than we can even express. What is the problem? The problem is, first, that qualitatively different objects are related among themselves. They are both individual and specific, and at the same time linked with others, interpenetrating one another. Here are to be found diversity and unity in diversity. In line with this, the laws as well are united here by the laws of dialectics. Finally, all the laws of dialectics are tied in a single knot of necessity, the opposite of which, chance, is itself a form of necessity. Necessity is the supreme category, which expresses unity, monism. Monism does not reflect a flat, trivial, calm, comfortable unity, alien to inadvertence. It represents a diverse, disintegrated, contradictory unity, with various opposing parts and aspects that interpenetrate one another. Here there is not even a scent of pluralism. And neither is there an aroma of vulgarism. Our opponents, however, dream of revenge. They are rising in revolt, and already we hear voices. Well then, you have surrendered the materialist position. Contrary to Marx, Engels, and Lenin, you consider that spirit is an other being of matter. Be so kind as to tell us, is this not in reality the position of the philosophy of identity, that is, of idealist philosophy? That's fine materialism. To which we reply. In the first place, our worthy opponents are no doubt aware that Plekhanov defined Marxism as a type of Spinozism. And we all know what Spinozism is. Secondly, IC is by no means a matter of indifference whether we say that spirit is an other being of matter or that matter is an other being of spirit. If it were all the same, then Hegel, for example, would not be an objective idealist, but a materialist, Schelling would not be a mystic, but a materialist, and so on. The argument turns into its own opposite. Thirdly, dialectical materialism is characterized by a historical view of the subject. After giving paramount importance to the origin of thinking, matter in organic matter, by this very fact we have assigned paramount importance to this inorganic matter as a historical and logical prius. A stone does not think, the earth as a whole does not think, and there is no spirit of the earth, no soul of the earth, no world spirit, and so on, of which an other being might be the material universe, nature, or the earth as a planet. On the earth, it is people who philosophize, and there is no other spirit weaving spider webs of philosophical ideas. Idealism therefore rests on the ultimate concept of teleology and of a freedom that posits goals, while materialism rests on the idea of strict necessity. This does not mean that materialism fails to see, anywhere, purposefulness or regularity of purpose. However, materialism subordinates this regularity to the strict concept of necessity, 50 that it occupies a special place and is at the same time an expression of necessity. In idealist systems, meanwhile, this regularity of purpose is the demiurge of the world. However, we have deliberately kept this question separate, so as to analyze it in a special chapter, especially since this idea has now become very fashionable both in philosophy and in science, particularly in vitalist biology. 18. Teleology. In Aristotle's Metaphysics, we read about the organization of the universe. We have to investigate in what way the nature of the whole contains within itself the good and the best, whether it contains them within itself as something separate and existing on its own, or as an order, or why they are present within it in a dual fasbion, as we see, for example, in the case of an army. In an army, the good consists both in the order that prevails within it, and in the commander. The latter represents the good of the army to an even greater degree than the follower, since the commander does not exist thanks to the order, but the order exists thanks to him. Everything is coordinated in a certain manner, but not everything is coordinated identically. Let us take, for example, live swimming creatures, live flying creatures, and plants. These are not ordered in such a way that none of them has any relation to another, they exist in mutual relationships. Everything is coordinated in a angle system, just a 9 in a house. People are not by any means permitted to do just as they like, but on the contrary, everything or most of what they do is regulated. Slaves and animals, on the other hand, do little that is aimed at the general good. The principle of every creature is its nature. To back up his idea about the commander of the universe, that is, God, the great philosopher and sage, the enter of Alexander the Great, cites Homer, to have more than one leader is always harmful, let one person be the ruler. This position of Aristotle immediately reveals the social class underpinnings of his theoretical constructs. The mode of production is reflected in this mode of presentation in a truly inimitable, truly classical form. 177. What is at issue here is not the rich content of Aristotle's philosophical work. It would be an appalling vulgarization and oversimplification to see some social, economical or political category behind almost every philosophical idea. Aristotle observed the object of science while resting on an intellectual heritage. He gathered a gigantic volume of empirical material, and was himself scientifically and philosophically creative. But the overall stylistic forms of his thought reflected the general style of the epoch, of its military slave-owning spirit, which was conditioned by the mode of production. What is involved is precisely the road of presentation, to use Marx's expression. Why have we picked on Aristotle? For the reason that, right up until the present, teleological philosophers and scientists have in essence chewed over what Aristotle provided in his initial concept, of which more below. And why did we begin with the above-cited passage? Because it is also the key to a logical and social historical understanding of the teleological concept. This will be confirmed in full measure by the account that follows. According to Aristotle's doctrine, the activity of a form is required if matter, i.e. to exist. Form here does not imply one or another external appearance or real structure of matter, but something quite different, an active principle. Matter in itself merely represents a possibility, it is transformed into reality, acquiring the form of reality only in the presence of an active principle. This active principle is entelecheia, free activity, containing within itself a purpose and representing the realization of this purpose. Entelecheia is pure activity, activity from within itself. Absolute substance is the unity of form and matter, containing, that is, good, the universal purpose, God. The purpose is, therefore, the good in each thing, and in general, the very best or the highest good in nature. The soul is entelecheia. It is not matter that moves itself, but the master. Entelecheia moves that which constitutes the object of desire and of the thinker, but is itself immobile. This is the purpose, the beautiful, the good. In order to understand nature, it follows from this point of view that it is necessary to distinguish two main categories, 1, the purpose, and 2, necessity. By TB purpose is understood not an external aim, but an immanent one, present internally in the object as an internal striving which may algo reveal itself as THC mind in the absence of thought. Necessity is merely the external, materialized, objective manifestation of the purpose. This, in sum, is the doctrine of Aristotle, which has been elaborated in all its details, especially in relation to the living, that is, to the organic. It should be noted, however, that in this sense Aristotle understands all nature as being organic, that is, as life. Consequently, the order of the universe is a copy of the slave-owning order, a microcosm projected onto the macrocosm, the all. At the head of the universe ig a master who determines the goals, and whose goals are objectified in order, in each thing in which the good constitutes a purpose. At the same time, this purpose is a molecule, so to speak, of entelecheia, both of the general entelecheia, the active form of the world, and of ita motive principle, matter and the object are merely an embryo that develops according to a norm established in it and to a purpose immanent in it. This latter is also the force of development whose external manifestation is necessity. Paramount importance is thus assigned to the causa finalis, to which the causa efficiens is completely subject. Intellectual reworking may have made the system elaborate and refined, but its anthropomorphism, or more correctly, its sociomorphism, with a thoroughly animist core, is as plain as the palm of one's hand. Hegel, in his lectures on the history of philosophy, cannot find words sufficient to express his delight at this aspect of Aristotle's teaching. In the philosophy of nature, Hegel wrestles with the concept of an external goal, but stands like a mountain for immanent teleology, in which the wisdom of God is expressed. The concept of a purpose as immanent to the objects of nature embodies their cerebral determinateness, in the same way as, for example, the germ of a plant already contains, in real potential, everything which is later found on the trek, and consequently this germ, representing purposeful activity, strives purely for self-preservation. This concept of a purpose in nature was already familiar to Aristotle, and he termed this purposeful activity the nature of the thing. Teleological understanding. Such understanding is the highest form, therefore consists in nature being regarded as free in ita distinctive living activity. 4. 180. External teleology is considered here to be unauthentic. Through its crudity, it clearly has discredited itself and the notorious workings of the Lord, that is, all of teleology. Hegel ridiculed the idea that sheep were created in order to be shorn, just as Goethe did the idea that the cork oak exists in order to provide corks, and Heine, the idea that lambs and other animals exist in order to provide soup. These and other absurdities clearly show the impossibility of external teleology. True, immanent teleology is on the other hand recognized by Hegel as the supreme form of cognition of nature. The social genesis of the idea of immanent teleology is perfectly obvious, and we shall not waste words on it. But what does the conception propounded by the teleologists rest on in logical term? What trait, facet, or quality of real relations was inflated or exaggerated, transformed into an essence, perceived in an illusory relationship instead of a real one? Serving as the material for this conception were the general order and regularity of the world, objective regularity in general, the evident purposefulness in organic nature, which expresses the relatively well-adapted nature of biological species, the instincts of animals, which are sometimes striking for their purposeful character, and the goal-positing activity of human beings, their reasoned activity, in which the aim precedes the action and is realized in purposeful activity. Let us dwell first on biological fitness. Aristotle's Physics contains a remarkable discourse in which the author takes issue with the brilliant insight of Empedocles, who foretold Darwin's theory of evolution. This is astonishing but true. Aristotle argues that when drought damages a grain crop, this is a natural phenomenon that is quite accidental in relation to the grain. Here the relationship is external, and it is in this that the accidental nature of the cause consists. There is, however, a necessary relationship of things involved, an externa, necessity. But if this is so, Aristotle continues, what is there to prevent us effecting thing which appears to us as a part, for example, a part of an animal, might of its nature behave in the same arbitrary fashion? For example, the fact that front teeth are sharp, and well suited to biting through food, while back teeth are broad and are coordinated to grinding food, may be the result of pure chance. This may not have occurred from necessity, with the teeth being fitted for a given purpose. In exactly the same way, this reasoning can be applied to other parts of the body which, as it seems to NS, have a particular purpose, so that in this case the lying being in which by chance everything loomed out in such a way that it served a particular purpose, survived precisely because everything turned out as it did, although initially Kai's expedient arrangement arose by chance, on the basis of outside necessity. Aristotle goes on to say that this objection pertains to Empedocles, who argued that the world was originally inhabited by monstera, and that these monsters perished because they were ill-adapted. What objections does Aristotle raise against Empedocles? And how does the Aristotle of the bourgeoisic, Hegel, come to the aid of the slave-owning Aristotle? The arguments directed against Empedocles by both philosophers are pompous, unspecific, and at the same time worthless. Nothing is directed against empirical science apart from the arrogance and superciliousness of the pure idea. Hegel mocks the term emergence, describing this as senseless development. Meanwhile, the word senseless is used with a dual meaning, so as in this way to glorify the sense of the purpose. Hegel's vituperation is obviously naive, because the claim of senselessness has a compromising function when there ought to be thought but is not, and does nothing to compromise that which lies outside the very category of thought. The ahas is founded on petio principia. Meanwhile, what are Aristotle's objections? Nature signifies precisely that whatever something becomes, that is how it has existed since the very beginning. It cans internal universality and self-realizing expediency, 80 that the cause and the action are one and the same, since all the separate elitents are correlated with this single goal. On the other hand, the person who accepts the arbitrary formation described hereby destroys nature and that which arises out of nature, since that which arises out of nature is that which has in itself some fundamental principle through which, in incessant motion, it achieves its purpose. 5. Hegel is in raptures. Here is the whole of the true profound notion of life. Beautiful, exalted, and so forth. But where is there even the shadow of proof? One decree, one logical manifesto addressed to an army, and one complete repetition, in the guise of a proof, of something that ought to figure only as a conclusion. In his commentaries on Aristotle, Hegel himself advances the following considerations. Aristotle's concept of immanent purpose has been lost beneath the influence of two factors, mechanistic philosophy and theological physics. Theological physics has put forward the idea of LT cause, that is, it has alio appealed in its own fashion to the external. Mechanistic philosophy has placed at the basis press sures, stimulus, chemical relational IP and ASA rule, always J rihati hip which, it is true, I to nature, but which do not flow out of THF. The body, but repline appendage supplied from outside, Ica color ina uid 6. Hegel then goes on to praise Kant for his concept of life as an end in itself. Here an otherworldly God is placed on the same level with otherworldly matter. Once again, Hegel in essence does not argue, but simply lays down the law, rendering his concept of nature so profound that he proclaims natural relationships to be something alien to nature, like tiny particles of coloring pigment suspended in water. But if these relationships are alien, whose are they? What world were they borrowed from? If they are alien both to the spirit and to nature, then what are they even from the point of view of Hegel's philosophy? To this, there is no answer. In this way, the urge to throw off real nature whatever might happen leads woe manifestly sense lisa development. But let us move on to the essence of the matter. In the sense of the relative adaptation of species to the external environment, conformity to purpose is a fact. The aim of the exercise is not to deny this fact, but to reveal it a real content, and to locate it within the general dialectical relations of nature. Empedocles addressed this question in thoroughly correct fashion. A mutation accidental, as was noted earlier, is caught up in the process of selection. Those individuals of the species who possess a useful mutation have greater chances of surviving, while those that are less fitted for survival perish. The process of selection sifts out the best adapted, which remain alive. When arranged in a single line, they provide a picture of conformity to a purpose. But what is this process really about? However we might interpret the mutation, there is no predetermined goal here. The fitness of a number of individua, as a result of selection, is a necessary consequence, the reverse side of which is a savage millionfold nonconformity, that is, the death of a vast, infinitely great quantity of the ill-adapted. The conformity to a purpose appears here post factum, and not as a motivating aim. It is, to speak, a byproduct of necessity, only in this sense and with this meaning can it find a place for itself. In other words, the conformity to a purpose is an aspect of necessity. This was not understood by Aristotle, nor by Hegel, nor by our half-baked Russian anti-Darwinists, such as Danilevsky, nor by the modern-day vitalists headed by Hans Deniesque. Thus, the whole teleological conception collapses. It can also, however, be destroyed from the other end. The expedient tooth of the tiger, outwardly representing a boon for the tiger and an example of entlechie, represents a negative for another creature, let us say, a fallow deer. For a deer, herbivorous teeth represent a boon in relation to grass. Meanwhile, they are negative from the point of view of the grass, negative from the point of view of the deer in relation to the ager, and positive from the point of view of the tiger in relation to the deer. So where is the boon of universal entlechie? In the fact that human beings in one way or another make use of the grass, the deer, and the tiger? Where is the higher goal in this? There is no alternative, no other solution. If this is so, however, we return happily to the theory, ridiculed by all, according to which a cork oak exists in order to stop up bottles, a lamb for meat and soup, a sheep in order to be shorn, and lettuce to be eaten with a roast. After taking our leave of this naive, Felis tincture, stupid conception, we cheerfully return to it from the other end, in circular fashion. Immanent teleology reveals its immanent nature and manifests its essence, namely, the fact that it is merely a refined variant of vulgar teleology and that it is vulgarly teleological, with the master, that is, God, arranging everything for humanity, although he often acts quite incomprehensibly. But on this point, we already have Tertullian's Credo quia absurdum. We see the same transmission belt to vulgar teleology in Hegel, who, forgetting how he has mocked this vice, defines a plant, for example, as follows: a plant is a subordinate organism whose purpose is to serve a higher organism and to be an object of its use. 9. The situation is more difficult with instincts, that is, with the capacities of animals to perform actions that correspond to particular goals, ensuring the survival of the species and of the individual. These are inborn and unaccountable factors, uniform and powerful, which objectively and physiologically appear as unconditioned reflexes, while psychologically, most likely, they appear as a dim inclination, an unconscious or obscurely conscious urge. Here, to please Aristotle, there is already a transition to a purpose, the purpose of dyname or potentialities. But this purpose is precisely an aspect of necessity, and here all our previous arguments remain completely valid. Instinctive inclination is transformed into purposes in thinking human beings, passing through a series of intermediate stages on which we need not dwell here. In human beings a new quality comes into being, that of purpose in the real sense of something posited in advance and brought to fruition. We now have the emergence of a subject, a reasoning subject, a subject that formulates goals. This is something fundamentally new. Here we have a leap, though generally speaking, it is prepared by the preceding development, and what we have here is unity of the interrupted and uninterrupted. This, however, is a special, side issue, though it is important in another respect. Here there really are goals stricto sensu, and purposeful activity. Marx in the first volume of Captit cites a well-known example when he compares an architect to a bee. The architect has an image, a plan of the structure the purpose determining his or her activity, that he does not have this, and builds unconsciously. In humanity, nature undergoes a bifurcation, the subject, which has arisen historically, stands counterposed to the object. The object is transformed into matter, into the object of knowledge and of practical mastering. A human being, however, represents a contradiction, a dialectical contradiction. He or she is at one and the same time both an anti-member, that is, a subject counterposed to nature, and a part of this nature, incapable of being torn out of the universal, all-natural, dialectical relationship. when Hegel introduced his trinomial division into mechanism, chemism, and teleology, he in essence used idealist language to formulate the historical stages of development, of real development. Idealist philosophy, however, performs the following operation here: it transforms a category that has appeared as a result of historical development, as an aspect of natural necessity, into an initial given quantity, universalizing this category. Then this given quantity, supposedly primary and universalized, describes a gigantic circle and return to itself. In essence, this trick is not at all difficult, but it best to be understood in its development and according to its nature, as we do here. From this, however, it flows in completely obvious fashion that only the rupture with dialectics, the anadialectical tearing out of teleology from the context of natural histocial necessity, can lead to purpose being elevated into a primary form, that is, the active reasonable basis of all principles. In reality, however, a human being as a biological and aicial historical individual is at the a goal-positing subject, and a link in the chain of natural necessity. The purpose here is an aspect of this necessity, although it is no longer a metaphor, is not the embryo of a purpose, is not dynams, but an actualized purpose, energia. An understanding of thea makes itself felt in Hegel as well, for example, when he says that a human being, in pursuing his or her aims, depends on nature and is subordinate to it. Consequently, we find here, among human beings, a thoroughly real purpose, the posing of objectives, teleology. This is something that actually exists. Teleology itself, however, is an aspect of necessity, an aspect which has arisen in historical fashion. A purpose, at least on earth, is a human purpose. It is quite impossible to project two purposes onto the earth and onto the universe as general entelecheae. If in relation to everything earthly we can say that the earth has purposes, then these are human purposes, the purposes of humankind as a product of the earth and of nature, and not superhuman planetary purposes, an emanated particle of which abides, as it were, in humanity. Dialectical materialism does not treat human beings as machines, it does not deny special qualities, does not deny goals, just as it does not deny reason. But dialectical materialism views these special qualities as a link in the chain of natural necessity. It views human beings in their contradictory duality as antagonists of nature and as part of nature, as both subject and object, while viewing the specific teleological principle as an aspect of the principle of necessity. This corresponds to the real relation of things and processes, while the illusory relation has to be destroyed completely and without mercy. This is how the question of teleology is posed in its general formulation. 19. Freedom and necessity. The above also in essence provides an answer to the notorious question of free will and necessity. At the outset, it should be noted, freedom in the sense of an absence of cause, of indeterminism, pure freedom, is nothing other than the will taken in isolation, without relation to anything outside itself, that is, the same absurd, empty abstraction as the Kantian thing in itself. In the Critique of Pure Reason, therefore, it goes in harness with God and the immortality of the soul as one of the postulates of practical reason. In this hypostasis and isolation of pure free will is the essence of all the moralizing ethical and cultural ethical chatter of the epigones of Kantianism. Another preliminary note must also be made, this time about necessity. Aristotle distinguished between several concepts of necessity, pointing to a triple significance of the word necessary. It referred 1, to constraint, that which is counter to inclination, 2, to that without which good does not exist, and 3, to that which cannot exist otherwise than absolutely. This differentiation is extremely important. The revolt which is raised by idealist philosophers in the name of free will usually appeals to the feckling of freedom, to the perception of the act of free will. Precisely this perception is testimony to the feeling's lack of cause and definition, to its punity in itself and self-sufficiency. Lenin therefore wrote, in his commentations on Ilegal's Great Logic, analyzing the question of practice. Mechanical and chemical technology serves the aims of humanity, because its character consists in its definition by external conditions. And subsequently, in fact, human goals arose out of the objective world and presuppose the existence of this world, as given and immediately present. But it seems to human beings that their goals are taken from outside the world, and are independent of the world. This is precisely the same view that Spinoza presented in his renowned Ethics, a view he demonstrated more geometrico, or in an exact geometric manner. Spinoza protested in every possible way against the widespread view that human beings have unlimited strength and depend on nothing apart from themselves. Spinoza seized brilliantly on this fundamental, this abstract vacuity of pure will taken in itself, that is, outside of all relationship. Pure will is in fact a myth, although the sensation associated with an act of will may be one of complete freedom. A child thus imagines that it freely wants the milk that feeds it. If it gets angry, it thinks that it freely seeks revenge. If it gets scared, that it freely wants to run away. But here, as we see, what is always involved is necessity in Aristotle's third sense, and it is only about this necessity that we are talking in the present instance. This necessity is the main object, the center of the whole problem. In no way is it the constraint mentioned by Aristotle. Therefore, the negation of free will and the recognition of necessity is not at all equivalent to the notion of a human being bound hand and foot. This is a quite different question, which does not coincide with ours and does not encompass it. The essence of the philosophical question does not consist in the contradiction between will and the world, when the latter dumps mountains of volcanic ash on you, as at Herculaneum, or when it makes your wishes unattainable, or when it restricts them. The core of the philosophical problem lies in whether a free act is free in the sense that it is independent and not determined by others, or whether it is a link in a chain of natural necessity that manifests itself as subjective freedom. This is an extremely difficult question. The answer to it is that present within us freedom is necessity. In the free desire of a child for milk, in the child's inclination, a natural law manifests itself. In the powerful sexual instinct, a natural law manifests itself. In the free urge to satisfy hunger and thirst, a natural law manifests itself. And so forth. Here the natural law is the nature of the subject itself, revealed by the subject in acts of will. The will here is really that of the subject, it is a manifestation of the 188 Philosophicalis. Subject's nature, since, however, the subject outside of nature is nothing, an abstraction, an illusion, and because the subject himself or herself is the product of nature and part of it, the law-governed character of the subject's nature is a natural phenomenon. The free will of idealists is freedom not only from the external world, but also from the nature, the real nature, of the subject himself or herself. In other words, here there is not only the abstraction of an isolated subject, and not only the abstraction of his or her consciousness, but the abstraction of part of that consciousness elevated to an absolute and revolving about itself. In exactly the same way, in the analysis of the process of cognition, idealist philosophy operates with a universalized abstraction of the cognitive aspect of consciousness. Having taken the cognitive aspect in itself, it performs exactly the same crudely anti-dialectical operation with the will, that is, with another aspect of consciousness. In light of this, Schopenhauer was ill-advised to interpret the world as will and representation. Oh, let fools forgive us. The dogs of the late academician Pavlov, however, provide a marvelous scientific key to the problem. The experiments conducted with unusual rigor over long decades in the laboratories of Ivan Pavlov revealed and explained the processes involved in the formation of reflexes, which from the objective physiological angle characterize behavioral acts of will, in their relationship to external stimuli. In his last works Pavlov, with all the stringency and methodological caution characteristic of THIRD-WORLDISM beings, and from these concisely written works, in which huge layers of factual material lie concealed beneath every word, objective laws of human behavior, both normal and pathological, gaze out at us with extraordinary clarity. Just as Darwin revealed the conformity to scientific principles, that is, necessity, underlying the conformity to goals of the lives of species, A.T. Pavlov revealed the conformity to scientific principles, that is, necessity, at work in the lives of individuals. Here, biology received a worthy addition in the field of physiology. The nervous physiological substrate of an active will is understood here in its relations and mediations with the environment, and its dialectical motion is revealed. In the processa, the nature of its other being is also revealed as an aspect of the general conformity of nature to scientific laws. Supercilious folk can giggle at much as they like at the shift from dogs to the realm of nature, in just the same way as Philistines and God-tearing old women of both sexes giggled in their time over monkeys when confronted with Darwinism. This is the way of the Philistine rabble, to mock the brilliant discoveries of human reason. Meanwhile, reason is something of which this Philistine rabble is quite bereft, even though its members imagine they are standing up for the honor and dignity of the intellect. Such are the ironies of history. In this way the teleology of individual behavior, that is, of reasoned, purposeful behavior, of acts of will, is included in the chain of necessity, that is to say, it is understood and interpreted scientifically. The question of the social behavior of social humanity also has its own particular, specific, and, moreover, historically determined aspect from the point of view of the problem of free will which we are examining. In his essay on Feuerbach, Engels observes that in history nothing happens without a conscious intention, without a desired goal. It is only very rarely, however, that what has been willed comes to pass. In most cases numerous decided goals cross over and collide in the struggle. In the historical arena, the collisions of numerous wills and individual actions thus bring of that is fully anal the PL that bold sway in unconscious NAMRA. The goals of actions figure a whizbees, but the results that, to the degree that they seem to and correspond to the desired goals, they ultimately have consequences quite different from those that were desired. People make their history, however the history might unfold. In the process, everyone pursues his or her own, consciously formulated goals. The result of these wills, acting in different directions, and of their diverse impact on the external world is history. However, the numerous separate wills acting in history mostly lead to results that are quite different from, and often completely opposed to, those they were intended to have. 9. Captured exquisitely here is what Wilhelm Wundt called the law of the heterodoxy of goals. Point for this, however, is a different question, even if a related one. The goals here are definite, arising out of particular circumstances. Engels dwells on something else, on the fact that the goals are not realized, or that their realization is restricted, or that their results are the opposite of those desired. An example is provided by the crises that periodically strike capitalism. These crises are features of the economic cycle, that is, manifestations of particular laws of a social character, the laws of motion of capitalist society, that is, they are a category of social necessity. In relation to the individual will, however, social necessity acts here as Aristotle's necessity in the first sense, that is, as that which is counter to inclination. In other 190 words, if from the social point of view, that is, from the point of view of the movement of society, of capitalist society as a whole, we have an Aristotelian necessity of the third kind, then the same necessity applies. Anarchic, atomized commodity capitalist society is blind, and its laws are elemental. It is not an integrated subject with a single will, not a teleological unity. This society as a whole does not pose any goals, it is a subjectless subject, a special, historically defined type of society. Earlier types of society really did have elements, sometimes quite developed, of commodity circulation, of usurer capital, and so forth. On the other hand, they were full of the din of class, tribal, national, and interurban struggle and warfare. In these societies the menacing anarchy was interpreted as blind fate, destiny, moira, anunx. The wonderful Greek tragedies of fate were an artistic poetical reflection of this destructive social spontaneity. Dying capitalism, through its ideologues, directly presents fate as a category of science. Spengler's Decline of the West set the ball rolling, and his idea of a harsh, inexorable fate has become the main principle adopted by fascist historiosophism, which combines it in paradoxical fashion with the most unrestrained voluntarism. 5 But revenance à nos moutons. Engels, as is well known, described the transition to socialism as a leap from the realm of necessity to the realm of freedom. Idle critics of Marxism have argued that this represents a transition, albeit belated, to the point of view of free will, as idealists understand it. This, however, is an absurd objection. Engels also said that the real history of humanity would begin with socialism, and that earlier there was only prehistory. In maintaining this, he was not by any means renouncing the historical view of the society of the past, or of nature itself. The dialectics of nature, with its analysis of the law of nature as historical, shows quite clearly what the real situation is here. Things are just the same with the familiar leap. This is a leap out of the realm of necessity into the realm of freedom, in the sense that here society and the individual are liberated from Aristotle's necessity of the first kind, that Wundt's law of the heterodoxy of goals is done away with. This, however, does not mean that necessity of the third kind is done away with, or that Engels performs a leap from the realm of materialism to that of idealism and pure voluntarism. With the transition to socialism, the subjectless society becomes a subject, blind necessity ceases to be blind, the uncognized becomes cognized. The absence of a goal is transformed into its opposite, and the absurd in society is replaced by reason. This, among other things, is what lies behind Stalin's well-known formula, the plan? We are the plan. We signifies organized society, planned society, the manifestation of the collective will of society as the expression of the totality of individual wills. Here social necessity manifests itself directly in social teleology. The plan simultaneously expresses both cognized social necessity and the purpose behind the planned action, a purpose that is promptly realized. This represents a quite new relationship between necessity and the goal. The elemental character of development, directed against individual wills, thus disappears under socialism, and in this sense a leap is made from the realm of necessity to the realm of freedom. In the third volume of Marx's Kapital, there is an interesting observation, that the realm of true freedom begins on the other side of material labor, in that epoch of the development of communism when the powerful forward movement of the productive forces and the immense growth of social wealth will no longer be the object of any special concern. This does not of course mean that people will attain an angelic status and cease to eat and drink. It merely signifies that the development of the productive forces will automatically, so to speak, ensure the process of public provision, and that the center of activity and of creativity will shift. What remains of the compulsory character of work will disappear completely, even if this compulsion was previously internal and not external. Free creativity, invention, science, art, direct communion with nature will sharply increase its relative weight. This represents liberation from crude concerns about people's daily bread, though again only in a certain sense of the word. The need to eat and drink is an expression of natural necessity, revealing itself in social necessity primarily through the link of production. Social necessities are thus more complex manifestations of natural necessity. They are a new form of necessity which negates natural necessity and at the same time affirms it. Under developed communism, that which was present in consciousness first and foremost as a direct social goal now becomes an automatic one. This does not mean that production has disappeared, has become unnecessary, has ceased to serve as the basis of life or to be objectively the factor defining social life. Clear, the dialectics of motion is such that an extremely high degree of development of production signifies a shift of goal orientations to a different area. Consequently, there is a new TG2 degree of freedom, but only in the conditional sense we were talking of. Here as well there is no leap into an idealist free will, as understood by idealist philosophy. The transition to a different system of goal-orientations is historically conditioned. It is an aspect of regular social development, which in turn is a feature of the historical development of nature. It is absurd to confuse the doctrine of unfree will with fatalism. All fataliate doctrines proclaim that something foreordained will come to pass no matter what people do. Human creativity and human will are thus excluded from the chain of active components of the coming event that has earlier been counterposed to them. The material basis for this, distorted ideologically, has its roots in the elemental character of human prehistory. According to dialectical materialism, with its social scientific, productive, historical essence, the will is an active factor, and through the will historical necessity blazes its trails. Corresponding to this multifarious concept of freedom is a similar concept of necessity. However, we cannot touch on all these questions here. It was important for us to clarify the central problem, which is intimately related to the necessity teleology controversy. Saptance Saturday 6:20. The organism. We have run ahead of ourselves somewhat, in several directions, and need to turn once again to the question of living matter, the organism. From what has gone before, it is evident that the conflict between materialism and idealism, thousands of years old, is expressed not only in the counterposition of the primacy of matter to the primacy of the spirit, but also in the counterposition of the primacy of necessity to the primacy of the purpose. The latter proceeds entirely from the former. As Aristotle says in his Piastres, the necessary exists in matter, while the purpose is contained in the essence. It is clear, therefore, that matter and its motion are necessary in the objects of nature. Both must be recognized as principles, but the purpose is a principle standing on a higher level. This position stated by Aristotle is idealism. In essence, Kant held to the same point of view. He explained the activity of the organism in terms of its inner conformity to purpose. Aristotle placed great stress on the concept of the whole, asserting the primacy of the whole over the part and protesting quite correctly against regarding the whole as simply the sum of its parts. Hegel continues this Aristotelian tradition, though he takes special delight in its idealist, specific side, and especially Aristotle's doctrine of entelecheia. The soul is substance, like the form of the physical organic body, it is the active principle imparting life, entelecheia. This doctrine is taken over in its entirety by Driesch, who considers causality to be a principle of natural law for the inorganic world, while for the organic world this role is played by articulation, order, and entelecheia, constituting the spiritual principle, the vital force, the indispensable factor that makes the living live, and the specific feature of the organic in general. The Psycho-Lamarckian France declares outright that we can rightly see the cause of adaptations in the spiritual activity of plants 3 in this, in the vis vitalis, in entelecheia, in the soul of the organism, as a special integral spiritual principle, immanently directing all the development of the organism and tearing loose everything organic from the chain of natural necessity. Here he's the key to the conception of vitalism. Anything else, anything not joined with this key by the necessary togical bond, is completely unspecific from the point of view of idealism in general, and vitalism in particular. Let us take, for example, the idea of the whole. Can it really be handed over to the monopoly ownership of idealism? Certainly not. Not in any way. Marx Himmelf, in contrast to rationalism and mechanistic materialism, stressed the idea of totality. But unlike the modern-day worshippers of totality, who pile up all totalities in a single heap, Marx saw and understood perfectly that there are various types of totalities, and that society, for example, is not the same kind of being as enclophant. The idea of the whole expresses objective reality, and we have already had cause to speak of this while examining the question of reasoned thought. The whale, while not in any case the arithmetical sum of its parts, their mechanistic unification, their aggregate, nevertheless consists of parts. Each part, however, when detached from the whole, the organic whole, ceases to be part of this whole and usually dicks. We say usually, since recent advances of experimental science have revealed that parts separated from an organism can be grafted onto another organism, sometimes not even of the same species, or else they survive for long periods in some artificial medium. A sexual secretion can be injected into an organism and can function as a part, an aspect of it. Extracted from it, and joined with a female cell, it forms a new totality. Werma can be cut into parts, and these parts carry on living. And so on. But of course, a hand when detached from a body is no longer a hand. We have no intention whatsoever, then, of surrendering to vitalism the idea of the whole, but maintain this idea in its dialectical relationship to the idea of the part. Perhaps Gliederung or articulation represents an epochal discovery of vitalism. By no means. The recognition of coordination in the parts of an organism, both morphological and functional, is something age-old. If we leave out of account the fluidities of the ancients, in the modern era we find in Cuvier and Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire the law of correlation. Cuvier took on the task of restoring the skeleton of an exhumed body on the basis of the bones. Darwin developed this law, not to speak of what has happened since. The service rendered by vitalism, an extremely negative one, consists merely in the fact that it has coordinated this coordination with entelechi, as a supersensory mystical force, an immanent goal in itself, a special purpose, vital activity outside of necessity. It has absolutely counterposed the coordination of the parts of an organism to natural necessity, viewing this coordination only from the standpoint of a teleological relationship to a higher principle of entelechi. Might it be that pointing to the specific character of the organic is a service rendered by vitalism, and a particular strength of vitalism itself? Once again, the claim does not hold up. Hegel was exceedingly fond of this theme, and sought to demonstrate in all possible ways that in an organism physical and chemical processes cease to be such. In the philosophy of nature we read, "We can observe chemistry and even chemical out particular parts of the living whole. Nevertheless, the processes themselves cannot be considered chemical." Authors italics, ins chemical properties are inherent only in the dead, animal processes always do away with the nature of the chemical. The mediating functions that in an area of life can be agated and uncovered at a very profound level, as in the meteorological process. Reproducing this mediation, however, is impossible sent. Elsewhere in the same work we find this passage. At this direct transition, the transformation, all chemistry and all mechanics suffer a collapse. Here they find their limit, since they perceive their object only in terms of those elements that are present and which have already possessed an identical outward form. Neither chemistry nor mechanics, whatever contortions they might perform, can empirically follow the change that food undergoes up to the point where it enters the bloodstream. Ilera, however, it should be noted above all that such elementary facts as the following are reliably known to us. A plant when in the light absorbs carbon dioxide and breaks it down into carbon and oxygen, giving off oxygen, real oxygen, into the air. Whatever one might say, this is a chemical reaction in the most ordinary sense of the word. When an animal breathes, it absorbs oxygen from the air and gives off carbon dioxide again, a chemical process of the classical type. Organic chemistry prepares organic substances by synthetic means. This is a great advance for science. Do chemical processes occur in the same way within an organism as outside it? This is a question of fact. Probably, they all take place differently, by way of different relationships, forming correlations with specific conditions and proceeding subject to them. The organic is specific. This is why Engels wrote in the Dialectics of Nature, physiology is, of course, the physics and in particular the chemistry of the living body, but at the same time it ceases to be chemistry in particular. On the one hand, the sphere of its activity is restricted here, but on the other, it rises to a higher level. Engels also wrote, "If chemistry succeeds in preparing this protum, the chemical process will depart from its own framework, that is, a transition will have been made from chemistry to biology registered." But what does this show? Entleche. Why? The fact that until now we have not constructed a living organism synthetically is easy to explain. Living matter was formed over a vast time scale, and by no means under laboratory conditions. Balancing these aspects is immensely difficult. But this is not proof of entleche either. Where is the error in the argument, put forward by dialectical materialism, that life, just HKE sensation, is a property of matter organized in a particular way? Hegel answers this question, and how he answers it. Just listen. He sets out in his own words the ideas of Aristotle, and solidarizes with him. If we consider body and soul to be one, like a building consisting of many parta, or else like things and their properties, a subject and predicate, and so forth, then this is materialism, since both soul and body are regarded here as things. Such an identity represents a superficial and empty, I should think so, author, definition, of which we do not have the right to speak, since form and matter do not possess identical worth in relation to being. We have to understand a truly worthy identity as being entleche. 7. Enough. The soul is a cause, as a purpose. A wonderful explanation. First, on the basis of a crude anthropomorphic, or more precisely, sociomorphic analogy, you have constructed an image of the universe, raised an abstraction of a goal onto a world pedestal, then you baptize everyone with its holy benison, since see only this is worthy, and it is worthy because on an exalted level there abides the supreme goal, the entleche of the world. But is all this idealist hocus pocus in the least convincing? It is possible to turn this question around and view it, so to speak, from the opposite angle. There can be no doubt that it is an innate quality of living things to feel, and of particular living things, to think. But be so kind as to tell us why this property of organic bodies has to be treated as a special force, and why this force has to be considered active entleche. Why should it be supposed that this force is a prius, and why should it be asserted that this prius exists outside of natural necessity, moving in a different dimension, a dimension of goals, and that natural necessity is subordinate to this prius, rather than the other way round? It is characteristic of Hegel that he revolts in every possible way against metaphysical forces, and against tautological explanations in the category of Moliere's sleep is a soporific force. Hegel correctly objected against sound-producing and heat-producing fluids, phlogiston, and so forth. But it is something quite different when a mystical higher force is introduced, a vis itals, a vital force based on nothing, supposed to explain everything, and explaining precisely nothing. Now we shall pose the question again, in the following fashion. We cannot yet create organisms out of inorganic matter, although Weller, early in the 19th century, obtained urea by synthetic means. We can, however, modify organisms, breed new varieties, and in particular organisms, create new conditioned reflexes, and zero on. When we transform natural inorganic substances, we make use of natural necessity, we are guided by it, using the laws of nature, forcing nature to work upon itself. We have already analyzed this question. But tell us, if you please, does not the very same happen when we train a monkey or a rabbit, a dog, or a pig? When we induce sea lions to play with a ball, or an ape to ride a bicycle? Does not the same happen when Maturin breeds new varieties of apples or pears? Or when Lysenko alters vegetative processes? Or when new breeds of stock are developed? In all these cases, are we not setting in motion cognized laws of nature, which work because they are laws of the development of organisms, laws of the interrelationships of these organisms with various factora? Registered to this, we might immediately hear the objection, if you please, neither vitalism, nor Hegel, nor Anstetl, nor the soul and entleche, nor the purpose have negated or now negate external necessity in any way. They simply maintain that external necessity is a form of manifestation of inner, immanent conformity to purpose, which is the supreme principle. You have slain me, good sirs, really slain me. But if entleche is fearsome, at least necessity is merciful. Can all this argumentation really save the unfortunate vitalists? Hardly. In the examples we have cited, what has become of this notorious primacy? What is it that serves as a tool in the hands of humankind? Natural factors, law of nature. And with their help, that is, under the impact of certain natural factors, a different direction of development ensues, a direction that was not immanently present in the organism. What good or purpose is there in the layers of fat that accumulate on a Yorkshire pig, and which mean that the pig is no longer able even to move? What becomes of the primacy of entelecheity when it is confronted with the action of natural laws? Entelecheity itself in this case, the mental side of the physiological process, let us say, new conditioned reflexes, changes fundamentally. This means that the primacy has departed this life. Here, however, the indefatigable critics raise a deafening howl. You have brought in a different entelecheity, they cry, an entelecheity of human beings, of human reason and goals. This is why you have obtained such a result. You have merely confirmed the primacy of entelecheity by accepting the principle of entelecheity in a higher form, the human form. This objection too is unconvincing, since in this case there is no difference, so far as the discussion of our problem is concerned, between human and non-human intervention. Between reason and the object of the action there are natural factors. Human beings act through these, merely combining them in a particular fashion. These factors form new qualities and properties of an organism in its corporeality, therefore, they form its entelecheity as well, consequently, this objection too falls away. Here as well, natural necessity scores a brilliant triumph. The whole vitalist conception, as a conception of immanent teleology, leads ultimately to vulgar forms of teleology, which coincides with theology. This was the case with Aristotle, for whom the supreme good and supreme purpose grew over into the master of the world, that is, a god, a cosmic Alexander the Great enforcing order in the universe. Particles of this paradise, atoms and molecules of the general good, grow up as the entelecheity of the organisms in hierarchical order, according to the army table of ranks. Hence every breath praises the Lord. This is termed the exalted, elevated, worthy, beautiful, and so on, compared to which our sinful matter is a second-rank category, lowly, unworthy, ugly, dirty, and sinful. In their theological philosophical form these ideas have at times become exceedingly widespread, and they have now been resurrected in half-witted form by the theoreticians of fascism. The purpose, the primacy of the purpose is pure voluntarism, the primacy of the spiritual, and entelecheity, the mystical contemplation of the world whole, the shifting of the intellect and rational cognition to the background. Stoicism as the main science, the mystical voice of the blood, and the mystique of the organic in general. The organization of idealist order as the structural principle of the cosmos. The special purpose criterion of truth in the banal form of the goals of Hitler, as an organism directly in touch with coamic entelecheity. The spiritual possession by the people of the means of production, and similar rubbish. All these are pictures of the degradation of bourgeois society. Dying in the real world, on the one hand it provokes a desperate bloodshed and places its reliance on thoroughly material means of destruction. On the other hand, it immerses itself in the mystique of the unreal, in the depths of the soul, despite the official actualism. All the while, it is fraught with the age-old words of age-old despair. In truth, all is vanity. For in this life everything earthly is in vain. Or, as in Ecclesiastes, vanity of vanities, all is vanity. That is where your path leads, good sirs and mesdames. 21. Modern science and dialectical materialism. On the threshold of the century there emerged a crisis of physics, and together with it, of all theoretical science. As hidden changes took place in the ideological orientations of the ruling classes, and as previous social and material relations in their turn were altered by ideological reflexes, this called forth special forms of so-called physical idealism. This combination of wordy is absurd. All that is reflected in the absurdity of the phrase, however, is the height or stage of ideological distortion. Meanwhile, ideological distortion as such has been and remains a factor. Lenin's 1908 work Materialism and Empatria Criticism focused on the question of the reality of the external world precisely because at that time agnosticism and idealism had received extremely wide currency, and in the depth of theoretical science, beginning with physics, theories which in essence did away with the basis of the universe, that is, matter, were wildly popular. Matter has disappeared, quations remain. Such concepts of physics as atoma were declared to be no more than models. These were conditional signs, symbols, tools for coordinating the elements of idealistically understood experience, nothing real corresponded to them. A sign of good form was a scornful attitude toward matter and the reality of atoms. In the theory of Wegener, all the basic concepts of theoretical physics such as matter, mass, the atom, and so on were declared to be fictions, an artificial means of thought, and that all. The solipsist tendency was clearing a path for itself. The subjective idealigme of Berkeley and Hume was reborn in new forms, donning the clothes of exact science. The outstanding role in this process was played by Ernst Mach, an extremely talented and erudite physicist, historian of science, and experimenter. Here Lenin stood up against the current that had overwhelmed significant numbers of Marxists who were distracted by the strictly experimental side of the empiriocritical constructs. It is curious now to see what the development of the natural sciences in the period since the appearance of Lenin's hook has actually brought. What has the progress of theoretical physics yielded on the questions that were most contentious at the beginning of the century? In this debate, who has turned out to be objectively correct? Whatever was said, however much idle chatter was heard, and whatever reservations were expressed, one basic fact remains: the atomic theory was brilliantly confirmed. The reality of the atom was proven. Different atoms were described, cognition penetrated into their structures. Experimental science, in the person of Rutherford, split the atom by bombarding it with streams of particles, and detected the motion of its components. The question is now arising of using the internal energy of the atom, and so forth. The atom has been experimentally substantiated. Atoms, however, exert practical influence, they bring about changes in practical experimental fashion. Industrial technology already makes use of the achievements of microphysics, and various forms of microanalysis serve the cause of material production on the public level. The proof of the correctness of atomic theory, as such, has turned out to be so convincing that even Wilhelm Ostwald, the father of energetics, has been forced to renounce all the bases of his own views, which were consistent after their fashion, and to acknowledge the correctness of the position represented by atomic physics. This signified a great victory for materialism, however much the idealists tried to distort the real state of affairs. The fact is that whole mountains of arguments, theorics, and systems which rested on the view of the atom AAA cognitive fiction crumbled into dust. The idealists were forced to retreat to other positions. They found them, and idealism now operates in forms that are even more harmful, and outright mystical. Nevertheless, in the area of theoretical science, the situation, which is rooted in the social psychology of the era of profound capitalist decline, no longer rests on the same broad basis as when the question of the atom was controversial. The development of physics and chemistry has not only provided confirmation for materialism, which for thousands of years has battled against idealism. It has also provided confirmation for dialectical materialism, for materialist dialectics. Above all, the development of physics and chemistry has shown the qualitative nature of atoms. Quality is affirmed here as an objective property of objective things and processes. As was stated earlier on this point, we find here a fundamental difference with the ideas of mechanistic materialigme and with its one-sidedness. At the same time, the dialectical law of the transition from quantity to quality is brilliantly confirmed, since depending on the quantity of electrons, the quality of the atom changes. In microphysics, the categories of measure and of leaps acquire a firm basis. The proven divisibility of atoms, and the fact that atoms make up whole systems of worlds, puts an end to the anti-dialectical view of the ultimate building blocks of the universe, a sort of absolute, where an impassable boundary will be placed, where infinity turns into finality, and where the world in depth proves suddenly to be boarded up. Modern physics has put an end to this view, and has again put wind in the sails of materialist dialectics, despite the physicists often not having the slightest idea of the latter. The dialectical law of diremption, the splitting of the Hulk, found expression in the interpretation of the atom as a system of positive and negative electrical charges. Subsequent analysis, continually rendering the picture of atomic structure more complex and variegated, revealing more and more new features, aspects, processes, and relationships, has not done away with this polarity, in which one of the most profound and fundamental laws of dialectics is revealed. Associated with this as well, i.e. the internal motion of the atom. The dialectical law of contradiction has manifested itself on the broadest scale in the question of interrupted and uninterrupted character. Engels in the Dialectics of Nature wrote about this precisely in connection with problems of the atomic theory of that time. A new epoch in chemistry beams with atomic theory. The situation in physics changed correspondingly with the advent of molecular theory. The new atomic theory differs from its predecessors in the respect that it does not assert that matter is simply discrete, but that the diachered parts represent various stages and different nodal points, that they condition various qualitative forms of being of matter in general, along a descending line until weight and repulsion are load. 3. In modern physics, this unity of the intermittent and continuous, with the interpenetration of opposites, has taken the form of the unity of the particle and the wave. Corpuscular theory and quanta on the one hand, and wave theory and waves on the other, combine in a dialectical unity in which theory correctly reflects reality. It would of course be absurd if dialectical materialism were to tie its hands by proclaiming the picture of the world achieved so far to be absolute truth. Cognition is going deeper and deeper all the time. What is important here, however, is the definite trend of development, which strikingly confirms the laws of dialectics. The electromagnetic theory of matter has been proven, but it is still only written in the contours of the general composition, and only partially. Nevertheless, all the new features that are revealed by the subsequent process of cognition follow the lines of objective dialectics. Protons and electrons are connected with wave motion in the ether. The discovery of unchanged arged particles reveal the unity and opposition of the new order, where unchanged arged particles neutrons versus charged ones, positrons, that is, particles with the massa of an electron but with a positive charge, versus electrons, with their negative charge, particles with the mass of a proton, but charged negatively, versus the positively charged proton, and so forth. The development of natural science in recent times has destroyed the metaphysically one-sided concept of the permanence of chemical elements, and has provided confirmation of dialectica in a more dialectical form, so to speak, than existed for Hegel. Here too, Hegel sacrificed dialectics to his idealism. In protest against atomic theory, chemical elements, and so on, and from fear of materialism he overstepped the mark, bending the stick in the direction of the absolutization of the whole, divorcing the whole from its parts. Atomic theory, its extension into electron theory, and the powerful development of studies of the periodic system on the basis established by Dmitry Mendeleev, the periodic table, is a brilliant confirmation of the law of the transformation of quantity into quality, created a science of the transformation of elements on a quite new basis. To a significant degree, chemistry returned to alchemy, but without the philosopher's stone and without God. Atoma were drawn into this process. In this regard, the phenomena of radioactive decay provided the foundation for a whole epoch, confirming the mutability of matter, the historical process of the transformation of matter. The historical, that is, dialectical, view of nature has penetrated its very microstructure. The first breach was that achieved by Kant and Laplace. The second was geology and paleontology. The third was organic chemistry, preparing or deciding that chemical laws apply to living bodies. 4. The historical principle has now penetrated even deeper and has become still more universal, creating a basis for the concept of the historical mutability of everything. This, of course, is an excellent confirmation of dialectical materialism, of materialism, since the reality of qualitative matter is evident here, and of dialectics, since the process of dialectical historical motion, with the transition from one thing into another, is readily apparent. The materialism of Marx turned out to be more dialectical than the idealism of Hegel. The latter rejected the view that things were composed of chemical atoms, protesting against decomposition and thus fetishizing, absolutizing, the whole. Here, his dialectics passes over into metaphysica, and his philosophy into narrow-minded Philistinism. AI from a fear of falling into materialism. The case of Hegel proves the correctness of an assertion made by Goethe, cited by Michelet M. the appendix to his edition of Hegel, A Philosophy of Nature. A reasoning human being who notices particulars, who observes and analyzes attentively, is in a sense drawn toward everything that flows out of an idea and that returns to it. Such people feel at home in their labyrinths, and do not seek guiding threads that would lead them out more quickly. On the other hand, a person who occupies a higher vantage point is too easily filled with contempt for the particular, or individual unit, and crams into a deadly ity that which tie to icubarized form. 500 copyright. Here, Goethe was basically groping for a sort of dialectics of the opposite. The whole, being conditionally speaking, more alive, passes over into its opposite, into a state where it is dead in relation to the living individual. A true dialectics has to take these aspects in their specific context, and this can only be done on a materialist basis. The development of theoretical physics and chemistry over the past 2 or 3 decades, the creation of a new physics and microphysics, thus confirmed the teachings of dialectical materialism. Dialectical materialism is not in the least afraid either of arguments about laws, since laws are expressions of the search for specific regularities, or of absurd idealist constructs such as the free will of the electron, the idealist interpretation of Heisenberg's principle, and the similar interpretation of Einstein's theory of relativity. These are ugly ideological growths on the body of science. They have to be exposed and denounced. But they no longer have long to live. Lenin was therefore correct in his dispute with the idealist Physica, and physics itself has provided the answer to this historic question. The situation is more complex with biology. Here, genuine mysteries are now emerging, to a significant degree connected with the fact that, as we have noted, biology in the land of the swastika has been turned into stats biologic, the basis for the state doctrine of fascism, and has therefore been hurriedly reworked both in its fundamentals and in its details. It would, however, be quite incorrect to see only this excremental aspect of modern biology. Modern biology is characterized by the gigantic successes of experimental science, by the rise and colossal development of genetics, by the conquests of hormone theory, and indeed by astonishing experiments on the transformation of gender, on the life of organs and complexes of cells separated from the organism, and so forth. The self-induced motion of life and its development in the study of genes, chromosomes, and ADN, the relationship, a dialectical relationship with the external environment through the theory of mutations. The enriched theory of Darwinism presents the process as a whole, the development of species. The studies by Pavlov present a materialist doctrine on the behavior of the individual organism in relation to its environment. Is all this not testimony in favor of both materialism and dialectics, even though many of the workers and creative spirits in these fields have had no inkling of dialectics? The practical application of science, and consequently the verification of its truthfulness, has occurred on an immense scale. Physics and chemistry, in their technological derivatives, have become scientific engineering. Biology has become zooengineering and phytoengineering. The old maxim of Bacon, that science and human potential coincide, is being confirmed on the gigantic scale of socio production and reproduction. This is demonstrating brilliantly the whole significance of the natural necessity of materialism, counterposed to idealist teleology. It is revealing the ever greater truthfulness of the tremendous power of human cognition, its ever-increasing adequacy to the reality of existence. And this power of human knowledge is being liberated by the proletariat from the bourgeois chains of metaphysical idealism and idealist metaphysics. 22. The sociology of thought. Labor and thought as social historical categories. Materialist dialectics demands that thought be examined in the historical process of its rise and development, in its relation to the vital activity of social historical humanity, that is, above all, in relation to practice, to labor. Like language, thought itself, we have already addressed this question in passing, in another context, is a social product. The works of Max Miller, Les Geyer, and Ludwig Noir contain a considerable number of arguments to show that the origin of language and thought lay in people's labor practice, and the process of formation of concepts was understood precisely in relation to this. The most recent research into the history of language and thought, in particular, the works of the late academician Anya Mar, provides an enormous amount of material to confirm these positions. It is necessary to understand thoroughly, to its profoundest depths, the fundamental fact that concepts are the cells of the thought process, and that they constitute a social historical category, the product of social history, of vast human experience. Every concept is a condenser of this experience, of the collective labor, willing or unwilling, direct or indirect, and usually proceeding in the form of struggle. Of a whole series of generations, usually heaped one on the shoulders of another. When a concept is present, together with a word that has become intertwined with it, behind them stands an entire history. And from any concept and word we can wind back a whole cinema film of a complex historical process. This was understood, for example, by Wilhelm Wundt, when he wrote in his Questions of the Psychology of Peoples, a linguist must not analyze language as a phenomenon of life isolated from human society. On the contrary, presuppositions about the development of forms of speech have to accord with our views about the origins and development of human beings themselves, about the origin of the forms of social life, about the rudiments of customs and of laws. 3. Similarly, Ludwig Noir wrote fourthly in his Ursprung der Sprache. Language and the life of reason flowed out of shared activity, out of primordial labor for the given quantity that is original in historical terms. The initial relationship between humanity and the world, is in practice the labor relationship of social humanity to nature. This is shown, not by abstract considerations, but by whole mountains of factual material. Thought and language developed in the process of communication, in the generalization of experience. We have already seen how the rejection of the subjective proceeded through the comparing of individual experiences. The repeating of individual experiences and the repeating of these innumerable comparisons, the primitive exchange of experience, led to generalizations, that is, to the shift from the individual to the collective, from an individual relationship with something isolated, from a specific sensory relationship between a person and the object of labor and the environment in general, to the seizing upon and understanding of many experiences of many people. This generalization of experience was also reflected in the formation of concepts. The saru with speech, which is fused indivisibly with thought. Every word is already a generalization, notes Lenin in connection with a reference to Ludwig Feuerbach. 5. The practical root of the formation of concepts, as we have already seen, was located historically in the very words for concept, since begriffen and conceipere both can also to seize. The Russian word ponyet comes from yith, that is, to take, vidir, veda, and wissen, coming from a common root that meant to see, also mean to know. And so on. We shall not multiply the examples, especially since we have already spoken of this. There is now a whole literature that collaborates on these questiona, with the role of the hand. And I in particular being explained. Natural tools, artificial tools, and tools of thought, or concepts all operate in mutual connection. In exactly the same way, The coordination of concepts is a social historical process. When a certain store of concepts and words has been formed historically, a further expansion of experience will be followed by its mental reworking in terms of concepts, and their relations, in their coordination, again on the basis of a continuous relationship with the external world, primarily through the process of practical action upon it. The great error of Alexander Bogdanov, who developed his own doctrine of socially organized experience, consisted not in describing the generalizing of experience, but in his idealist understanding of it, that is, an understanding according to which the objective external world disappeared, while links and relations of general significance were transformed into a kind of social product to which nothing corresponded in the real world. These links and relations were themselves declared to be the objective world. The scientific picture of the world was transformed from a reflection of the world into the world itself. If for Fichte the creator of the world was I, for Bogdanov it was we. If for Kant the laws of the world were created high the transcendental subject, according to Bogdanov they were created high society. All three, however, were pure mythologism, idealist mythologizing. Moreover, we need to note here the playing on terminology and the speculation on the triple significance of the word objective: 1. Objective as social, 2. Objective, as corresponding to reality, 3. Objective, as located outside the object, and independent of the subject. Registered materialist dialectics holds that cognition, i.e. a social process, signifying cognition of the real world, which is located outside the subject or subjects, that concepts, their systems, and the picture of the world, the scientific picture of the world, are products of people's social activity, but that they reflect the world, which is real and objective. Cognition presupposes an object of cognition, it does not idle out of gear. The objective world is the object of mastering in a dual form, practical and theoretical. Both the process of formation of concepts and the process of their coordination include practice as their foundation. Marx in the German ideology notes that consciousness cannot be other than recognized being. Consequently, theory cannot, in the final analysis, be anything other than the theory of practice. A historical survey of this question leads one to the conclusion that theory, thought, became distinguished from practice only at a certain stage of development. Aristotle noted that theoretical reasoning appeared when elementary material needs were satisfied and TME was freed up for independent thinking. Even earlier, thought accompanied labor, since the subject of labor is not a mechanical thing. It is Tuesday, as Hegel notes in the Philosophy of Nature, that the mechanical mastering of an outside object is the beginning, but even in the process of this mastering, the subject of the mastering is a have and thinking subject. Nevertheless, it is only the formation of surplus product is brilliantly explained in the works of Marx and Engels, and is formulated with crystal clarity in the magnificent fragments of the German ideology. The appearance of surplus labor on the basis of the growth of the productive forces, the rise of social and class differentiation on the basis of the division of labor with the isolation of mental work, the appearance of what Marx called ideological estates, the directing of thought toward particular objects under the impact of practical needs, the appearance, on this basis, of embryonic forms of science. All these processes are relatively clear, and a vast multitude of facts could be adduced to prove these propositions on the basis of the history of every science, astronomy and botany, geometry and mechanics, linguistics and theoretical physics, and so forth. This was recognized by Hegel, who by virtue of this at times came close to posing the question in a historical materialist manner. In his lectures on the philosophy of history, he states, human beings with their needs relate to external nature in practical fashion, and immediately provides a definition of a tool of labor that in essence passed over into Marx's capital. Hegel regards practice as a link m the syllogism, a position which at first glance is monstrous. But Lenin notes, this is not just a game, since here the approach to truth is by way of practice. Elsewhere, apropos the conclusion of action, Lenin observes, and the is true. Not, of course, in the sense that a figure of logic has human practice as its other being, but vice versa, the practice of a human being, repeated billions of times, becomes fixed in human consciousness in the form of figures of logic. Point 7. In Hegel we find extremely profound thoughts relating to the question we are discussing here. Practice has to do with the particular, with the data furnished by the senses, with the directly concrete. Theory is concerned with the general, the universal, with that which is not imparted by the senses, with the mental, the abstract. Dialectical cognition goes back from the abstract to the concrete, uniting analysis and synthesis, theory and practice, the unique and the general, and understanding this general in its relation to concrete definitions. Or, as it was put exquisitely in the philosophy of nature, when an understanding is reached, of the innermost essence of nature, the one-sidedness of the theoretical and practical relationship to it is removed, and at the same time the demands of both relations BIPs are satisfied. The first relationship contains universality without definiteness, the second, individuality without universality. The cognition that occurs in concepts represents a mean. The cognition that occurs in concepta is thus the unity of the theoretical and practical relationships to nature registered. It can readily be seen how correct Lenin was when, reading Hegel, he insisted on the aspect of practice in Hegel not as something artificial and external, but as an aspect of dialectical cognition itself. In Hegel, naturally, all this is put forward on an idealist basis. Ontologically, what Hegel is concerned with is the absolute idea. The absolute idea is, the identity of the theoretical and the practical ideas, each of which is in itself one-sided. Point 9. In this connection Marx answers Hegel succinctly, while dealing fully with the question. Hegel falls into the illusion that the real should be understood as the result of thought achieving an inner unity, going deeper into itself, and developing out of itself, while the method of ascent from the abstract to the concrete is simply the means by which thought masters the concrete, and reproduces it spiritually as the concrete. The melodies of the world are being played out within it. Robinson Crusoe's, that is, isolated eyes are no more admissible as philosophical subjects than they are as constructs in economic theory. Marxism drives them out from both areas. Consequently, the sociology of thought must act as the prolegomena for any real philosophy. 23. Sociology of thought. Mode of production and mode of presentation. Here, however, we make the shift to examining another problem, that of the well-known sociomorphism of social consciousness. In other words, we turn to addressing the question of the mode of presentation, which according to Marx, corresponds to the mode of production. The dependence of thought on the social positions of the thinker, the existence of a social historical style of thought, spint of the epoch, dominant ideas, and so on was already felt as a problem in the tropes of Pyrrhot, but this was not expressed clearly. Francis Bacon, in his doctrine of the idols of the tribe and the idols of the theatre, posed this question in a relatively clear form as a doctrine of biased public opinion, or of the error through which every subsequent judgment passes. In recent times, a prominent quasi-Catholic philosopher, Max Scheler, whose thought was sophisticated by monasm, has concerned Himmelf especially with questions of the sociology of knowledge. In his fundamental work on sociologically defined forms of knowledge, he even worked out a whole table of dominant ideological orientations, specifically meant, on the one hand, for what he described as the upper class and, on the other, for the underclass. Marx, as is well known, put forward the position that the mode of production determined as the mode of presentation, by the mode of production. Marx understood that particular character and method by which the personal and material factors of production were united. This mode of production distinguishes separate economic epochs of the social structure, separate social economic formations. By the mode of presentation, Marx had in mind the ideological form in which cognitive material is organized. This dependency is not sucked out of anyone's thumb, and is not the product of any a priori consideration. This dependency is a real fact, and whatever society we might care to pick, we see certain general ideas taking shape, These are the ecological reflex of a quite definite mode of production, the dominant ideas of the ruling class, the bearers of a particular mode of production, and often, the ideas of an antagonist class as well, thinking within the same general forms. With the rise of private property, with the division of societies into class opposites and the polarization of classes, and with the division of labor into mental and physical, supervisory and subordinate, the dualism of matter and spirit became a general form of thought, a general mode of presentation, with its more concrete variants corresponding to various types of class society and to various modes of production. A human being is divided into two essences, soul and body, spirit and flesh. Our whole being consists of spirit and body. The spirit is like the master in us, while in the body we have, rather, a slave. We read in Sallust *, the soul is an active, commanding, integral principle, the body is a passive, inert, suffering principle. In the period of the early tribal system, in the epoch of primitive animism, the soul was conceived of as a small copy of the person as a whole, present inside the person and determining his or her behavior. Later, the soul became increasingly spiritualized, and was transformed into entelechi, an invisible spiritual substance that could not be perceived with the senses and that was counterposed to the material body. In exactly the same way, the world was divided into two principles. One of these was the world spirit, God, the creator and founder, or the primal cause, or providence, or an all-fulfilling, undefined, faceless spirit, a general principle of entelechi, a purpose in itself at any rate, an active, determining, commanding principle. Counterposed to it was matter, which was inert, external, passive, suffering, obedient, and crude. In essence, all thought revolved within these forms. They could be and were more anthropomorphic and personal, or less anthropomorphic and relatively impersonal, but they existed as a type of sociomorphism, as reflections of the basic distinguishing mark of class-divided society, all of whose real life was permeated by this profound duality. After what we have said earlier, this fact does not seem strange. If practice as a whole takes place within these forms, if they constitute the form of social life, then it follows naturally that as acknowledged being, they are also the form of social consciousness. For thought, the social structure turns out to be somewhat similar to the structure which the sensory organs have in relation to sensation. Sensation also exists in the individual biological, in the purely biological individual. Thought exists only in the socialized individual, in the social human being. It is abbreviated, a shortened mold, the generalization of social practice which occurs in polarities. Therefore, especially from the point of view of the dominant class and its ideologisks stende, the human being is divided, the world is divided, and even a concept, as something universal, acts as a commanding principle with relation to the individual. In this hypostatization of the general and idealization of it, we find idealism of all varieties, and in the very formation of a concept in its embryonic form, as Lenin defined it, the possibility of idealism is already present. It becomes reality because the manufacturers of ideology think in ways corresponding to their social position. The great slave-owning despotisms of antiquity, Egypt, Babylon, and Assyria, were huge affairs whose internal structures were characterized by the incredibly strong, emotionally charged distance between the ruling theocratic clique and the slaves who made up the base of the social pyramid. The main features of this social system, the order, were also reflected in the corresponding cosmogonies, which served the function of ideology. In the evolution of gods, one can even trace the evolution of the social and economic structure. Was it really not the case that Aristotle's idea of the cosmos, an idea to which we referred earlier, was cast from the mold of the state of Alexander the Great, with the appropriate idealization and sublimation of categons? Did feudal religions, beginning with Western European feudalism and ending, for example, with the so-called nomadic feudalism of the Mongols, not correspond fully to the feudal social structure? One has only to take the Summa Theologica of St. Thomas Aquinas, with its hierarchy of forms, to see immediately that it was cast in the mold of feudal social organization. Why, under feudalism, did God usually bear the features of a personal God? Because feudal relations were openly personal forms of dependency. Why, with the transition to capitalism, was God spiritualized? Because the impersonal power of money, the power of the market, its clemental behavior, now appeared on the scene as a structural characteristic of society. Why is it that at present, in the fascist countries, a shift is taking place from categorical imperatives, handed down by God as an indefinite principle, substance, and so on, to a hierarchically ordered cosmos with its valence set out by decree and with a personal God at its head? Why is this proceeding all the way to Wotan, who is backed up by fate, declinable in all the grammatical cases? For the reason that to the feudalization of capitalist productive relations there corresponds the feudalization of the mode of representation, on a common basis of crisis. Why does the philosophy of the bourgeoisie, from a metaphysic of indefinite categorics, make the shift to teleological mysticism? For the same reason. It is not hard to show that the elements of corporatist, hard labor at-hate capitalism and the monopolies that characterize fascist society have reoriented the whole ideology of the ruling class, all of science, philosophy, and religion. The central, dominant idea has become that of the hierarchical whole, with a hierarchy of yalus such as ranks and estates, and with enslavement of the lower orders as inferior. We have already seen plenty to convince us of this on the previous pages. Why has religion died out in the USSR as a form of consciousness? Because its social haze has been abolished. Why, in the USSR, is dialectical materialism becoming the worldview of everyone, a universal worldview? Because class society here is becoming extinct. Because theory is being united with practice. Because the abyss between mental and physical labor is being filled in. Because the thousand-year dualism of social life is being done away with. If it were not for the basic factors, no decrees would have their goals realized, no measures would suffice to destroy the accustomed mode of presentation, and religion would flourish for a long time to come. Let us stress once again, it is not being argued that science and the worldview as a whole are molded exclusively after the social life of society in the narrow sense of the word. It is not being argued that, for example, the theorems of geometry are reflections of social groups, or that botany reflects the class struggle in the study of the growing season, or that the names of medicines are the coded record of social cells. Such a view would be stupid, obtuse, and narrow-minded. Here we are talking about stylistic aspects of thought, about the forms in which thought functions on the social scale, about the mode of presentation, which does not by any means do away with the ideas themselves, just as a mode of production does not do away with the products. As an object of cognition, the world is huge and diverse. Its reflections, the reflections of these innumerable aspects of the world in its variegated relations and mediations, are also diverse. But the effort is being made to fit all this gigantic material into a few general intellectual forms, into modes of presentation, special modes of coordination of these various aspects, while the dualite conception also introduces the aspect of the ideological distortion of real things, processes, and relations. Outside of the USSR, there is not a single known instance in which a ruling class as a whole has reasoned materialistically, that is, including atheistically. There have been periods when classes striving for power have, at particular stages, contained relatively large groupings with Macniist inclinations, and this is easily explicable. There have been numerous cases of oppressed classes formulating their worldview in the same way as their oppressors. One case is known in which a class striving for power opposed its ideology in forms counterposed to the ruling mode of presentation and fundamentally hostile to it. The class is the proletariat, the bearer of a new mode of production, the socialist mode of production, fundamentally hostile to the capitalism that has outlived its time. The opposition of the power of landed property, resting on personal relations of domination and enslavement, and the impersonal power of money is expressed perfectly in two French proverbs, Null terra senseigneur and l'argent n'est pas de matter. Point 3. Now, under modern capitalism, the power of capital is again personified in oligarchic facinales and in their political expression. Hence the change of intellectual forms and the transition from a causality which was impersonal, and which much more faithfully reflected one of the types of real relationship in the actual world, to the open preaching of consistent teleology, which distorts this relationship of the objective world in basic, fundamental fashion. The shift to 219. Dialectical necessity as the dominant element in social thought presupposes a dialectically necessary leap into the realm of freedom, inhabited so far only by the Soviet Union. It is not hard to show that such ideological fetishes, popular in the capitalist market, as those of pure science, pure art, pure morality, and pure cognition are reflexes of dissociated, externally isolated functions, whose social links, as a result of the division of labor, have vanished from the field of consciousness. The corresponding types of intellectual labor are understood not as parts of the aggregate social labor, but as pure activity in itself. Accordingly, the products of this intellectual labor also become things iu themselves. The longer the objective chain of spirit links of labor, and the further removed a particular type of labor from direct matinal practice, in other words, the more abstract a given sphere of activity, the clearer the tendency to assert its purity. The categories of this activity are then transformed in the heads of its subjects into a substitute for the real world. Just as for Pythagoras, the symbols of mathematics became the essence of the universe, for Kantians the norms of morality are transformed into categorical imperatives, orders from the other world. Laws of nature, instead of being necessary relations between things and processes in particular combinations, become something hidden within things or standing above them and directing them, as some kind of special force. In short, the fetishization of categories is clearly evident here. From everything that has been said earlier, it follows that in dialectical terms, that is, in rounded fashion, a concept can only be understood in relation to its material and social material sources, that is, only from the point of view of dialectical materialism. The same must also be said of scientific or philosophical conceptions. They have to be understood in relation to the outside world, as objects of cognition both logically and socially genetically, from the point of view of the external world, from the point of view of their truthfulness, from the point of view of their continuity and their place in the realm of ideas, from the point of view of their social material origins, and from the point of view of their function in the life of society. Otherwise, the understanding will be dry, one-sided, and metaphysical, that is, it will be incomplete understanding, or incomprehension. Here an insidious question arises: if in every epoch cognition, as a socially conditioned process, lost its own peculiar sociomorphism, that is, a sort of social subjectivism, how is cognition of real relations possible? 220. After everything that has been said above, it is not hard to answer this question. First, it should be said that the presence, figuratively speaking, of something like structural eyeglasses does not even for a minute do away with the object of cognition itself. Only an extreme degree of degeneration of a particular mode of production, with the process of cognition transformed into one of naked myth-making, will lead to the object of cognition disappearing from consciousness. Usually, an ideological distortion is present. The roots of this are located in the dual, divided social structure and in the divorce of theory from practice. Describing an enormous circle, however, real historical development is again uniting in socialism the functions which class society has split apart. The dialectical triad proceeds in parallel with the triad, common property, private property, common property. This triad runs as follows: unity of theory and practice, divorce of theory and practice, unity of theory and practice. Just as in the first triad the return to the starting point is a return on a new basis, gigantically, unbelievably enriched, so with the second triad as well. Initially, the unity of theory and practice was a wretched affair, since theory was practically non-existent, and practice was as scanty as a beggar's purse. The unity of theory and practice in socialism, where the watershed between mental and physical work is being abolished, is arising on the basis of the gigantic wealth of the productive forces, of technology, of science, and of the personal qualification of the workers. This is not a return to the barbarism and undifferentiated, herd-like mass of primitive communism. This is a new system of labor, rejecting the private property of the disappearing formations, but resting on all their conquests and moving labor and cognition forward at an extraordinary rate. It also follows that corresponding to this is a dialectical materialist method of cognition, the unity of the practical and theoretical idea, to use the language of Hegel. However, this mode of presentation docks away with the ideological distortion that has as its basis the division of labor and the disintegration of labor into mental and physical work. Together with the elimination of dualism from life, from being, dualism is also eliminated from cognition, that is, a profound and basic ideological distortion, that has existed for thousands of years, is done away with. To have wiped out religion in the consciousness of millions of people is already a gigantic step along the way to a full liberation of cognition and consciousness from its dualist fetters. In this way, and from this point of view, the position of Engels on the prehistory and history of humankind is being vindicated. Refining and summarizing this latter question, as a question of the theory of cognition, we come up with the following dialectical movement. Primitive communism, class society communism. A unity of necessity, elemental necessity, unity of necessity and purpose as negation of the purpose and purpose. Bass turned out to be related genetically to the concept of euridical law, and in the study of so-called natural law, one can trace the whole dialectics of development in this tangle and in distortions that have the solidity of popular prejudice. In the philosophy of Alexander Bogdanov, for whom the objective world disappears, while its scientifically reworked reflection takes the place of reality existing outside ourselves, it accordingly happens that the categories of association are not sociomorphically transformed reflections of the objective, but merely a projection of social relations, a projection that is outside of and apart from either source in the material natural world. With Bogdanov, this one-sidedness became so inflated that in this case as well it has led to the creation of real sociomorphism. Here too, only materialist dialectics can yield a correct solution to the problem. 24. On so-called racial thought. From the Marxist point of view, the prolegomena of philosophy are premises of a sociological character. From the point of view of the theory of modern fascism, premises of a biological, or more concretely, racial character serve as such prolegomena. However miserable and God-forsaken the ideology of the nationalist bandits of fascism, a few words might be said about it, since the logical bankruptcy and worthlessness of fascist concepts does not stop them from constituting a definite social force, the ideological force of counter-revolution. The theoreticians of racial biology hold that the most important, decisive aspect of the type of thinking and of the type of psychological life as a whole is race, as the primary driven factor determining form. Race, a national character, Volkstum, determines virtues, vices, the type of thinking, and science. Einstein's theory of relativity, for example, belongs to Jewish science and is therefore subject to ostracism. Fascist theoreticians speak unashamedly of Semitic and Aryan physics, mathematics, and so on. It is true that the gentlemen ideologues have not managed to sort out all this rubbish with regard to basic questions. Here they have sought indicators of race in external material objects and processes, and there they have seized on the relationship to the land and to particular factors of geography. Or else, frightened by materialism, they have begun appealing to inherent 224. Properties such as German loyalty, honor, and other Teutonic virtues, including the virtues of the notorious blonde beast of Nietzsche, about whom so much has been written and said in recent times. The result has been a barbaric mess. The theories concerning skulls and hair have led to unbelievable confusion, and have often had quite unexpected results. These theories have come into fundamental conflict with idealist mysticism, which requires a rejection of any materialist interpretation of biology, a rejection of the external. Introducing greater and greater disguise of inborn and unchanging mystical virtues to their Warner gangster concoction, replacing the chemical composition of the blood with the voice of the blood, and the length of the skull with honor and loyalty, the ideologues of fascism finished up in a hopeless tangle. Their theories, false through and through, quickly began touring into empty, strident verbiage. Consequently, the scientists of fascism still proceed from the presence of some constant racial apperception or other, that is, of a mode of presentation, defined not by the mode of production, but by race. What, how, and why remains obscure. But let us cross over to analyzing the main theses of racial theory. Here we should note the following salient points. First, there are no pure races. Let us take, for example, the Japanese, the closest friends of German fascism, the Prussians of the East, whom some especially zealous fascist pen-pushers have termed into Aryans. Professor Conrad reports that ethnically, the Japanese are descended from migrants from the mainland, and party from the direction of the Pacific Ocean. People from the Malay-Polynesian world, c. migrants from the southern coast of China, and d. even earlier settlers on the islands, the Ebisu in central and northern Japan. S.A. and the Kyumezo on Kyushu. In mythology, these processes became superimposed one upon the other as different strata of tribes, the deities of the earth, the gods of the heavens, and the descendants of heaven. The center of the unifying anthropological ethnographic process was the Tensan tribe, which 226. Along with the Idzumo tribe formed the core of the conquering Yamato Tunbi. It should not be thought, however, that the above-listed components were pure. In reality, they in turn were the complex product of ethnic interbreeding. Such is the situation with the Prussians of the East, the Japanese, who in the person of nationalist ideologues have prided themselves to an uncoinman degree on their racial purity, the purity of a people chosen by God. We shall next take the Germans, now led by the gentleman racists. Only an absolute ignoramus could accept the thesis of the purity of the German stock. Germans, Celta, Slavs, Lithuanians, and Romance elements all became mixed into a single national mass. Each of these constituent elements was also the product of interbreeding. It is illustrative that the parents of German racist ideology were all non-Germans by origin. Chamberlain was an Englishman, de Lagarde was Frankly, and Eugen Dühring was of Swedish descent. As for the Aryan ancestry of the Germans, recent linguistic research has shown an affinity between the Germans and the Svancians and Etruscans, that is, people of the so-called Japhetic group, to which the late academician N. Yat. Mar devoted a great deal of work. We shall leave to one side the works attempting to show the Jewish origin of the Germans, mentioning this only to illustrate the hopeless confusion. Here it will suffice to point to the diffuseness of the very concept of Aryanism. What is there in the appearance of a Persian or Indian to link them to a Swede or a Prussian? What do Brahmanism and Buddhism in India have in common with the religion of Wotan and Thor as recorded in the German Scandinavian myths? There would seem to be very little. Any serious person, while of course recognizing the existence of historically established races and nations, would quite rightly deny their definiteness and purity. The purity of races is a myth, a made-up legend. Still more stupid is the thesis of the purity of nations. These have come together in the course of historical time, with the process also including an anthropological ethnographic element, involving the interbreeding of diverse ethnic currents. Secondly, the thesis that asserts the permanence of racial spiritual properties, orientations, dominant psychological traits and ideological tendencies one's quite false. Of course, there are certain relatively stable features that go to make up so-called national character, and which are associated with peculiarities of geography and climate and with so-called historical fate, that is, with the concrete particularities of the historical process. These features, however, are in truth a negligible quantity compared to the vast historical changes in the psychology of peoples. Germany provides the best example. At one time, during the French Revolution, the Germans were regarded as barbarians. Then they were transformed into a nation of dreamers, inhabiting a country of poets and philosophers. When railroads were first being built, it was written of the Germans that they were not fit for commercial industrial life, and that railroads would conflict with the calm patriarchal melancholic constitution and character of the German people. The Germans, it was remarked, were not Italians, with their banks, commerce, overseas operations, industry, and so forth. Later, the German national character became that of the most industry-oriented people in Europe. Now the fascists are fostering militarism, the barracks, bloodthirsty predatory bellicosity, and S0 on. The country of poets and thinkers has been transformed into a country of mercenaries and praetorians. Meanwhile, what has the so-called Deme slave, the Slavic soul of the Russians, been transformed into? Into its complete opposite. This is because the conditions of social existence have changed fundamentally. And what vast changes are occurring, for example, in China, which from being an inert and immobile country with immensely strong routines and an incomparable traditionalism, has been transformed into a seething cauldron of wars and revolutions, the site of an extremely tense and tragic struggle and of abrupt changes in all the country's main orientations. And so on, and so forth. From this it is clear that to assert the permanence of dominant psychological and ideological traits which are supposedly immanent in nations is pure rubbish, with absolutely nothing to justify it. The relatively durable elements are infinitesimally small compared with the overall susceptibility to change, which is conditioned not by the stable factor of climate, but by a mutable factor, social being. Thirdly, the arguments for anti-Semitism and the declaring of Semites to be a culture-negating quantity, an Asiatic plague, as Dyering put it, are absolutely preposterous. The Semites, AA is well known, include the Arameans, the Assyrians and Babylonians, the Arabs, the Phoenicians, the Jews, AP, YW, NW. One would need to be a complete ignoramus not to know of the enormous cultural role played by these peoples. Chaldean astronomy is well known. So too are the great cultures of Assyria and Babylon, with their canals, wonderful roads, palaces, temples, fortresses, gigantic world cities, architecture, system of writing, literature, legislation, astronomy, medicine, mathematics, engineering, and so forth. The traditions of the Babylonian calendar, numerical system, pharmacology, and so on, not to speak of legends of Babylonian origin, have been retained into our own times. The Arabs made remarkable discoveries in the fields of mathematics, geography, medicine, philosophy, literature, architecture, and so on. Spain under Arab rule was an extremely cultured country with famous universities. It was through the Arabs that Europe managed to obtain the works of the great thinkers of ancient Greece, including Aristotle. The Arabs during the years when they flourished in Europe were truly the flowers of culture. And what about the mysterious ancient Phoenicians? Who does not know of the Phoenician alphabet? Or the wonderful Phoenician cities and colonies? Or the daring voyage made by the Phoenicians to the Baltic Sea and Ceylon? Or great Carthage, a former Phoenician colony which was transformed into a mighty republic, fighting for dominance against Rome itself in the Punic Wars, during which Hannibal Barca revealed his military genius? And did the Hebrew Bible not become the most important and familiar book of the European peoples? Was it not a semi-mythical Jewish Messiah who became the God of Europe? Cromwell's Roundheads sang Salma, and the American pioneers who founded the United States went to war with these songs on their lips, not to speak of what was happening in Europe. The great mind of Spinoza, the brilliant talent of Heine, the super-genius Marx, the scientific Gemüse did these really bear witness to the backwardness and inferiority of Jews? Anti-Semitism is indeed the socialism of fools, as old August Bebel remarked. Fourthly, history tells us of the changing historical role of various races and nations, not of a simple, straightforward process. Races and nations change places in response to very complex historical causes, and in line with this, their cultural historical role changes as well. The black races, which in some cases possess age-old civilizations, are not an exception. The Black Mira state at one time ruled all of Great Egypt. China, which by the 20th century had fallen into decay, was once the seat of a great civilization. Backward Russia became the pioneer of socialism. Races, peoples, and nations do not develop uniformly. Everything here is mobile, not shut tight by some lock consisting of a priori essences of an extra-historical character. As for the messianic role which the fasciates reserve for the Nordic race, this ideology has been encountered in diverse historical variants and on numerous types of historical soil among a great many peoples, starting with the Jews as the chosen people. What about the God-bearing people and the mission of Russia according to the Slavophiles? 3. The messianism of the Japanese samurai and of their ideologues and practical exponents such as Araki. What about the Manta Gloriosa of Mussolini, proclaiming the world historical role of the New Rome? It is enough to list these examples, since one could spend a great deal of time on Thea pursued. Fifthly, the concrete development of the racist position has had quite amazing results. First, Alfred Rosenberg declared the entire proletarian revolution in Russia to be a revolt by Mongoloids against the Aryan elite of the German Aryan imperial bureaucracy. 4. Then those undoubted Mongoloids, the Japanese, were transformed into Aryans to meet the demands of current fascist policy. First, it was argued fiercely that John the Baptist, Jesus, and the Apostle Paul were pure Aryans encircled by Jews. Then Christianity was declared a plague, and replaced by a purely Aryan Nordic religion of the god of the gallows, Wotan. First, from the lips of Dries Mans, the creations of Dante, Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci, and Torquato Tasso were explained by the penetration into Italy of long-headed Germans. Then the Roman virtues of Mussolini's cohorts were lauded. First, the fascista went into raptures over the achievements of German science during the war. Then the great chemist Haber, who had saved Germany with his discoveries, was effectively driven out of the country because he was Jewish. First, Luther was declared in the works of Woldman to have been the embodiment of the victory of Germanism over the Roman Latin clerical principle, said to be the bearer of Jewish commercial and juridical morality. 5. Then Luther was declared a traitor to the German people, since Christianity in general was a Jewish plague. First, Goethe is declared a great example of Aryan German genius. Then in the works of the wife of Field Marshal Ludendorff, Goethe is smeared with mud as a cosmopolitan and a Freemason, and is proclaimed the physical killer of the blonde, truly German Schiller. And so forth. The effect is even more comic when nationalists of different nations are juxtaposed. German fascists declare Bolshevism to be a Russian Asiatic plague introduced into Europe. Meanwhile, the well-known Russian émigré philosopher Semyon Frank declares the same Bolshevism to be a Western European plague introduced into Russia. Registered all this helpless blathering, rubbish from A to Z, has nevertheless been turned into an official ideology, and is being disseminated through the use of powerful German technology. Sixthly, the development of the world economy that has occurred under capitalism has also created a worldwide culture whose ideological elements are divided dialectically on the basis of klasa. There is Kantianism, Marxism, pragmatism, and so forth. Shakespeare, Goethe, Heine, Tolstoy, and Dostoevsky, Darwin, Helmholtz, Haeckel, Faraday, and Maxwell, Diesel and Edison, Pavlov, Rutherford, Niels Bohr, and the Curie, Beethoven, Wagner, Debussy, Tchaikovsky, and many more. They have all entered the worldwide circulation of ideas. Marxism and Leninism, too, have become international phenomena. The explosion of rabid nationalism is not an imminent property of a race, but the ideological and political expression of imperialism in its last phase, of imperialism on the threshold of its collapse, which is linked to the dramatic sharpening of capitalist contradictions and to the general crisis of capitalism. From this it follows that the modern fascist mode of presentation, as the final antithesis to the socialist mode of presentation, does not express a racial biological antithesis. but a social historical antithesis, a class antithesis. The ideological structures of the two camps that are fighting this last battle do not have their roots in the composition of the blood or in the color of people's hair, not in national peculiarities in themselves, not in eternal and extra-historical orientations of races and nations, but in socially and historically conditioned class positions. Classes that are polar opposites embody, represent, and fight for counterposed modes of production and being, for counterposed cultures and ideologies, for whole living orientations in the totality of their diverse functions. For the solving of philosophical problems, this fascist mode of presentation signifies an enormous step backward, since it draws its understanding of the subject from an abstraction of a social human being thither in the direction of a biological racial abstraction, that is, a zoological one, or toward a medieval teleological mode of hierarchically immahile thinking, of thinking in the categorics of medieval scholasticism and mysticism. However much it prides itself on being anti-Christian and anti-Asian, in its anti-intellectualism it duplicates the Eastern mystics, the Church Fathers, and the Christian mystics. After all, it is precisely these latter who considered thought to be a plague, an ulcer, a hell. These were the people who considered reason to be a creature of Satan, a wanton woman. In the Upanishads it is said that anyone who experiences the world rationally knows nothing. Lao Tzu maintained that life and rational cognition were incompatible. There is nothing that characterizes the complete rottenness of the racial mystical orientation so thoroughly as this rejection of reason. The biological prolegomena of thought, as they are understood by the fascist philosophers, are in fact an ideological illusion. In reality, the springs of the social historical process operate here too as well. The logic of biology in this case reflects a concrete social and historical setting, and analysis of this logic once again confirms the fundamental truths of Marx's historical materialism. The social being of a class that is doomed and perishing, that is making desperate, brutal lunges, defines both the class itself and its social consciousness. The rejection of rational cognition and its replacement with mysticism is a testimony to intellectual poverty, which from the point of view of world history deprives this class of the NGHT to historical existence. No one should raise petty objections to this formula. It is, of course, simply a metaphor. Nevertheless, it is an expression of reality. It signifies that tendencies of a progressive type, that is, tendencies associated with life, have become incompatible with the existence of a class which cannot go forward and which only looks backward. For precisely this reason, the class is forced to wage a struggle against reason and against reasoned cognition, whose development on a general scale poses an ever greater threat to the rotten, decadent system of the exploiters. The renewal of modern philosophical thought will not pass along these roads. 25. Social position, thought, and experience. Racial biological presumptions therefore have to be thrown out, or more accurately, reduced to the minimal significance that race in fact possesses. Marx's doctrine of the mode of production, which determines the mode of presentation, remains in full force. National peculiarities are merely an additional coefficient, a concrete form of manifestation of what is basic and decisive. Meanwhile, it should be noted that these peculiarities also lie in the specific features of the material conditions of life, that is, of the anode of production itself in its particular historical concreteness. Feudalism is everywhere feudalism. Nevertheless, the so-called nomadic feudalism of the Mongols had its peculiar characteristics, just like Russian feudalism in comparison with that of Western Europe. American capitalism has its specific features, which can be explained by the concrete historical conditions of development of the United States, just like any other capitalism. The slave-owning system of ancient Greece was not the same as the slave-owning theocracy of ancient Egypt or Babylon. The caste-based social order of India, the social system of ancient China, the Inca state, and so on all had features in common and features that were unique. Such is the dialectics of the general and the particular. Nevertheless, within the bounds of one and the same social complex, divided into classes, professions, and so forth, different orientations inevitably arise. 2. The decisive role, as we have already seen, is played by class positions. Such are the general premises of a socialist character. In this context, we would like to pose a question which we have already analyzed to some degree in the course of this work, the question of thought, that is, of thinking in concepts, and of the so-called experience of the world that serves as the basis for direct contemplation, which modern mysticism counterposes to the shortcomings of rational knowledge. We have already analyzed this question from the logical angle. Here we shall pose it again from a new point of view, with the stress on the genesis and social significance of this orientation in the world, especially as regards the fashionable enthusiasm for Indian mysticism and Eastern mysticism in general. For George Simmel, two concepts play a major role. These are the concepts of social differentiation and of position, attitude, which determines the relations between particular individuals and the world. From this point of view, the relations of a human being as subject are extremely varied, the orientations and appraisals of a human individual are diverse and changeable. He or she might relate to the world in a passive contemplative manner, or in active, practical fashion, or aesthetically, or cognitively critically, or naively, or in a religious way, and so on. If we take all these definitions in their rational form, we can show 1. That social being determines social consciousness, 2. That the mode of production determines the mode of presentation, g. That the mode of presentation has its concrete national peculiarities associated with the national peculiarities of the mode of production, 4. That within society each class develops its own orientations, evaluations, and so on, 5. That within classes there are varying orientations, linked to the character of various groups and the nature of the divided social labor, 6. That as social being changes, these orientations of social consciousness change as well, 7. That the range of orientations may be more or less broad within the same social group, and that this diversity may be destroyed if the social structure is such that specialization narrows life to an extreme one-vitedness. Now that we have established these premises, we shall allow find it relatively easy to analyze the question which modern-day Rousseauism of the 234 Indian Chinks model takes up con amore. We have already spoken of this Rousseauism in Theodore Lessing's book, which the notorious Count Hermann Kieserhan considers a highly authoritative source on Indian philosophy in general and Indian mysticism in particular. At first sight it seems bizarre, paradoxical, and simply incomprehensible that Brahmanism, and later Buddhism, representing the ideology of the ruling classes, should have become established as an ascetic system, then grown into a doctrine of pure contemplation, and so on. Simply speaking, this can be explained as follows: in no country has there ever been as elaborate, strict, and rigid a system of caste divisions as in India, where the elite are holy, and the pariahs are worse than a worm in the gut of a dog. For such a social pyramid to be maintained, it was necessary to devise exceptionally effective means of acting on the masses, means that would transform the ruling theocratic oligarchy into higher beings, incommensurable with ordinary mortals. In Egypt an enthusiasm for size, embodied in the idea of rank, led to the building of colossal eternal pyramids and grandiose statues of pharaohs, as well as to ritual mysticism, and so forth. In India this would not be enough. Here the theocratic elite had to create things in practice that seemed like miracles to others. The elite had to show itself to be capable in fact of things of which ordinary mortals were incapable. The fact that ruling classes usually have a monopoly of knowledge had to take on an especially potent form, an unprecedented intensity that would transform the theocratic elite into beings of another order. Given the stagnant nature of economic and technical development, progress here could take only one direction, transforming the very physiological nature of the rulers. The Indian theocracy achieved this in actual fact. Let us listen to our authoritative mystic. The Greek word stist, mysticism means end. Here there is an end to respiration. Riya Yoga and Tattva serve to allow the sages of India to reduce inhalation and exhalation. The full suppression and exclusion of these would mean the ending of the circulation of the blood and of the other processes of life. This coincides with the attainment of nirvana. This onion for the concept of mysticism points the way to the ultimate profundities. Since every act of the spirit, such as attention, desire, self-possession, thought, and so on is characterized by self-stressing, which in bodily form manifests itself in an involuntary halt to respiration, all, the secret teachings of Asia are collections of directive rules and exercises in concentration, in the mastering and suppression of the vital rhythms. Point 2. What follows from this? The result of this is that the basis of the mysticism of the Indian priests consists in physical training plus hypnosis, brought to a remarkable state of perfection, which mystics in Europe, where the orientation has been toward things, have not reached even approximately. The stagnation of the Nile culture has caused it to be replaced here by a gigantic culture of the will, aimed at surmounting the will. This is pure contemplation, immersion in the object, fusion with the world, direct experience, mysticism, the mastering of one's body and of the realm of the passions. For centuries, from generation to generation, passing on their experience to their heirs, choosing the especially capable, cultivating ascetics, practicing ascetic exercises, creating a whole huge culture of this training that was unknown to Europe, the Indian sages achieved such perfection that in relation to the pariahs, the Sudra and other castes, they reached an unattainable, angel-like height. Everything else, all mediated this social differentiation. From Thea, the following characteristic features are derived: the concentration of attention on the person, on his or her desires, will, and so forth, and not on the objects of the external world, a passive relation to the external world, rather than an active position of attempting to master it, placing the will under stress in order to overcome it, that is, a culture of pure contemplation, concentration on the effective side of mental life, and not on the development of concepts, the non-logic of spiritual experience, instead of the culture of thought as such, and so forth. 236. It should not, of course, be thought that all this has been given in its pure form. Only tendencies are involved. Nor should it be thought that mysticism represents the whole of Indian philosophy. The only people who tell such fables are immoderate proselyte of Indian mysticism. It would also be quite absurd to suppose that contemplation has replaced work, and that the yogs have been feeding a huge country. Such an idea of India is just as absurd as the classical idea of ancient Greece, according to which harmonious Greeks went about naked, carved statues, and philosophized, while their daily bread fell down ready-baked into their divine enouts. Nevertheless, since the ideas of the ruling class are normally the dominant ideas in society, it is not surprising that the contemplative position acts as a brake on an active relationship to nature and on an adequate ideological attitude, that is, on active thought in concepts. Meanwhile, the concepts which have grown up on the basis of such orientations toward life and which take shape in accordance with a mode of production whose hierarchy is disconnected and elevated to an enormous height, have become ossified in the form of universal religious mystical systems, among the popular masses, concrete natural animist and fetishistic, and among the elite, more abstract. The sensory notion, the image, the fantasy, and the emotional side of life have therefore taken on a far greater specific weight than in the development of the Western European type. For all this, it would be a grave error to lose sight of the incommensurability of different modes of production as such. It would be absurd to counterpose Indian theocracy to European capitalism. Meanwhile, pre-capitalist relations in Europe as well were associated with mysticism and popular romanticism, with animism and a general ascribing of animate properties to the forces of nature, with an endless variety of gods, and with shared experience of natural phenomena. Heine, in his essays on the history of religion and philosophy, provided a wonderful account of this in the case of Germany. The same, however, existed in Russia, in Ireland, in France, and everywhere else. To absolutize all these categories is thus quite wrong. This would be to approach these phenomena in a rationalistic, schematic, one-sided, and generally barren fashion. The life of the senses and a sensory relationship with nature, however, do not necessarily presume mystical or mystical religious forms. Meanwhile, the gentleman mystics, including admirers of Ayudian mysticism, start out from precisely this quite incorrect premise. The religious form represents embryonic thought, and thought of a sociomorphic type. This can vary easily. Social position, thought, and KX Peelin's trademark 297. Be shown from the history of all religions without exception, beginning with the cult of ancestors, tribal elders, heroes, and so on, and finishing with kings of heaven and impersonal abstractions with their compelling force. Confucius, as we have noted, says, in order to have a good life, it is not necessary to make a new plow, as happens in the western half of the earth, but to do some good deed for plants, animals, or people. For if we loved the sea like our own souls, we would not drown in it, and if we loved fire as we love ourselves, it would not burn us. Here we see not simply a common experience of nature, but also a rejection of concepts, goals, calculation, and account-keeping, though all this is present in a primitive, animistic form. There is of course a difference between the life of the intellect and emotional life, between thought and feeling, between a system of concepts and emotional experience, or, as this dichotomy is now explained, between spirit and soul, although there is no great wall of China separating one from the other. It is true that the specific structure of capitalism has divided city from countryside, culture from nature, theory from practice, and thought from feeling. An excellent example is provided by Kant, who never traveled beyond the outskirts of Königsberg, and who scarcely ever left his study to go out into Königsberg, except for his precisely measured daily walks. The life of capitalism, which in itself and as a whole is irrational, is rationalized down to trivial details on the individual level. The constant posing of goals and drawing up of accounts are among its characteristic properties. It turns life into a universal tactic, while emotional life i.e. confined almost exclusively to the erotic. This impoverishment of life, and the hypertrophy of the intellectual as a result of the curtailment of the emotional represents the real one-sidedness of humanity under capitalism. Nevertheless, the question of many-sidedness and one-sidedness, of the one-sidedness or universality of vital content, is not by any means the same as the question of the type of cognition. Meanwhile, the mystics smuggle this very question in, even though in their terminology they try to muddy the waters. For them, experience consists of immersion in the depths of being, in the timeless and extra-spatial essence of things, in the genuine world. If they were concerned, and only concerned, with enriching the content of human life through the shared experience of nature, with the diverse emotions linked to this experience, there would be no disagreement. As we have said already, this question of the mode of living and of spiritual enrichment will be solved by socialism, which does away with the deformity represented by capitalist culture. The mystics argue, however, that rational cognition kills off the essence of the world, that it analyzes a dry mummy, transforms the world into a mathematical formula, replacing the live being with a machine, and the world with a numerical figure. All these objections we refuted in previous discussion. What does mysticism promise you? The raptures over the Confucian formula are a mystification of Confucius, in whom everything is soberly utilitarian, though on an animist basis. If we were, however, to act according to this formula, nothing good would result. What is there that might replace intellectual cognition? Perhaps real life might, A. Lessing suggests, be declared a dream, and a dream declared to be real. To this, Hegel in his Phenomenology makes a brilliant reply. They say that the absolute should not be understood, but felt and contemplated, and that investigation should not be directed by understanding, but by feeling and contemplation. The role of the baits that are needed to arouse the desire to bite is played by the beautiful, the holy, the eternal, by religion and love, not an idea, but ecstasy, not the coldly developing necessity of a question, but stormy inspiration ought, as they say, to serve to maintain and progressively develop the ricks of substance. Surrendering to the unrestrained ferment of substance, they hope through limiting consciousness and rejecting reason to make themselves the chosen ones of substance, to whom God gives wisdom in their Eliup. Nevertheless, everything that they in fact receive and engender in sheer sleep also belongs solely to the realm of dream. 4. This operation, consequently, is as old as the world, and it has not yielded anything fruitful. Low put about the slogan "Sleep in the name of life" is truly comic. To urge the rejection of ideas in also to urge the rejection of words. The mystics quite consistently proclaim the ultimate wisdom to be silence. The wisest individual is the most taciturn one, who says nothing. Such is also the achievement of Theodore Lessing. I.O. Sanskrit, the word for a sage is mung, literally, this means dumb, no longer speaking. A particularly ancient Egyptian legend tells of the minor god Ammon, who was done reverence only in silence. All that remains to us in legend of the Greek philosopher Critolus, a pupil of Heraclitus and teacher of Plato, is that at the height of his wisdom he sat in silence, only by thumbs directing the index finger of his right hand to left and nght, by this, he signified the dualism of nature and the divarication of all knowledge. And truly, if I could declare myself a follower of any philosophical trend or school, I would call myself an admirer of Critolus. 5. As for Berkeley, so for Critolus, the denial of the outside world for the sake of a subjective image and a rhythm to the sign language of primitive savages. The final outcome is the rejection of thought and of human intercourse through speech. A marvelous substitute for rational cognition, and a wonderful instance of penetration into the uttermost depths of being. What else does mysticism have to offer? A cataleptic bliss, an indifferent ecstasy, nirvana, ataraxia. However, have been familiar to all peoples, even the Russian Khlysty knew them, as did the shamans of Siberia, the Iranian dervishes, and so forth. The Dionysian principle was at the heart of these mysteries as well. What relation, however, does this have to cognition of the real associations of the world, the real relationships? If aspects of hypnosis, of hypnotic clairvoyance, of physiological training, and of the corresponding knowledge at times enter in here, these are subject to rational explanation, and in principle there is nothing here that is either mystical or miraculous. A miracle is always something negative, there are no miracles, and a miracle which has really happened is not a miracle simply by virtue of the fact that it has occurred. The mystics do battle in the name of unmediated life, nghtly lamenting the soullessness of life, but in place of the soullessness of life, they propose to render it meaningless. Pouring out a whole sea of emotions, they do their best to fetter the human intellect and hide it in a cellar. While providing a broad scope for the image of humanity, they nail shut the doors that lead into the realm of concepts. They therefore seek one-sidedness from the other direction. Instead of a cultured one-sidedness of the intellect, they pursue an animal infantile savage one-sidedness of the emotions. For the mystics, the ideal is a vegetable animal state as the antithesis to an artificial environment of machinism, calculation, accounting, tactics, and rational science. In other words, we are being urged here to make the transition from logical thought to the prelogical participation of 240 arabasques, which Levi-Bruhl speaks in his work Les Fonctions Mentales dans les Sociétés Inférieures. This is not to solve the problem, but to refuse to solve it. No. Socialism will support the great Faustian tradition, the tradition of work, knowledge, struggle, intellect, and feeling, of love, nature, and art. Combining culture and nature, Socialism will end the soullessness of civilization, it will create a mighty synthesis of rational cognition and rich emotional life. 26. The object of philosophy. Let us cross over now to attempting to provide a positive solution to the basic premises of philosophy. From everything that has been said earlier, there follows above all a historical approach to the subject. So that there should not be any subsequent misconceptions, it should immediately be noted that historically the real world itself became an object, that is, the topic of human practice and thought. The real world existed without relation to the subject, in this sense in itself, prior to the appearance of humanity, that is, of the subject, which arose historically. The proposition there is no object without a subject is true only when object and subject are taken in the strict sense, as correlative concepts. The object is always linked to the subject. From this, it does not by any means follow that the world ceases to exist when it ceases to be the object of thought and action. In just the same way, the object of labor does not cease to be a thing when it ceases to be an object of labor, and the means of production do not cease to be means of production when they cast off the social and specifically historical form of capital. The confusing of the real world with the real world as object, that is, of the real world outside of its relationship to a subject and of the real world in relation to a subject, acts as the foundation for unrestrained quasi-philosophical speculation in which it is literally possible to suffocate. 241. The real world, it therefore follows, is not in any way bound to the subject by any fundamental empiriocritical coordination. It is bound to the subject only when it figures as an object, and this position does not represent any particular philosophical wisdom, since it is nothing but a simple tautology. It is important, however, to note that the real world becomes an object historically, because its duality, the separation from it of a thinking organism, is itself a historical process, a particular stage in the development of the real world. This means that the real world also existed without a NV subject. It did not in any way need a subject in order to exist, since the subject did not create it. Instead, the world and nature at a particular stage gave rise to the subject. Insofar as the latter arose and entered into active relations with the world came to be transformed into an object. The real world itself is a historically changing quantity, eternally in flux. Least of all is it an immobile and immutable absolute. It is a general process, work. Everything is in historical movement and undergoing change, since space and time are not subjective forms of apprehension, but objective for me of the existence of matter in motion. Nature has its history just like human society, and there is no fundamental difference here. If we take the earth and its geological history, its transition as a whole from a molten mass to its present state also includes the formation of various substances and their transformation, the formation of complex ores, the appearance of organic bodies, and the rise of thinking matter. The formation of new qualities is a vital aspect of the historical process, just like the disappearance of various others. This is the great objective dialectics of nature, presupposing disappearing aspects and an endless diversity of qualities, properties, forms, and relationships of the world as a whole and of its parts. Organic nature is endowed with a series of properties that distinguish it from inorganic nature. In exactly the same way, thinking matter, which has evolved into a subject, does not cease to be at the same time a part of nature with special properties. Consciousness itself, as a specific form of particular material processes, is a real fact, an objective property of matter of a certain quality. From this point of view, even hallucination is fact, and it can be, and is, the object of thought. The sciences dealing with mental illnesses do not trail off into nothingness, but are involved in studying something of real substance. One could unite a history of illusions and errors, since these are also facts. Hallucinations and ravings stand counterposed to normal consciousness, since there is nothing in the outside world that corresponds to hallucination. One can reject hallucination not as a fact arising from an abnormal consciousness, but from the point of view of its relationship to the external. To deny its reality as a process of consciousness would be quite absurd. Consequently, consciousness too has a predicate of being, and at a particular stage of its development, itself becomes an object of thought. Thinking about thought is an extremely important part of philosophy. In other words, the relationship between being and thought is a dialectical one, since these opposites interpenetrate one another, and thought exists, has a predicate of being. This being thinks, that is, has a predicate of thought. Thinking matter is their real unity. But as we have seen, in this real unity of substances and in the historical prius there is matter, without which no spirit can exist, while without the spirit, matter can and does exist in the most diverse forma. In this regard numerous illusions arise, among other reasons because of the objectification of forms of thought. Concepts exist, as products of the mental work of humanity. Categories exist, and to some people seem to be even a priori. Religions exist, as do scientific systems, philosophies, and so forth. These are objectified forms of consciousness. They even take on material form in books and other symbols, receiving, so to speak, a tangible being. But what does all this mean? Does it mean that the spirit has the reality not of a property, but of a substance, that it becomes an independent causa, to use the old term? Of course not. The objectification of intellectual forms is nothing other than an expression of their intensively socialized nature, an expression which is often linked with the greater or lesser adequacy of their content as a reflection of reality. These forms may be accurate reflections or distorted ones. They do not exist anywhere except, to put it crudely, in the heads of socialized people. They do not fill the space between people like a sort of jelly, a special thin substance. Social consciousness in general is the consciousness of socialized people, not a superhuman category. To a certain degree, therefore, it is independent of each individual object of cognition. In exactly the same way, society does not cease to exist when one or another of its members dies. But if all were suddenly to die, there would be neither society nor social consciousness. 244. Something else needs to be said about the gigantic system of symbols. Their material being, that is, the being represented by printer's ink, for example, and by a certain spatial form, has no relation to the question of the essence of consciousness. The meaning of a book does not consist in ink and pigskin. Outside of their deciphering, that is, outside of their correlation with the subject, these are not symbols, they have no meaning, and exist only in their crude and meaningless being, a purely external being like that of any paving stone. Only when this correlation is present is the question transferred to the plane of objectified mental forms, of which we spoke earlier. In this connection, it is curious to note that Herr Professor Werner Sombart, full of enthusiasm for the sociology of thought of Max Weber, without the slightest thought and as quick as a monkey, applied the corresponding categories to the external world. It emerged that the real processes of natural reality that we master are air symbols whose meaning will never be accessible to us, while we shall never master the social processes whose meaning we do understand. According to Sombart, this devil's carousel is humanity's accursed fate. Hence the real world, with all its properties and features, and with consciousness as a property of one of its parts, becomes an object. The real world is historical, that is, it is situated in a process of historical change. Its properties are historical, since they are changeable. As an object, the world is historical in the sense that it becomes an object when a historical object appears. Thinking matter, that is, this historical subject, itself becomes an object. Consciousness is a property of a particular type of matter which arose and which develops historically. Finally, an object is also historical in the sense that it becomes an object historically, to the degree that the practice and theory of the subject grows, and the radius of his or her practical and theoretical orientation expands. The object, i.e. continually becoming an object, is being revealed as an object, and is not simply being dumped into the status like a cabbage into a sack. 2. The real world also in part creates itself as a subject, all of the so-called cultural landscape, the whole human-made environment, cities and villages, ditches and roads, cultivated fields, cleared forests, underground mines, and so forth. All this represents the world as transformed by humanity, the Anthropozoic period of the planet Earth, to use the language of geology. Here the historical aspect is already inked directly and immediately with human history. The one-sidedness of almost all pre-Marxian philosophy consisted in the fact that its object was abstract, unhistorical, and at the same time Object of so-called pure consciousness. Meanwhile, we have already seen what such one-sidedness leads to, and how it is explained. Consequently, at the very outset, in the interpretation of the object, a certain flaw is present. In reality, the object is an object of mastering, while the process of mastering is dual in nature. This is both practical and theoretical mastering, with practice having primacy. As the object of practical mastering, the world is also transformed materially to one or another degree. Theoretical cognition mediates this process, expanding, enriching, and orienting it. If we take as our starting point such an interpretation of the object of philosophy, then by virtue of this all subsequent problems must inescapably be understood in a quite different light. There will be no room for the hypertrophy of the spiritual, under the influence of which the object evaporated, as it were, being transformed into an idea, a concept, or some other emaciated, cachaic abstraction located on the upper contours of thought. It is true, as we know, that a series of idealist systems have interpreted the world as the object of creation. This would seem to be an active, ultra-practical position. However, the concepts involved here should not be confused. What these systems have been concerned with is the practice of thought, not material practice. The object in this case has not been the historically existing, material, objective world, but the product of the creative activity of the subject. Such mastering is illusory, it resolves itself into nothingness, into a mirage, into a mental fog. The interpretation of an object as the object of practical and theoretical mastering is not by any means an artificial mental trick. On the contrary, it is the only correct interpretation, the only one that accords with historical and present-day reality. It does not represent one among various points of view, depending on the convenience of thought or other analogous considerations. It has a firm basis in the facts of historical reality, where the object acts above all as the object of practical mastering. The object, as the object of theoretical cognition, has in general been able to manifest itself only to the degree that theoretical cognition itself has existed. 246. This theoretical cognition appeared much later in historical terms, separating itself out from practice in a special and more or less autonomous process. In people's conscious NEAs, therefore, the object became divided into two. On the one hand it became the object of practical mastering, and on the other hand, the object of theoretical mastering. Practicians have always more or less interpreted the world as matter, having weight, occupying space, showing resistance, requiring effort, and the overcoming of resistance. Theoreticians, to the degree that they are divorced from practice and operate in the general, that is, take as their starting point not direct contact with the real world, but reflections on a relatively exalted level, have replaced the real world with these reflections. It is amusing, for example, to see how the doctrine of the object of cognition took root and grew up among pure logicians. This object consisted of pure types and ideal types. The trouble, however, is that these ideal types, while abstractions, were transformed by philosophers into the true world. It is also hard to suppress a smilk when a giant such as Hegel writes with complete seriousness, conviction, and thoughtfulness. The infinity of animal forms cannot be considered with such exactitude as if the necessity of the system were observed with absolute strictness. It is necessary, on the contrary, to elevate general definitions into a rule. If these definitions do not correspond fully to the rule, but helis approxy it, then it is not the rule, not the charization of the tip jj so on, that has to be changed, as if these were obliged to correspond to the given existing forma, but on the contrary, the latter must correspond to the former, since the shortcoming ia in the forms asterisk. Logically, there is a divorce here from concrete being. The depth here corresponds to material poverty. There is no ascent to an increasingly full-blooded second concrete, but instead, reality is systematically plucked of all its feathers. The general is torn apart from the specific, the type from the individual, the law from the fact, the abstract from the concrete, and so forth. Consequently, being is also idealized and spiritualized. Instead of the reality of the world we have an ideal, a concept, a corporal's baton without the army, which is transformed into a shadow. In this manner, the ugly, feudal vanity of the concept finds its expression. As we have already stated, however, a concept also becomes an object of cognition at a particular stage of historical development. Concepts are not material parts of the external world, but reflections of matter organized in a particular way. If we do not accept them as processes of thought, they cannot be the direct objects of material practice. Thought occurs in people's heads, not in a milling machine and not beneath the shaft of a blooming mill. Nevertheless, since its logical makeup is a condensation of social experience, that is, of a vast historical process which also includes practice, thought as an object of cognition is linked to practice, and cannot be understood dialectically in isolation from this link. This is the first point. The second is that insofar as thought itself mediates the practical process, it is through the theoretical mastering of thought that the practical mastering of it occurs. Finally, the directing of thought toward particular objects is in its way a process of practical mastering of thought. Thinking about thought is also a process, in which thought itself becomes the object. Here, as we see, the aspect of practice plays a most substantial role. The object of philosophy thus appears before us not as the object of the old philosophy, but as something diverse and materially integrated at the same time, as a fluid, historically changing quantity, as an object of theoretical and practical mastering, of mastering in its dual form. 27. The subject of philosophy. In parallel with its treatment of the object, pre-Manon philosophy also saw a corresponding interpretation of the philosophical subject. As we know, this was an abstraction solely of the intellectual side of humanity's vital activity, with humanity in turn abstracted from all its social and social historical determinants. In various philosophical schools this all-round nakedness of the subject, and its transformation into an impoverished, one-sided intellectual abstraction was formulated in various ways, but the salient features in almost all were the familiar ones of the so-called philosophical I. In idealist systems, this was usually a universal I, among subjective idealists, an individual I, among agnostics and positivist, the individual taken either from a psychological or physiological angle, among mechanistic materialist, usually a physiological individual, and to Feuerbach, a physiological biological, sensible ancestral person, the anthropological principle in philosophy. The restricted nature of the old materialism, including Feuerbach's humanism, was pitilessly exposed by Marx in his brief, sharp theses, that brilliant formulation of the fundamental principles of dialectical materialism. If, with a certain simplification, we take the philosophizing subject, this subject represented the philosophizing Sidq, abstracted from all social and social historical definiteness, that ia, something in essence inconceivable, since as we have already seen, thought itself presupposes a society of Aristotle's social humanity, of Franklin's tool-making animal, of Marx's socialized humanity. The sociological prolegomena to any future philosophy tell us that the subject of philosophy, the thinking subject, is a socialized man or woman. That is, a social historical person in his or her many-sided vital activity. Of course, every human being is an individual member of the species. Of course, every human being is a physiological entity. Of course, every human being is therefore a biological individual. But the social historical person is a socialized individual, possessing new qualities which are by no means dissolved in the biological and physiological. The capitalist individual, the typical bourgeois, the human individual of feudalism, socialist man and woman, and so forth, all these are categories whose specific peculiarities cannot in any way be deduced from physiology or biology. Homo sapiens has been transformed historically into social, tool-making man and woman. The human beings of primitive communism, with a particular type of socialization of their own personal nature, were replaced by the human beings of tribal society, of feudalism, of capitalism, and of socialism. The idealist attitude toward the subject is clearly preposterous. Even the humanism of Feuerbach is quite inadequate. It is not anthropology which constitutes the prolegomena, but sociology, not biological humanity, but humanity as socialized and historically defined by specific relations of production, not one-sidedly thinking humanity, but humanity carrying on diverse vital activities. However, it follows from the latter that for capitalist society, with its productive anarchy, atomized division of labor, broad gap between theory and tactici, and so forth, it is quite impossible to understand the relations between the person and the world from the example of an individual I. In capitalist society, to a far greater degree than in other class societies, these relations are defined only by the interconnected totality of relationships of society as a whole. If, for example, in developed socialist society every individual in his or her diverse and many-faceted activity more or less reflects the life of society as a whole, the specialized individual of capitalism embodies only one facet of social existence. Such a person is not the hub of society's relations with nature, is not their focus, since people are divided and atomized, just as capitalist society as a whole is divided and atomized. Upostatizing the intellectual function WM its subject, idealist philosophy tears this function out of the whole context of vital activity, creating its own philosophical subject primarily as the subject of pure reason, that is, of an isolated cognitive function taken in itself. Meanwhile materialist theory, and Feuerbach as well, sought to find a solution by regarding humanity as a purely physiological and biological type. But by transgressing the bounds of the social historical subject in this manner, falling into the biological or anthropological, they had inevitably to treat the subject merely as a passive product of nature, that is, to treat the subject not above all as an active principle with its own active practice, but as a passive, derivative principle, that is, not in essence as a subject in relation to a natural object, but rather, as an object on which nature acts. Marx, a 9 is well known, took note of this uniformity, or one-sidedness. It is connected logically with the treatment of humanity solely as an animal species, because the process of adaptation of an animal species is a process of passive adaptation, of adaptation through natural selection, while social humanity actively subdues nature, and in technology creates a specifically social mechanism for acting on nature, on matter, which in the historical process of development becomes ever more material, that is, a real object. This historical leap in the development of Homo sapiens, a leap from the animal herd to human society, from biology to sociology, from the biological individual to the socialized man or woman, from the person equipped with teeth to the person equipped with technology, took place outside of philosophy. Meanwhile, as we have seen, thought itself arises in the process of active social practice, that is, in collaboration between social individuals. Thought differentiates itself historically from this social practice, and so on. In the philosophical doctrines of idealism, the I has been transformed into a deliberate spiritual creative principle, encompassing the world and sometimes consuming it as well. In the philosophical doctrines of materialism and its variants, the I has been transformed into a one-sided product, a simple point of intersection of geographical, climatic, orographic, and other influences of the so-called natural environment. This is why Marx wrote that idealism developed the subjective and active side, while materialism was more passive. Therefore, the subject is in fact the subject of mastering, just as the object is the object of mastering. The subject of mastering is historical through and through. The subject appears as such only at a particular stage of development, consequently, it is historical from the very outset of its being. It is historical from the point of view of its growing historical might, from the point of view of its technical, practical and theoretical equipment and of the corresponding results. It is historical from the point of view of the type of social structure and of the corresponding modes of presentation. If we look at the subject through the size of pre-Marxist philosophy, then what, for example, did this philosophy make of technology, whether a stone axe, a steam engine, or a diesel motor? The old philosophy regarded such prosaic objects as having nothing to do with the business at hand, as being too lowly and unworthy for philosophy even to notice. On the contrary, from the point of view of dialectical materialism, in which the subject is the subject of the mastering of the world, where practice is the process of direct intervention in the world, and where it has enormous theoretical and cognitive significance, technology is an exceedingly important aspect. Technological equipment, and the degree to which it is available, thus has a substantial significance. A savage with a stone axe and a person with socialist technology are quite different subjects, and it is simply ludicrous to speak of them as one and the same. The situation is roughly the same with the technology of experimental science. If highly sensitive modern instruments raise the sensitivity of natural organs a huge number of times, if X-ray apparatus makes the invisible visible, if instruments detect what is undetectable to our natural senses, creating, so to speak, NCW artificial senses, then in treating of the subject it is quite impermissible to leave these powerful weapons of cognition out of account. References are made to the fact that the great minds of antiquity, for example, Aristotle, working without any technology, either productive or experimental, were able to think their way through to philosophical questions that are controversial even today, and provided some particular answers that are true even now. The fact is also cited that even atomic theory is thousands of years old. All these arguments, however, are extremely unconvincing. They are unconvincing because there is nevertheless an enormous difference here. The atoms of Democritus, Epicurus, and Lucretius were naive hypotheses, arising out of brilliant guesses. The atoms of our own time are a firm acquisition of modern science, an acquisition while experimentally and developed by theoretical scientific thought. The reasoning of Epicurus and the experiments of Rutherford, the theories of Niels Bohr, and Sixtion, represent two different dimensions, despite everything THCY have in common. It is enough to read Hegel's philosophy of nature to see there a huge quantity of mystical rubbish and of rubbish pure and simple. Despite the real gems shining within these heaps. Nor has it been so long since the death of this colossus. We will be told, though, that what is involved here is science rather than philosophy. Has philosophy strayed so far from science? It has. But in the first place, one should not erect a great wall of China between the one and the other. Secondly, if we are to take, for example, the debate between materialism and idealism in earlier times and today, we do not see this controversy marking time, but the reproduction of the contradiction on a vastly expanded basis. Hegel is faranger than Plato, Marx is on an incomparably, immeasurably higher Jave than Epicurus. The fact that the question has not been resolved for everyone is rooted in the social conditioning of the worldview, in the mode of presentation as a reflex of the mode of production. Therefore, the interpretation of the subject must also be historical in the sense of the historical equipping, practical and theoretical, of the subject of mastering. Here we have once again, in a different connection, come up against the question of the mode of presentation. We have seen what an enormous role the mode of presentation plays in the worldview, and have seen the law on the basis of which it arose. For us to repeat ourselves here would be out of place. We shall merely ask, if in all philosophical systems prominent a place is assigned to the question of the physiological subjectivism of sensations and so forth, then where is the logical reason for going past social subjectivism, that is, the sociomorphic mode of presentation, which can be ascertained everywhere? There are no such reasons, and there cannot be. If we had a thorough understanding of the fact that a human being is not just a biological individual, but has a social art historical being, the social and historical character of his or her consciousness also becomes quite obvious. The mode of presentation is immanent in the social and historical object. We must therefore interpret the subject of mastering, the subject of philosophy, as a historical, social subject, and interpret it from this point of view, that is, from the point of view of the mode of presentation that is peculiar to it, knowing the law of this mode of presentation, that is, genesis, its function, its relation to the objective world, its distorting ideological role, and so forth. But will not the subject of philosophy, when interpreted in this way, be transformed into the history of philosophy, and even MTO history in general? Not at all. There is the question of beginning the whole process of, from Adam to the present day. It would also be quite absurd to repeat the attempts to solve the problems before us from the points of view of various social, historical subjectiva, that is, to live at the expense of the past. But it is essential to include this past, in a condensed form and in a historical dialectical manner. This also means knowing the historical laws of correlations, being able to compare, that is, to act as a subject possessing the whole might of modern science and technology. The highest type of thought is dialectical materialist thought. The highest, historically most developed type of subject of mastering is socialist humanity, arising on a historical basis. Hegel knew perfectly well that philosophy is an epoch captured in thought. At times he provided brilliant evidence of this understanding, when his objective idealism passed over directly into materialism. Here, for example, is how he characterized the late Roman Empire. The Roman world was a world of abstraction, in which a single cold supremacy extended over the whole educated world. The living individuality of the spirits of peoples was crushed and destroyed. The alien power bore down, like an abstract universe, on the human individual. In the midst of such a state of destruction, people felt the need to seek refuge in this abstraction, that is, to seek refuge in this inner freedom of the subject as such. And so forth. From this, Hegel deduced the main features of the philosophical thought of that epoch. Hegel himself provides a telling demonstration of the social character of the subject of philosophy. Here is an example, from the philosophy of nature. On the whole, the New World represents an undeveloped duality. It is divided like a magnet into two northern and southern parts. The Old World manifests a thoroughgoing division into three parts, of which one, Africa, is a native metal, a lunar clement, grown torpid from the heat, where people come to a standstill in themselves. This is a mute spirit that does not enter into consciousness. Another part, Asia, is a bacchanalian, comet frenzy, arising in stormy fashion out of its surroundings, a formless product without any hope of mastering what lies about it. Finally, the third part, Europe, represents consciousness, the reasoning part of the earth, the equilibrium of envira and valleys and mountains, and its center is Germany. This geological poetic mysticism in the style of Jacob Boehme, in essence expressing the mode of presentation of German Christian asses, as Heine called them, cannot possibly be understood outside its historical social context. Nor 254. Can any pure reason come up with such raving from within itself or from the external world alone? Hegel, however, reflecting for example on Plato, puts forward a very wise rule: we must, he unites in lectures on the history of philosophy, stand on a level above Plato, that is, we have to know the necessity of the thinking spirit of our time, for quite so. We need to stand higher than all, since we have to know the necessity of the spirit of our tomb. While our time is not an abstraction of time, but the flesh and blood of history, a new mode of production, a new human being and a new mode of presentation. Accordingly, the subject of our philosophy has also arisen historically. This is the historically and socially determined subject of the mastering of the world, of the mastering, simultaneously and coherently, of the practical and theoretical, the subject, diverse and multifaceted in his or her vital activity, equipped with powerful productive and experimental technology and with the modern mode of presentation, the integrated and not atomized socialist individual. To understand this means also to understand the necessity of the thinking spirit of our time. As we have seen, however, under socialism society itself is transformed into a spirate subject. Society itself becomes a teleological entity, a situation that is expressed succinctly in Stalin's formula, the plan? We are the plan. Here we have the abolition of the primordial social spontaneity that once ruled over human beings, transforming itself into a force external in its relation to them and holding sway over them. Society as a subject masters itself, at once practically and theoretically. In socialist society the plan also expresses this mastering, which is both dual and integral. Here we find present at the same time both theoretical cognition and practical action, cognized necessity and teleological freedom, mind and will, thought and practical action, scientific synthesis and purpose. Here the isolated subject simultaneously and to the greatest possible degree becomes immersed in the collective and enriches his or her individuality to the maximum degree. Here, consequently, we find a dialectical interaction between the real general and the individual, the essence of the general in the individual and of the individual in the general. Such is the historically Hicks subject of the mastering of the world, mastering both nature and society. 28. The interaction of subject and object. The process of interaction between subject and object, which overall is a process of mastering nature on the part of the subject, is itself a changing historical process. The interaction between object and subject is continually evident, but the types of this interaction are historically diverse. Just as the object and subject are historically variable, so too is the interaction between them a historically variable quantity. We have already to some degree examined this changing process in the chapters on object and subject, since it is impossible to take an object in itself or to take a subject in itself. As a result, the idea of correlation is already immanent in these concepts. Representing the splitting of the whole, they act as opposites and so interpenetrate one another, just as inorganic nature in general interpenetrates organic nature, and organic nature, dying and decaying, interpenetrates the inorganic. Here, however, this exchange of substances between nature and society has its peculiar, specific traits. The active character of the relationship comes from the side of the subject. Teleology, as we know, does not banish natural necessity, and freedom itself is cognized necessity, according to Engels's definition. Activity, however, represents liberation from the direct pressure of nature, from necessity in the first Aristotelian sense. If in the initial stages of human development the subject was oppressed by the menacing forces of nature, and was powerless and defenseless before the natural elements, now to a significant degree the subject controls them, but controls them while subject to them, since it is only possible to control the processes of nature while resting on the laws of nature. This can also be expressed in the following fashion: the subject is at one and the same time free and unfree, ruling over nature and subordinate to it. If we examine the historical process of interaction between society and nature under conditions of social growth, we will readily discover a process of liberation of humanity from oppression by the forces of nature. Technology, production, science, the economic organization of society, and so forth are taking on greater and greater significance. Geographical factors do not cease to operate, but they no longer determine the course of life, to a significant degree remaining constant and stable. By contrast, the further the process of active adaptation to nature proceeds, the more rapidly society develops, alters its forms, enriches its functions, and increases its requirements. Its material and spiritual culture grows more diverse. The mistake of so-called geographical materialism, and then of its mystified and vulgarized caricature, geopolitics, consists in the failure to understand of the fact that in the presence of developed productive forces, geographical factors operate through technology and production, at the same time transforming themselves into the objects of action. Hence the subject, which has arisen in historical fashion, develops as an object, it develops historically, and insofar as the social historical process is a process of mastering nature, this occurs with full priority given to the objective laws of nature. As we have seen, this process as a whole can be expressed through the formula PTP, that is, through the formula of the cycle of theory and practice, on the constantly expanding basis of their interaction. The broadening of this basis is in turn expressed in the growth of the forces of production, including in the growth of technology, in the raising of the coefficients of technical capacities, and in the variety and speed of technological processes, including chemical reactions of all types, in the ever greater quantity and diversity of organic and inorganic substances drawn into the process of production as its raw material arid material of every kind. The expansion of this basis is also expressed in the growth of science, that is, in the ever broader and more profound cognitive mastering of the world. The one here mediates the other, and their combined motion amounts to a dual process of mastering the world. The visible sensible material expression of this process consists of the artificial environment and the material changing of the face of the earth, that is, the transformation of the natural landscape into a cultured landscape, the modification of the countryside according to the standards of agriculture, industry, transport, tourism, cultural diversions, and so forth. Such is the culmination of the process in which the cosmos is devoured by humanity, the process of consuming the substance of the world, the process of transforming the world in line with human goals, the process of increasing the power of humanity over the substance-arid elements of nature. The acceleration of this process is linked with the conditions of functioning of the productive forces, that is, above all with the historical form of society. Every historical form of society is transformed dialectically from a form of development into fetters on this development. The economy of feudalism was natural in its basis though never completely natural, and was limited by its low rate of growth, stagnant technology, and in the field of thought, by its dry, rigid, and wooden theological dogmatism, which provided no opportunity for criticism or real scientific investigation. Capitalism, with its principle of profit, with its competition and machines, immediately accelerated the process of mastering nature many times over, in both the material practical and theoretical fields. This acceleration of the process of mastering the objective world proceeded both in breadth and in depth, and was truly unprecedented in human history. The creation of powerful technology, a gigantic growth of the forces of production, the formation of a world market, an unparalleled flowering of science and its transformation into world science, all these had been unknown in ancient times and to the great civilizations of antiquity. Nevertheless, the interaction between nature and society, between the object and subject in the epoch of the decline of capitalism has clearly changed, both in the material sphere and in that of thought. In the latter, as we know, it is possible to observe a sharp turn from metaphysical abstractions, from spiritualistic fetishes, back to feudal theology, from criticism to dogmatism, from science flirting with idealism but with elements of spontaneous materialist theory, to mysticism and theology. By contrast, the socialist form of society has dramatically accelerated the process of mastering the objective world. The assimilating of new territories, geological, botanical, zoological, and other studies of the Soviet Union, the immense growth of technology and of the forces of production, with growth rates never before witnessed anywhere in the world, the extremely rapid successes of science and ETA penetration into the lives of the masses through its unification with practice, and so forth, all of this is proceeding at a quite new rhythm. Following Saint Simon to a considerable degree, Auguste Comte, as is well known, divided the mental life of humanity into three periods: theological, metaphysical, and scientific. His crudest error was to take mental life as his point of departure, that is, he included in his historical construct a dose of antistorical rationalism big enough for a horse. Of course, it was not theology that gave rise to feudalism, but feudalism that gave NSC to theology. Feudalism was not the product of the theological form of thought, but the theological form of thought was the product of feudalism. The old rationalist formula of the Enlighteners, that opinions always and everywhere govern the world, served also as the theoretical conception behind Comte's positive science. In Comte's time, the period when science would move beyond theology and metaphysics had still on the whole to begin. It is true that Comte's teacher Saint Simon had already written in l'Industrie, Ultimately, principles are not created, they are perceived and demonstrated. Saint Simon, however, advocated a new Christianity with a spiritual and secular hierarchy, while the positivist Comte devised a new positivist religion, considering himself to be its high priest. His various stages further presupposed the uninterrupted progress of society, interpreted in the manner of a living organism. And so forth. There was, however, also a rational kernel in Comte's triad, since in its basic crust the movement from feudal theology toward the metaphysical abstractions of the epoch of capitalism, and toward the imminent period of the irreligion of the future, when under socialism science will finally oust both theology and all types of supernatural worldview, represents real progress. The recognition of these intellectual forms as ideological distortions of reality, and the historical process of liberation from their numbing fetters, is a process of throwing off the forms of social subjectivism, of overcoming and replacing them. The logical precondition for this liberation is philosophical self-criticism, while the material social preconditions are the class struggle of the proletariat and the transition to socialism. Ultimately, the scientific picture of the world and its philosophical generalization cease to be both anthropomorphic and sociomorphic. Earlier, we analyzed in detail the question of the teleology of necessity. We saw that developments in human activity and victories over the natural elements do not by any means justify falling into pure voluntarism and indeterminism. Human goals are determined by necessity. In their achievements, human beings rest on the jaws of nature, and any technological process, even the most complex and intricate, expresses natural necessity in all the definiteness of its concrete relationships and interpenetrations. The general conditions for human social and historical activity are also determined, however, by the phase of development of the earth. This is the framework within which human activity in general takes place. Engels, along with Fourier, considered inevitable both the decline of humanity and its extinction, together with the ending of life on the earth as a planet. In other words, human history cannot be divorced in any way from the history of the earth as the base, locus standi, and source of nourishment of society. We are not resolved, however, to pursue our conclusions as far as this, since we do not have tinficient data thither to make any assertions concerning the inevitable aging of the human race, or to draw any conclusions concerning the impossibility of interplanetary communications, or to exclude the possibility of new methods being discovered for adapting to extremely slow changes in the general planetary conditions of existence. For the time being we can only say, whoever lives will see. In the process of mastering the object from the direction of the subject, the object is increasingly revealed in its infinite diversity, qualitative and quantitative, extensive and intensive. In practice, historical humanity, modern humanity, refashions huge masses of material. In cognitive terms, humanity is able to travel into infinitely vast stellar spaces and into the infinitely small spheres of the microcosmos. For human beings, the extraordinary diversity of objective properties, qualities, relations, interdependencies, and links with humanity is continually growing, since practice and theoretical cognition are more and more revealing their inexhaustible wealth. Here we see continuing the historical transformation of the real 260 world, independent of humanity, that is, of nature as such, into an object of mastering. We see a transition from the indifferent instance of the world to its collective subordination to the growing might of the subject, which coordinates, and subordinates to its purposes, great Tellurian processes. This process of mastering is an absolutely real historical fact. We refashion the substance of nature, becoming more and more cognizant of its properties. On a greater and greater scale, we are able to predict the course of objective processes. This also signifies mastering practice and theoretical cognition, in dual form. These words and concepts have no other significance, and cannot have. Idealist philosophies and agnosticism rest on the presumption that ideal essences exist, beyond the reach of practice or theory. But these essences, all these ideas, spirits, world souls, monad souls, logit, and so on, are nothing other than illusory quantities created by human beings, and located mentally in the pores of the real world or beyond its limits in the character of incognizables. Precisely because THCY are ideological phantasms, however, they cannot be perceived as elements of the real world. They can, on the other hand, be perceived as phantasms, as ideological distortions, and only in this way. As it happens, this is quite sufficient. To apprehend a phantasm as part of the real world is an insoluble task. Consequently, this is a false problem, about which it is not worth troubling oneself, despite the teachings of idealist philosophy. This fuss and bother is scholastic in the spirit of the well-known medieval exercises that now seem to us merely barbaric and comic. To postulate God as invisible, and then to try to see him, is a hopeless enterprise. But to see the material basis for the rise of this idea, to understand its genesis, to see something else behind the distortion, is both possible and necessary. So it is that we, in contrast to the narrowness of the rationalist metaphysicians, see in religious forms not simply naked, deliberate invention and naked deception by the priests, but a deeply rooted form of thought, in which the real laws of nature are crudely distorted in line with the mode of production, that is, sociomorphically. To understand this means to apprehend ideological phantasms in scientific fashion. In practice, doing away with their material basis means to undermine and thwart their reproduction, turning them into an element of the historical past that has neither a present nor a future. The might of human practice and human cognition in its highest form, corresponding to the socialist subject of mastering, fills people with creative enthusiasm, and at the same time protects them from unmerit pride. When Hegel, for example, declares that the Earth is the middle, the best of planets, and so forth, this peculiar geocentrism is ultimately just a province of cognition, a god-forsaken backwater, limited and restricted. At Ms, beneath the cover of criticizing evil infinity, the same Hegel betrays a yearning for calm, for the finite, for that immutably static, absolute, unitary, and constant being, round as a sphere, of which ancient Greek thinkers spoke. Impotent, ossified, dogmatic knowledge which was not knowledge, but ignorance based on revelation viewed the earth as the center of the universe. By contrast, powerful practice and powerful theory demonstrate that the earth is one of an infinite number of worlds, that the situation is the same with the entire solar system, that if we pricked in the other direction, every atom consists of an infinite number of worlds, that is, that every infinite is finite, while every finite is infinite, and that everything is immersed in the infinitely infinite universe. These expanses make some people's heads spin, and such people find they want to scratch their backs on some tiny fence. They cannot endure the world dialectics of the finite and infinite. Well, let them be. Ellipy scratching, gentlemen. Meanwhile, we shall follow the path of infinite cognition, the path of endless mastering of the infinite universe, without any barriers with signs saying road ends here or entry not permitted. 29. Society as the object and subject of mastering. The question of society takes on a special significance, since here there is a very specific interrelationship. Society can be an object and a subject simultaneously, it can be an object in the fullest sense, and a subject only in part. Meanwhile, it can perform this role simultaneously in several respects with particular class-based mental orientations of an exceptionally profound and durable type, far more durable than the different variants in the field of the theoretical sciences. Society, with its whole range of social and economic formations, cannot master itself in the practical sense. This, so to speak, represents its fundamental, immanent character. This is best demonstrated using the examples of different historical types of society, especially since we have already examined some aspects of this question in another context. Here we need to pose it, and resolve it, a whole. Let us take capitalist society. This is a particular type of society, which has arisen in a historical manner, a specific social and economic formation, a particular mode of production, with its characteristic mode of thought. Capitalism became the object of knowledge almost from the point when it first began to arise. But what kind of subject was counterposed to it? Acting as the subject were the ideologues of the ruling class. The subject here was not all of society. Society was anarchic, atomized, elemental, blind, and irrational. As we have already seen, it is not a goal-positing, teleological entity, since it is not. 262. Organized society. There is nothing in it that corresponds to a general, overarching will, only a fictitious version of this will, created in the interests of the ruling bourgeoisie. The rational principle: the state is a general organization of the ruling class with a restricted role. It does not define or organize the life of civil society in its basic economic functions, and the course of the economic process, where there is teleology in a single enterprise, that is, in a single cell within the whole, is subject to the laws of elemental chance. Society therefore cannot be the object of practical mastering. For society to be koine, the object of successful mastering, it needs to have an organized character, which makes possible a plan. This means overcoming the anarchy of capitalism, that is, of capitalism as a particular social structure. Consequently, attempts to master society as a whole require moving beyond the bounds of capitalism, and this signifies proletarian socialist revolution. To cognize capitalist society in even minimally adequate fashion means gaining an understanding of it in its contradictions and in its dynamic, and consequently, in its shift to non-being, to a different social foran, that is, historically and dialectically. But since capitalist society, by virtue of its structure, is characterized by a fundamental divergence of powerful interests, the ruling class and its ideologues are incapable of this as a matter of principle. If we are to speak of political economy, it was only in the initial period of development of this science that Adam Smith, and to an even greater degree David Ricardo, described the real relations involved, including their contradictory nature. With the ending of so-called classical political economy, however, bourgeois economic thought degenerated, and was transformed into vulgar apologetics. The historical school, the harmonists, the marginal utility school, the mathematical school, the social organic school, and the present-day organic rubbish of the fascist ideologues, and also the total decay of science, the rejection of the very possibility of theoretical cognition and its transformation into statistics through study of the specific conjuncture. We see the same process in sociology and history. Auguste Comte and Herbert Spencer were on a far higher level than the Othmar Spans of today. The French historians of the Restoration period, and such giants as Mommsen, Niebuhr, and others, were far greater than today's puffed-up apologists for fascist nationalism, or the petty ultra-specialized scribblers who lack all horizons. The attempts at generalization and synthesis, such as Spengler's Decline of the West, come close to a skeptical rejection of science, as everyone knows who is familiar with the filigree sophistry of Spengler's constructs. Things are still worse when only capitalism is involved. It is enough to point to the evolution of Werner Sombart, who has progressed all the way from Scientonpathy with Marxism to mystical rubbish of the lowest order. There is no point in citing endless examples. As for subject engaging in the cognition of capitalist society, the bourgeoisie has proven powerless. Its social science has degenerated into an apology for its practice, while this practice, which expresses the anarchic functioning of capitalism, has never been able to exert control over the elemental social spontaneity of the system and overcome the irrationality of the social process that is innate to capitalism. For that matter, this practice has never even set itself such a task, and it is only now, on the basis of the decline and general crisis of capitalism, of its decay and collapse, that this practice is making desperate attempts to jump higher than its heirs, and on the way down, as the productive forces decline, to solve the problem of squaring the circle, hence the utopias of a feudalized planned capitalism, in their numerous, tedious variants. In capitalist society, the soctal historical process stands counterposed to its agents as an external, blind, compelling force, as natural law, not subject to being mastered. In socialist society, which arises historically out of capitalist society through socialist revolution and thanks to the dictatorship of the proletariat, we see something quite different. His society is both the subject and object simultaneously. This is a teleological unity. Its necessity appears directly in eta teleology, through the organized will of the masses, taking material form in the plan being realized in the fulfillment of this plan. Here it cognizes itself. Here there is no drift, that is, a blind and elemental principle of development. Here society takes control of itself in practical fashion, just as it takes control of itself theoretically as well. Here there is no incoherence or separate existence, in the sense of an opposition of the practical and theoretical sides of mastering. Here there is both real mastering, and the complete unity of these opposites, which exist only in sublated form. The theory of the proletariat which has grown up within the bounds of capitalism is linked with its transforming practice, which is directed at the whole. This theory has already proven its strength, since all its most important forecasts have already come to pass, and the practice of revolutionary transformation, that is, the practice of combative and victorious communism, has once again proven the reality of this theory, leading to the mastering of society as a whole. We cannot pose here a whole series of fascinating historical questions, for example, about the ancient theocracies such as Egypt, about the Inca state in Peru, which Marx described as having an economy organized on a non-commodity basis, about the Jesuit state in Paraguay, about the problems of military capitalist economies, and so on. All of these lead beyond the bounds of the task we have set ourselves, despite being closely related to it. Here it will be sufficient to show that in commodity society, society is not the subject, cannot be the subject, and cannot master itself either theoretically or practically. Commodity society therefore becomes a real object of cognition among its opponents, while in practice society becomes an object of mastering only in its organized form, in this case, that is, as socialist society. The situation is thus as follows. Insofar as we are conceived with society as an object. A. Society arises on the whole before it becomes, in any form, the object of cognition and of conscious mastering in general. B. As an object, society arises historically. C. In the course of the historical process of development, society changes its concrete historical form, passing from one form to another and changing its modes of production. D. Each of these concrete historical societies develops the wealth of its particular, specific properties, features, qualities, and laws of motion, which are characteristic of it alone. Where we are conceived with the subject, we have the following. A. The subject is historical. B. It is historically diverse, including in the respect that in some societies it is merely partial, and the society as a whole cannot be a subject. C. In socialist society, the whole society becomes a subject in relation to itself. D. The capitalist subject cannot in the strict sense be the subject of mastering. C. Socialist society is a historically arising subject-object in the full sense. Finally, insofar as we are concerned with the interrelationship between object and subject, we see that a. These relations are historical. B. That in commodity capitalist society they are extremely ill-developed, and that here in essence there is not and cannot be a process of mastering. C. That in socialist society, where complete agreement and identity exists between the object, which is at the same time also a subject, and the subject, which is the same time also an object, we see complete mastering. That is, we practice which operates in accordance with goals on the social scale, and which is organized in all its aspects. We see the conscious self-motion of society, along with its self-consciousness and self-cognition, as aspects of its integrated vital activity. D. That the birth of society as a subject is the result of the theoretically directed revolutionary practice of the proletariat, of the victory of the proletarian socialist revolution. The proletariat, as a particular, consisting of the solitary, masters the universal, and is transformed into the general. The concept of the subject of revolution was developed by Lenin. From the point of view of intellectual forms, the transition to socialism signifies the abolition of fetishistic forms of social consciousness. This point needs to be examined at greater length. Marx was the first to reveal the specific peculiarities of capitalist society, its laws of motion, the specific modes of thinking of its agents, and the social historical specificity of its intellectual categories. We are referring here to Marx's concept of commodity fetishism. In capitalist society, every enterprise, the labor in every enterprise, and the commodity producer are formally independent of one another. They operate freely in the market. They are linked to one another through acts of exchange, through the metamorphoses of commodity and money, through the movement of things. Labor in this case does not represent a system of social labor, but separate complexes of it. The fact of social collaboration is concealed by the formal independence of the enterprises. Social relations between people appear to be social properties of things, of commodities. This commodity fetishism manifests itself in all the thinking of the bourgeoisie and ideologues. In the field of political economy, where society is viewed as an object, all the categories of bourgeois science are fetishistic through and through. Capital, for example, in this case does not represent a social and historical relationship between people, a relationship that is manifested and fixed in things, but a thing in its natural form, that is, money and so forth. Hence in bourgeois political economy capital produces profit, land creates rent, and money gives birth to money, all of them possess mystical, miraculous properties, hence the theories of the productivity of capital, in their numerous variants. There is not even a drop here of the social or historical approach to the topic. All the real relationships are presented in a fetishized, distorted form. The same happens in other areas as well. Because of the division of labor and the anarchy of society, the ideological spheres are shrouded in exactly the same manner by a fetishistic fog. Engels wrote to Franz Mehring, "Ideology is a process which, it is true, is carried on by the so-called thinker consciously, but with false consciousness. The real forces which set it in motion remain unknown to this thinker. Consequently, he or she dreams up false or merely apparent motive forces. Because this is a mental process, it derives its content and form from pure thought, either the thinker's own, or that of his or her predicere. The thinker functions exclusively with intellectual material which he or she accepts uncritically as the product of thought, without making further investigations, to the point where the process is a more remote independent of thought, registered." Elsewhere, in Ludwig Feuerbach, Engels spoke of work on thoughts as on independently developing essences, subject only to their own laws. In other words, the links in the chain of divided social labor are viewed as independent. Ideas, the products of these links, are in fact connected objectively to the whole system of practice, and make up an aspect of the life of society, of its reproduction, of its life cycle. Nevertheless, ideas leap out of the association, and turn into independent essences. Abstracted from direct contact with matter, but in one degree or another connected with material practice, they act as separate essences by virtue of the outwardly separate existence of various specialized offshoots. Just as money gives birth to money, capital gives birth to profit, and land gives rise to rent in isolation from labor, 80 pure categories, pure forms, a priori forms appear outside of practice and matter, and knowledge itself comes to represent pure knowledge, that is, knowledge in itself, and not an aspect of the mastering of the world. The rational basis of this fetishistic aberration consists in the peculiar 268. Specifically historical structure of capitalist society. This fetishism manifests itself even more clearly in the categories of morality, where the norms of social behavior take on the character of supersensory metaphysical categorics which hang like swords of Damocles over people's heads, even though these categories are considered to be something internal. But this theme will be dealt with in depth in another context. Consequently, in this particular area, that is, the sphere of society, we see the necessity for a historical approach to the question of the subject and object. Neither in nature nor in society is there, or should there be, a place for empty abstractions. Operating on the basis of these leads to degeneration into barren scholasticism and drunken speculation. Only full-blooded materialist dialectics can ensure that the philosophical thought of our time functions in a genuinely fruitful manner. 30. Truth, the concept of truth and the criterion of the truthful. The question of truth is, of course, one of the central issues of philosophy. But as Pontius Pilate asked, according to gospel tradition, what is truth? This question is particularly complex and many-sided, though the preceding section provided almost all the premises needed for resolving it. Here we need to concentrate first of all on eliminating at the outset the ambiguity of the term truth, an ambiguity encountered exceedingly often, even in Marxist literature. This question needs to be addressed not from the holasti-ballistic T1 angle, but in essence by proceeding from the spirit, rather than the letter, of Marx, Engels, and Lenin. We often encounter the expression the true world, referring to truth as objective fact, as the law, relation, quality, state, and so forth of the real world. But can any fact, if it really is a fact, be untrue? And how, in general, can the category of truth be applied to a fact, to the real world, taken in itself? Strictly speaking, this use of the word truth is absurd. Thing which exists in reality, and that is the end of the matter. That this is so appears immediately if, reasoning ahead, we pose here the question of the criteria of truth, or, let us say, the criterion of accordance with reality. If beoth we understand reality itself, that is, the objective relations among things and processes, independent of our cognition and practical influence, then what does the question 269 become? An obvious absurdity, since it comes out that we are asking about the relationship between reality and this particular reality, that we are speaking of one and the same thing as though it were two things. But such a situation can exist only if the external world coincides with thought, if things, or the souls of things are concepts, that is, if we are dealing with an obvious philosophy of identity or variations on it in any case, with one or another type of idealism. This applies, for example, to Hegel, for whom, as we know, objects are real when they coincide with their idea. Analyzing the teaching of Aristotle, Hegel writes the speculative character of Einstein's philosophy consists precisely in the fact that it views all things in terms of thought, and all things are tamed into thoughts, with the result that, acting in the form of thoughts, they also act in their truthfulness. Generally speaking, it is only possible to interpret truth as a property of the real world when this world is not unique, when one presumes a duplication or multiplication of worlds, with different degrees of reality. This, of course, also pollutes the air for miles around with a mystical stench. So what is the point? The point is not hard to understand if we keep in mind that we are concerned with true, that is, accurate, cognition of the true, that is, accurate, reflection of the object in the subject. In the chapter on mediated knowledge, we discussed in detail the theory of reflection, which was developed in particular detail by Lenin in his struggle against idealist agnosticism. The reflection of the world is not the same thing as the world. Nor is it a duplicate of the world. The reflection of the world is a picture of it, but a picture is something quite different from what is depicted in it. A reflection may be more or less accurate, more or less full, and more or less rounded, or it may be a scandalous distortion, and so forth. But it is never the object itself, and it can never really multiply or duplicate the world. It is a different matter that thought can create many reflections of varying degrees of adequacy. These can be compared on the basis of their truthfulness, that is, on the basis of the degree to which they accord with the objective world. Truthfulness is therefore nothing other than the property of a reflection in a human head such that this reflection corresponds to the real world, that is, to what is being reflected. Truth or untruth is a predicate of thought, as related to being, and not a predicate of being itself, which has absolutely no need of being approved by thought. We've already had cause to note that one must not confuse, for example, the fact of hallucinating with the reality that nothing in the objective world corresponds to it. A distorting mirror distorts, but it exists, as a distorting mirror. An erroneous view reflects reality coronciously, but it exists, as an error in people's heads. The truth reflects reality accurately, but it is not this reflected reality. The fundamental coordination of avenarius. This, among other things, is also expressed very clearly by Hegel. In his Science of Logic, what is like in thought, it is like only in itself and for itself. What it is like in visible form and in concept, it is like as a phenomenon. 3 In inverted form, various Hegelian concepts, such as being, essence, reality, the absolute idea, and so forth, more and more reflect the profound process of cognition, of movement toward the universal, all-encompassing absolute idea, which is absolute truth. From the point of view of dialectical materialism, thought in this case corresponds completely to being, in the form of integral and diverse being. But cognition merely strives toward this in its historical development, constantly enriching itself, penetrating more and more deeply, and moving asymmetrically in this direction. Cognition is a reflection of human nature. It cannot reflect human nature in its entirety, but only moves toward this in the process of its historical development, proceeding out of sensible experience, stripping away its subjective side, and through human collaboration forming concepts, abstractions, laws, systems of laws, the scientific picture of the world, and so forth. This process includes the object, but conditionally, not as a whole, not fully. It grasps the universal relationship between things, but partially, incompletely, one-sidedly, and approximately. It is forward moving, however, toward a more and more complete, many-sided, profound, and universal cognition. From the point of view of relativism, science and philosophy are able to contain only the relative. This, however, is a crude and anodialectical way of posing the question, since it absolutizes the relative itself. From the point of view of dialectical materialism, and of objective dialectics, the relative still contains the absolute, since as Lenin wrote, the particular does not exist except in an association that leads to the general. The universal exists only in the particular and through the particular. For here, however, it is as well to linger on an extremely important question, that is, the very concept of the relative. This concept is supremely diverse. Above all, a distinction should be drawn between what might be called the categorical relative, and the relative considered simply as incomplete. Let us take, for example, the philosophy of Kant. Its starting point is the fundamental difference between the noumenal world and the world of phenomena. Cognition proceeds, and can predict, only within the framework of the phenomenal world. The world of things in themselves, the world of noumena, is transcendental. One cannot leap across into it, it is inaccessible in principle. According to Kant it exists, but we know nothing of it, and will never know anything. In the world of noumena there are some basic causes which find expression in the diversity of the phenomenal world, but what these causes are, what their nature might be, is hidden from us as a matter of principle. Not even a single particle of the noumenal world can enter into our experience and the sphere of our cognition. And what about practice? Kant does not resolve this question. So here we have the relativity of our knowledge. But this is a fundamentally categorical polemics correctly against absolute realism, which when it has idkas of things, thinks it has the things themselves, when in fact it has something relative, falls into the evil idealism of the new epoch. The conceivable is always subjective, therefore, it does not exist, ince through thought we transform che existing into the conceivable. 5. In this case, cognition has been interpreted in a purely subjective manner, and the object has evaporated. Cognition has not taken hold of it as reality, lying outside of the subject. Both for the sophists, and for Socrates in a different fashion, relativism was absolutized as the subjective side of the content of the thought process. Earlier, in our discussion of the tropes of Pyrrho, we analyzed the question of the relativity of knowledge as deriving from individual, specific subjectivity, and also the question of the sociomorphism of cognition. We saw that from the point of view of dialectical materialism, all these questions are soluble. On one quietution, however, it is necessary to dwell once again, because of its particular significance. This is the question of the link between all the objects and processes of nature, that is, of their objective association outside of the subject. We also encountered this question in our critique of the Kantian thing in self. The point here is that a thing in itself, that is, with no relationship either to the subject or to other things, is an empty abstraction. This needs to be specially noted and singled out, since here we are concerned not with the relativity which in some way or other is imputed to the subject, but with the correlation within the object isclf. 28 O arabasques. However, this universal relation between things and processes, of the being of one in another and through another, is itself an object of cognition. If cognition seizes hold of this relativity, then what is evident is not the deficient side of cognition, but on the contrary, its dialectical height. Restricted, rationalistic, metaphysical, static, wooden cognition cannot grasp this association. It isolates things and processes, turning the fluid into the frozen. Doing away with this association and this relativity would represent a retreat for cognition. Rationalist cognition expresses the scantiness and relativity that flow out of weakness. Dialectical cognition expresses the growing power of reason, resting on the might of practice. From this it follows that the question of the objective relations between things, and of the fact that the object is always related to something else, and can only be known within this relationship, is a very special one that cannot be bracketed together with questions of the relativity of cognition as a result of one or another property of the subject. When we consider the questions that fall under this latter heading, we see that they in turn are divided into two great categories. In the first place, there are problems of relativism linked to the subjective interpretation of the cognitive process as one in which the objective world either disappears, or is declared to be inaccessible, or is condemned to eternal distortion as a result of various properties of the subject, properties which not be left out of account and which cannot be reasoned away. Secondly, there are elements of relativism in the interpretation made by dialectical materialism. Here the relativity of truth lies in its incompleteness, which diminishes as the process of cognition goes forward. This incompleteness is a deficiency which can be overcome historically, since it does not flow from the incognizability of the real world, but from its incomplete cognition. The absolute also exists the relative. This is best demonstrated if we take an example. It will be recalled that Alexander Bogdanov in his time polemicized on the basis of an absolute understanding of the absolute and relative. Among other things, he examined the proposition Napoleon died on such and such a day, in such and such a year, on the island of St. Helena, analyzing it as follows: what is death? When does it happen? When the heart stops beating, or when all the cells die? It is well known that the hair and nails of so-called corpses keep growing. How do we measure time? And so on. Consequently, there is no firm, absolute, solid truth here, not to speak of the fact that we are merely concerned with a single relationship. So, we shall examine the question. It cannot be posed as Bogdanov does. It must be put as follows: we know that if we consider death to be the ceasing of the action of the heart and similar symptoms, and if time is calculated in a particular way, then Napoleon died at a particular time. This is and will be solid truth forever. It is a different matter that we do not yet know the process of death in exact detail, and do not have mastery either theoretically or practically over life, in the sense of being able to create it, and so forth. Consequently, we do not know all the associations and relationships in this case. This is true, but it is a different question. There is an enormous amount that we do not know, but there is also a great deal that we are finding out, and coming to master. A great deal of the knowledge we have acquired will remain forever, not only affirmations of a single relationship such as Napoleon is dead, and so forth. The truth is that in the future a whole series of solid conquests of science will be taken in different connections, considered from different points of view. Once these points of view have been developed, it is absurd to think that in millions of years thought will be the same as it is now. But a great deal of today's science will remain alive as solid, eternal, and absolute acquisitions. Consequently, the counterposition of absolute and relative is itself something relative, and this opposition cannot be absolutized. It is precisely because we know a whole series of things, know them firmly, that we are really mastering the world, applying science as a lever that transforms the world of practice. Moving toward the absolute by way of the relative, in which the absolute is implicit, and conquering ever new strong points in the processes both of extensive and intensive cognition, we master ever greater spheres of the real world, lying outside of us, and become more and more, in actuality, lords over the forces of the earth, rulers of Tellurian forces. 32. The good. In his notes on Hegel's History of Philosophy, Lenin makes a comment about the Cyrenaic philosopher Hegesias. According to Lenin, Hegesias confuses sensation as a principle of the theory of cognition and as a principle of ethics. This N.B. trademark. Such confusion is not unique to Hegesias. It was widespread in most of the philosophical schools of ancient Greece and Rome, in the East, and in Europe during the Middle Ages, as well as persisting in supposedly modern schools. What are the roots of this confusion? They are to be found in the teleological view of the world. In fact, if at the heart of the world is purposive reason, then this reason is at the same time both truth, and the purpose, that is, the general good, the supreme good, to which all other goods must be subordinated as partial, derivative, and secondary. For pre-Socratic philosophers the Greek nous was the goal, the good in its most precise definition. For Socrates, and especially for Plato and Aristotle, this is elevated into the general, the type, the idea, and God. Socrates, we read in Hegel, first advanced the view that beauty, good, truth, and law are the goal and purpose of the individual person. Asterisk to the sophists, the individual was the standard against which all things were measured. Here, a clearly expressed individualism held sway. Plato and Aristotle, in sting forth their barracks-like social ideals, had to appeal to societal and state restraints, and consequently to the universal, that is, in the final analysis, to God as the true good. The confusion of which Lenin spoke is an imminent law of teleological and theological idealism. Reaffirmed after many centuries by Kantianism with its postulates of practical reason, free will, immortality of the soul, God, and the categorical imperative. God, we read in Hegel, is a Platonic good, in the first place a product postulated by thought in the second instance. However, this good is to the same degree in itself and for itself. If I recognize in the capacity of the real the unchanging and eternal, something which in terms of id content is general, then this real is postulated by me, but at the same time, as something objective in itself, it is not postulated by me. Point 3. Here we find substantial renonally counterposed to a particular goal. The unchanging, the absolute, the eternal and supreme good, which does not need substantiation from any other, since it is itself an ultimate principle. This is how the question is posed here. The humanity of the good, its empirical, everyday, worldly, social roots, the genesis of the social norms of behavior as something embodying the main real interest of a given historical society, its system, order, and reason, to which private, secondary interests, sometimes in conflict with it, must be subordinated deliberately or otherwise. This genesis is hidden, drowning in a sea of theological teleological arguments. In this respect, an argument in Hegel's History of Philosophy, where Hegel analyzes the doctrine of Plato, is extremely interesting. Hegel, together with Plato, objects to the discussion of all sorts of empirico-rational arguments in favor of the good, while seeking at the same time, through the pettiness of these arguments, to compromise them completely in advance. This passage will be cited here. Hence, for example, they say, do not deceive, since you will thereby lose credit and suffer losses, or, be sparmig in what you eat, or you will suffer a stomach upset, and will have to fast, or in explaining a punishment, they refer to superficial reasons borrowed from the possible results of the action, and so on. By contrast, if the matter is based on firm foundations, as is the case with the Christian religion, then even if we are no longer familiar with these foundations, we nevertheless say, divine grace, having in view the salvation of our souls, and so forth, order the life of humanity in this fashion. Here, the superficial reasons cited above fall away. Point 4. Let no more fall away, for the sake of these wretches. This theological mysticism is wonderful after a fashion, it casts an unusually clear light on the genesis of ideas. But enough of examples. Let us cross over to the essence of the question. Above all, primary importance should be assigned to the question of the relationship between truth and good. The illicitly cohabiting truth authenticity and truth justice, which in Russia flourished among the late lamented subjective sociologists, need to be divorced. As we know, truth is the accordance of the reflection with the objective world, situated outside of us. Its natural law, the most general, is necessity. The revealing of the associations and relationships, qualities and properties, and general and particular laws of the objective world is the task of theoretical cognition, as an aspect of mastering. This is on the one hand. On the other, there is in nature no good, no general purpose, and no entelecheity as the supreme and universal principle, just as there is not a grain of morality, ethics, and so on in the Pythagorean theorem, in analytical geometry, in astrophysics, or in paleontology. There is no need for us to repeat here all the arguments against both the crude external and the refined innate, immanent teleology. We have dwelt sufficiently on this question in a special chapter of this work. But if the teleological point of view and the teleological conception of the world cannot withstand criticism, then as a result the good also collapses as a principle of the universe. When we speak of truth, we speak of the correspondence of the reflection to that which is reflected, and which objectively exists. The situation with the good is quite different. This is something exclusively subjective and human, there is nothing that corresponds to it in the external, extra-human world. The universal here has as its rational basis not the natural universal, similar to the universal laws of nature, but a certain social and historical interest, formulated in opposition to particular interests and projected onto the cosmic screen. Human goals are merely human goals, they are embraced by people, by social historical people. Norms of behavior, and the dominant ideas present in these norms, may in the initial stages of development be worked out unconsciously, spontaneously, and semi-instinctively, but they do not therefore cease to be human and social historical. To seek for them an extra-hero and ideal sanction is possible only if we accept a theological teleological conception of the world. From the opposite point of view, the human has its justification in the human, and hay no need of any superhuman or supernatural sanctions. Concepts of so general a character as that of the good, and also the related concepts of justice, kindness, and virtue, always have a specific historical content which varies depending on the economic formation, on the class, and on the particular phase of development. Outside of these concrete historical definitions, all these categories are completely formal, empty, abstract, and devoid of content. What, for example, does the ascetic good of Brahmanism have in common with the utilitarianism of Jeremy Bentham, that genius of bourgeois stupidity, to use Marx's phrase? What does the virtue of the Stoics have in common with the word of Niccolò Machiavelli, with his unrestrained perfidy for the sake of the homeland of the commercial industrial oligarchy of Renaissance Italy? What is there in common between the good of early Christianity and the good of sensual pleasures preached by the epigones of Epicureanism? The concepts of the good held by Synconstylites or the archpriest of Occam on the one hand, and of Isinrachina on the other, will scarcely recall one another in any way. And if we bring empirical historico-ethnographic material into play, ranging through different countries, peoples, and epochs, the results are truly striking. There is not even a trace of the unchanging and eternal. But using the methods of sociology, we can in each case extract, that is, explain in social genetic fashion, this or that good, this or that totality of coordinated moral views, arising out of the social being, that is, from the material conditions of existence of a historically specific social formation and of its class bearer, which embodies its system and order. If we point to the historical relativity of the good, this can, however, be parried with the following arguments. Empirically, it might be said that the good is revealed in the historical process, just as truth is revealed in the historical process of cognition. The fact that the concept of the good changes does not in the least contradict its being in itself, does not contradict the absolute good, which is cognized in the practice of improving the human species. Thin is movement toward the universal, reposing calmly as an immutable moral law. This argument is perfectly consistent, and it would be correct but for one minor circumstance, that is, the incorrectness of the teleological conception of the world. When the cognition of nature takes place within sociomorphic frameworks which ecologically distort the objective content of thought, the object of cognition does not disappear, since it exists independently of cognition, and is still cognized, even though by way of distorted reflections. But when the good is projected onto the world outside of humanity, there is nothing whatever that corresponds to it. What the good corresponds to is not something external to human society, but something within it. This is where the roots of the universal are to be found. This is the general interest of a given society as such, that is, as represented by its ruling class. The changing of these classes, and the struggles among them, involve the changing of attitudes about the good, and the struggle of these attitudes. To this in turn, however, the following objection can be raised: do you really think the cognition of nature is not motivated by social interests? You yourself insist that practice determines theory. Do you really not think that cognition is the mastering of the world for humanity? Is there really no interest at work here? Does not the same, in consequence, apply in this case? No, gentlemen, you are wrong. This question requires more sustained attention, although it is not really difficult to resolve. In reality, interest in the case of cognition is directed toward choosing the object of cognition, just as this interest chooses the object of the physical transformation of matter. This is the teleological side of things, behind which, as we have seen, stands social necessity. Here, however, the object of cognition has been chosen, and its objective laws are revealed. In these objective laws there is not a grain of ethics, just as there is not a grain of ethics in a technological process, let us say in the blast furnace process, in the open hearth steel making process, in the electrolytic refining of aluminum, and so forth. Orientation in the world, theoretical and practical, is society's vital function. Society is the subject of the mastering of the world. In the socialist system, it is a subject in the full sense of the word, that is, a purposeful, conscious subject. In socialist society, society as a whole, as a teleological unity, chooses the objects of mastering in a planned manner. But these objects, and the processes in which they are involved, whether the technological processes of production or in the artificial conditions of experimental laboratories, have no morality, good, interest, and so forth. Operating here are the cold and indifferent laws of physics, chemistry, and biology, and that is all. Laws of nature are used by humanity for its purposes, but this does not by any means signify that these laws embody human purposes in themselves. On the whole, there is precisely nothing human in them, and these categories are completely inapplicable to them. To apply these categories here is like injecting antidiphtheria. The GUR 287. Serum into a birch log, or secking a confirmation of Kant's categorical imperative in the production of sulfuric acid. Everything in the world is linked to everything else by dialectical interconnections. Ultimately, therefore, it is possible to establish a connection between the most diverse things, properties, and categories. But dialectics must not be transformed into sophistry, into logical tricks, into a conceptual game. In our example of socialist society, necessity appears directly through teleology, he need to pass over into one's own opposite. The processes of cognition and mastering are directed teleologically, objects are chosen, and the elements of nature are disposed in a particular fashion. Essential links and relations are revealed within the natural world, natural necessity acts within the technological process, where human beings themselves act as forces of nature, that is, as particular quantities of energy. Cognition and production, as active intellectual processes, are teleological processes, behind the back of which stands necessity. However, there is no teleology that is characteristically the object, in and of itself, of cognition and production. Teleology is not immanent to these objects, but is transcendent, it lies outside them, in the subject, not the object. Such are the real dialectical relations. Ethical good arises historically on the soil of society, and affects the relationships between people. The relations between people and the objective, sensible world enter into account only to the extent that this proceeds from the relationships between the people themselves. The herd instinct and the sense of tribal solidarity in the earliest stages of human development are not yet either ethics or a comprehended ethical good. The elements of ethics, the categories of virtue, good, justice, and so forth, arise in historical fashion when historically formed social contradictions also emerge, contradictions between society and the group, between groups, between society and the individual, between the group and the individual, then between classes, and so on. In societies with clearly expressed personal relations, moral law is formulated directly as God-given commandments and is usually mingled with primitive lawmaking. Behind all this stands the sanction of the deity. In societics with anarchic relations, that is, in commodity and commodity capitalist society, the good consists of fetishized norms of behavior, expressed as metaphysical, innately compelling imperatives, behind which stands the sanction of an impersonal and indeterminate divine substance. These teleological concepts and the interest which is expressed in them, an interest which is prolonged and general, represent conditions for the preservation of a particular social system. They constitute a principle which acts within individuals almost automatically, in near instinctive, innate fashion. Suppressing the particular and isolated, this principle also constitutes the essence of moral good. The real source of moral good is hence the general interest, behind which stands necessity as an objective category of social development, as something which determines human orientations. In most cases this earthly and social source is concealed from the consciousness of human beings, who are consumed by duty and with striving for the good. The more effectively the source is hidden on earth, in society, the more zealously it is sought in heaven, in divine good, its rays sanctifying human destinies. This i.e. how the original quid pro quo came about, when the earthly gives birth to the earthly, and the latter is projected onto heaven and from there justifies itself. Displays of indifference to or denial of the earthly, displays formulated as the good, are usually a means of self-preservation for groups waiting for blows to fall on them, groups without prospects and exposed constantly to the caprices of so-called fate, together with deliberate efforts to eradicate the outwardly acting will from among them. This is depicted well by the same Hegel, willingly or otherwise revealing the material underpinnings of the ethical philosophy of the Stoics, who, it need scarcely be said, in many respects also managed a real understanding of the social nature of ethical norms. To analyze these achievements, however, is not our task here. Let us hear from the dialectical maestro. The principle of the Stoics is indispensable clement in the idea of absolute consciousness. At the very time, it constitutes an essential phenomenon of their epoch. When, as occurred in the Roman world, the life of the real spirit has been lost in the abstract universal, then consciousness, the real universality of which has been destroyed, has necessarily to return to eta solitude and preserve itself in thought. Everything that is directed outward, the world, circumstances, and aeon concomitantly takes on a character that allows it to be done away with or ignored. 5. In other words, the conditions of life, social collapse, life constantly beneath a sword of Damocles, without any hope of an active breakthrough, leads in intellectual terms to the ethical abolition of the world, to training in order to resist fear and desire. The highest good lies in the saying, a wise man is free even in chains, since he acts from within himself, without being bound thither by fear or by desire. However, times of social collapse have also known the philosophy of carpe diem, the denial of any universal, and an absolute individualist relativism, a decadent, intellectually barren, hedonistically distorted amoralism, and so forth. Explaining all these particular orientations is a job for concrete analysis, a specialized task beyond the bounds of the present work. When people realize the cartly origins of ethics and of the corresponding norms, they accept these norms consciously as standards of appropriate conduct which they themselves concede. The norms are applied first and foremost to the more important and fundamental types of conduct. In the process, ethics loses its fetishistic character. For people in the new socialist epoch, this deification does not in the least diminish the strength of ethical norms. On the contrary, the struggle for real happiness on earth, for the general interests of humanity, together with victories in this struggle and a real sense of the flourishing of life, give the norms of purposive behavior a much greater force than various heavenly and metaphysical authorities gave the corresponding nonus of earlier times. From the fact that ethics expresses one or another set of interests in interpersonal relations, and that these interests are contradictory, it follows that ethical norms cannot be demonstrated for everyone, since here we find a discrepancy in the very premises, in the initial positions. General formulas are empty, and tell us nothing. Barely concrete formulas are already antagonistic. For example, Lenin in his well-known speech on the education of youth defined the ethical norms of communists as follows: everything that serves communium is good, while everything that is harmful to it is bad. This is the way Lenin resolved the question of good and evil. But this solution, which is quite correct from the point of view of the proletariat, as the bearer of the new mode of production, is inevitably taken by the bourgeoisie with an opposite mathematical sign. It cannot be demonstrated to capitalists that communism is good or benign, since this contradicts the fundamental interests of the capitalist class. Even consciousness of the inevitability of socialism is not an argument to sway capitalists, they would 2G0. Rather assume Oswald Spengler's position of so-called courageous pessimism. Optimism is cowardice, the valiant philosopher of the fascist decadence proclaimed from the point of view of the decaying bourgeoisie. For today's ultra-imperialist bourgeoisie, the good is concentrated in a beautiful predatory animal. No talk of the brotherhood of peoples, of the interests of the majority, of the masses, of humanity, and so on will move these bourgeois, since they spit on all these premises. What do such things mean to them? Their interests are directly opposite. Their good lies in exploitation, in brigandage, in the moaning of victims, in super brutality, in the flourishing of an oligarchic ruling elite, in the plenty of its blood, in its bandit exploits, and so on. If you say, but the interests of development, the answer will be, why should I be responsible for that? If you ask, what about the realization of equality in conditions of development for catch, the flowering of life, the reply comes back, what use all this equality to me? I prefer the beauty of predators, devouring their neighbors. The antithesis of the fundamental orientations also evokes the antithesis of their sublimated forms, and in critical epochs of history, such as our own, this antagonism reaches its highest level of tension, the tension of open warfare. Here the question is not resolved by logic, but by practical force. It is in this way, and only this way, that history poses the question. Taking particular premises as one starting point, however, might it be possible to construct a scientific an ethical technology of life, so to speak? Here, of course, there cannot be any talk of science, as the totality of the formulated laws of being, even if only of social being. All we can speak of is the systematization of norma, which would nevertheless have their foundation in necessity. Is such a scientific ethics possible? We shall answer this question first with an anecdote, which is in fact quite true. Friedrich Engels once asked Georgy Plekhanov about Peter Lavrov, "Tell me, please. Here is your Lavrov, he seems a decent fellow, but how he loves to talk about ethics." In this anecdote, as in the general attitude of Marxists to questions of ethics, there is a profoundly rational kernel. The general way in which the question is posed is clear. People who in this area are afflicted with an inferiority complex, to use Freud's term, love to prattle on about this formulation. To draw up a list of virtues and deeds, a typology of cases, means to be transformed into a pedant, and to impel people into numerous errors. Compiling a catechism of behavior, a new true mirror of youth, Domos Trot, and so forth. Scarcely has any point. Life nowadays is so complex that it cannot be fitted into such texts without first being anesthetized. Registered writers solve this problem far better using lively, many-sided, concrete examples, and it was not without cause that Stalin termed these people engineers of human souls. Now that ethics is being defetishized, it is simultaneously being politicized. This is best seen in the political coloration of the cult of labor as a thing of honor, a thing of glory, a thing of valor and heroism, and in the cult of Soviet heroics in general. Here there are vital forces at work, not a dry textbook, not the prescriptions of a governess, not Smiles or Madame Genlis in new editions. Therefore it is more vital, more truthful, better, more successful, more purposeful. 33. Hegel's dialectical idealism as a system. Earlier, while discussing the question of the so-called philosophy of identity, we touched on Hegel's system. Hegel, in fact, is not absent from any page of the present work. What is essential here, however, is not to analyze the points of departure and details of legislatum, but to take stock of the system in its entirety. Jewett as every man is the son of his time, Hegel wrote, so philosophy is its contemporary epoch expressed thought. This materialist idea, in which there is even the hint of an understanding of the particular conditionality of any epi of thought, obliges us to say a few words about the social basis of Hegel's own philosophy. Briefly speaking, this philosophy is among the great ideological reflections of the transition of society from feudalism to bourgeoisie. In it, all preceding stages of human development are presented as stages along the way to the ultimate realm of reason, cognizant of itself and assuming fixed shape in bourgeois social institutions and the corresponding ideology. In the first place, therefore, the system is historical. Secondly, it has a revolutionary sting. Thirdly, it arrives finally at a peaceful conclusion, that is, it is conservative in relation to the future. There is no need here to repeat the already hackneyed truisms about the specific historical position of Germany, about the weakness of its bourgeoisie, about the fact that unlike the situation in France, where a real conflict took place, the struggle in Germany occurred mainly in the ideological. 29. Field. Countless tomes have been written on these topics. Here we would like to dwell on two facts from Hegel's own social biography. In his youth, as is well known, Hegel welcomed the French Revolution as a sunrise and planted a liberty tree. His school album abounded with such inscriptions as J.N. Tyrannos, Vive la liberté, and Vive Jean-Jacques, trademark at the height of his career. However, what he anticipated was a peaceful, reasoned development following the inevitable tempests of the Revolution and the Napoleonic period. Because of this his biographer and commentator Kuno Fischer unites the July Revolution and the European disturbances pictures of the future for the philosopher Hegel as for the historian Niebuhr. Revolutionary dangers even threatened the British Constitution, placing reforms to the Parliament on the agenda. It is no wonder, then, that Hegel's philosophical system in its entirety is a great bourgeois theodicy, which, after an immense historical warm-up phase, with world reason passing through its various stages of development, has settled down to private property, the Prussian state, the Protestant Christian religion, and Hegel's philosophical system as the final and absolute result. This latter is the goal, attained at last through painful and contradictory historical development. All the preceding stages are way stations along this road, coexisting in sublated form in this ultimate historical stage. It is in this fact that the historical justification of this stage consists. Here the colossal sweep, universality of scope, and world historical, even 994 cosmic scale serve merely to glorify this final result. It is no accident how Hegel regards private property, outside of which he cannot conceive of true freedom, while in his view the movement of history amounts to progress in the consciousness of freedom. In Hegel's philosophical system, we therefore have a truly classical philosophy of the bourgeoisie. The ideology of the latter had not yet degenerated into the kind of vulgar apologetics in which all, or almost all, of its scientific aspects disappear. While idealizing and distorting the picture of real development, Hegel's system nevertheless retains its valid aspects to a very large degree. This appears with particular clarity in the dialectical method and the dialectics of past development. Hegel's system, however, has now entered into conflict with this method, since for Hegel the flow of history comes to a halt in bourgeois society and its superstructures, just as Shchedrin's Ugrium Birchayev halts the flow of a river. Moreover, since Hegel's system views the dialectics of the past solely as a mediating feature of the rule of the bourgeoisie, and places a barricade across the road to the future, it thereby compromises the past as well. This conservative side of the system, which constitutes its sense as a system, hides everything else in its shadow. Friedrich Engels in his time explained this brilliantly in his work Ludwig Feuerbach. Hegel, Engels wrote, was compelled to make a hystera, and in accordance with traditional requirements, a system of philosophy must conclude with some sort of absolute truth. Therefore, however much Hegel, especially in his logic, emphasized that eternal truth is nothing but the logical, or the historical, p itself, Hegelus finds himself compelled to supply this process with an cad, jst because he bast to bring his rism, up to and including contemporary materialist doctrines. He also had an intimate knowledge of the great British materialists Bacon, Hobbes, and Locke, as well as of the French encyclopedists and Spinoza. Here, Historicism took on a completely new form, and the genius of Marx created new starting points for the development of philosophy, establishing the doctrine of social historical humanity actively transforming the external world. The heavenly categories were brought down to earth. From standing on its head, philosophy was placed on its feet. The dams set in place by Hegel to hold back historical development were breached. Abstractions were made concrete in fact, not merely in words, and were thoroughly understood as abstractions from a reality lying outside them, as depictions of reality, and not as powerless, self-moving essences. Marx dispersed the whole great masquerade of the most exalted figures of bourgeois ideology, forever sowing fear and agitation in all the salons of the absolute spirit, where its numerous masks dance their numbing minuets. In the subsequent epoch of degeneration of bourgeois philosophy, Mainism ha continued to develop on the basis of the whole totality of modern knowledge. Engels with his dialectics of nature, and Lenin with his philosophical works, introduced a great deal that was new, continuing Marx's tradition and enriching the philosophy of Marxism, which in a particular sense is the great heir to Hegelian philosophy. 34. The dialectics of Hegel and the dialectics of Marx. Following a brief review of Hegel's system as a whole, it is appropriate to dwell in particular on dialectics. This is not only a method of reasoning, but above all represents the totality of the general laws of being. Dialectics is thus also ontology. The specific feature of dialectics consists in the contradictory nature of movement, in the clash of opposed aspects and their unification. The splitting of the whole and the unity of opposites coincidentia oppositorum is the essence of dialectics. Dialectic, insofar as we speak of it as a science, takes its origin from ancient Greek philosophy, on the threshold of the modern era from Giordano Bruno, and in the modern era from Kant and Schelling. It is in Hegel, however, that dialectics is presented in its most developed form, and it is systematically expounded above all in his Greater Logic. The terminology used by Hegel, at which there is no need to be embarrassed or perplexed, is of course associated with the idealist nature of his philosophy. The general contours of Hegel's logic are as follows: a contradiction is magnified when the determinateness of an idea, which has just been affirmed, or as Hegel says, posited, is negated. The resolution of the contradiction is the unity of opposites, that is, a dual negation, which is an affirmation. 308. The road to affirmation leads through two negations. The eventual result becomes the starting point for new movement. In this way, thought passes from elementary concepts to complex ones, from the immediate to the mediated, from the abstract to the concrete. This series constitutes development. The stages of concepts have the same relation to one another as the stages of consciousness in the phenomenology, each contains the next in embryo. In each successive stage the preceding one is contained in sublated form, therefore, to use Hegel's terminology, the highest stage is the truth of the lowest, and constitutes the object of its urge, ita striving. All so-called pure ideas are ideas and thoughts, but they are also being, that is, logic and ontology coincide. The changing of stages is development. All development is self-development. Hegel's logic also sets out a picture of the development of the idea of development. It too is divided in a tripartite manner. It answers the questions, 1. What, 2. Because of what, and 3. To what end, in the most general and abstractedly pure form. What in its most abstract form is pure being, that is, completely indeterminate being, because of what is the ground, the substance, the essence, to what end is the purpose, the self-existent idea, the subject, or selfhood. Such are the most general contours of Hegel's dialectics, whose principal defects are readily seen even here. Idealism. The basis consists of the movement of ideas. The development RT from the abstract to the concrete is presented, not as the spiritual reproduction of the concrete, but as the miraculous rise of the concrete itself. Mysticism. On stage passes into another, with the lower phase having an urge, a desire to transform itself into the higher. These and other analogous categories also operate in the logic even when the question involved is development in general, the process of change in the world in all IES forms, starting with inorganic nature. Teleology. The purpose of all development, its immanent mainspring, is the idea itself, selfhood, the subject. Here both idealism and mysticism are involved simultaneously. Truth is not the accuracy of the reflection of being in human conscious ness, but a higher phase in relation to a lower one. One-sidedness of movement, linked to idealist teleology. All that is present is progressive movement. The possibility of the process of change being regressive is excluded by the concept of divine purpose. The dialectical opposition of movement from lower forms to higher and from higher forms to lower is not grasped, and consequently, neither is there unity. Idealism in this case comes into direct conflict with dialectics. Goethe in his time wrote, "Soon it will be 20 years that all the Germans have been subsisting on transcendental speculations. Once they realize this, they will seem to themselves to be great cranks. As we know, however, it is not at all a matter of crankery, but of powerful social determinants conditioning the relevant philosophical constructs. It needed the formation of the ideology of a new class to tear off the mask of crankery and extract the rational kernel from the mystical shell. Marx did away with the above-noted flaws of Hegelian dialectics, and developed this dialectics in his own immaterialist fashion. From this point of view, the basis of this dialectics, the splitting of the whole and the unity of opposites, is one of the Renaissance general laws of being and thought. This is reality, the objective law of universal motion in its qualitatively different forms. Meanwhile, what is involved is not only by no means only mechanical movement, also involved here are counterposed mechanical forces, positive and negative electrical charges, magnetic polarity, mathematically reflected positive and negative quantities in general, the biological differentiation into the male and female sexes, the social division of society into classes, the duality of matter and spirit, and so on. The differentiation of material reality and the motion that corresponds to it are reflected in theory. Real laws of the dialectical motion of nature, society, and thought are reflected in thought about nature, about society, and about thought itself. Dialectics is therefore cleansed of all theology, teleology, and mysticism, and of the absurd one-sidedness and one-sided absurdities associated with this. Hegel begins his logic with an examination of being and nothingness. Being is pure indeterminateness and emptiness. It is also nothingness. In this relationship, all subsequent categorics are present in embryo. Abstract being is empty, and therefore nothingness. However, it is also distinguished from nothingness, since it indicates that thought exists, while nothingness is bare negation. Being is a thesis. Its negation is nothingness. Their unity is becoming, in which being and nothingness are found in sublated form. The transition of nothingness into its opposite, being, is origin or emergence. The transition of being into nothingness, as its opposite, is disappearance. But origin in itself is also disappearance. The disappearance of one is the appearance of another. The result of becoming is determinate being, that is, being that is not empty and without content, but which has certain properties. This is present being, Dasein. The determinateness of present being is quality. The whole picture grows more complex, and the movement again shifts to a higher level. The presence of a determinateness presupposes some other, from which the given determinateness differs. In the process each is delimited from the other. Consequently, determinateness includes in itself an element of non-being, that is, the negation of this other, that is, it has woe aspects, being and non-being. This contradictoriness is a precondition of any development. On the other hand, something and something different, something other, are interconnected. Present being presupposes its other. A thing cannot be only in and for itself, and the same applies to anything. Each of them is the other of another, different from something different. Each thing is delimited by another, and vice versa. Iob delimited cans to be finite. Hence qualitatively determinate being, present being, something, is both different from another, is related to it, and passes over mto it, it is another, and at the same time not another, the unity of other being and of non-distinct being, that is, unity at a higher evil. When being includes determinateness and quality is other becoming, or change. A thing is always involved in a process of change, while it does not pass over into change. Something becomes different, but this different thing is itself something, consequent why, it is again in its turn becoming different, and so on unto infinity. Ris infinity is an evil, or negative, infinity, ins it is something different, the negation of the finite, which, however, thus arises again, and consequently, is by no means removed. 3. Progresses in infinitum, endlix progress, is here an unresolved contradiction. Here we find a dualism of the finite and the infinite, in which the two sides fall apart, forming irreconcilable opposites. The infinite is opposed to the finite, and in the finite has its boundary, that is, it itself becomes the limit. 3i2 Philosophical use. Ed. The truly infinite has the finite not outside of itself, but within itself. Here we have finished, complete, present being, or being for itself. The concept of the finite with no end, that is, of an irreconcilable contradiction, is illustrated by a straight line where the finite sector a to x may continue in both directions. The concept of true infinity, meanwhile, is illustrated by the circumference of a circle where completeness and finishedness are present. True infinity is the sublation of finiteness, in the same way as true eternity is the sublation of temporality. The finite or real is sublated in infinity and is posed in ideal fashion. The eruth of the finite is rather its idealness. This idealness of the finite is the basic proposition of philosophy, and therefore any true philosophy is idealism. The vital thing is not to axi hat which in its turn, dietly t particular and finite. Therefore, it is necessary to pay more serious attention here to this difference. The fundi concept of philosophy, thpt of true infinity, is dependent. The concept of present bimg is thus a completed one. The other is included imit and closed off. There is no longer a transition here to the other. Change is removed. Quality is removed. Completed present being is being for itself, immutable, abiding, eternally remaining one and the same being, united and at the same time many unties. In this way, quality passes over into quantity. Let us dwell for a time on what have been sct out above. What have we mainly been concerned with, right from the beginning? With the so-called determinants of thought, with pure ideas. To Aristotle they were the predicates of everything thinkable. Kant considered them to be the forms of all judgments. According to Hegel, these categories act in their independent self-moten. For him, they are not the predicates of being, that is, of real and above all material being, that is, of the real world, viewed from various angles. For him, on the contrary, they act from the very beginning as independent ideas, out of which everything else develops. The most abstract concept of being is taken as the starting point. Ben is taken not as the basic predicate of the world, but on the contrary, the richness of the world, along with the whole world itself, is inferred from empty being, from nothingness. However, in being there is always something that ts. Being. The mysticism of the idea leads in this case to the transformation of the predicate into the subject and to its being hypostatized. The same must also be said of nothingness. Contrary to Hegel, however, it is never possible to obtain something out of nothing, and the old dictum that nothing arises out of nothing remains absolutely correct. From the point of view of the mysticism of ideas, the movement of the world results from the naked negation nothingness, and from empty being. However, this logical trick cannot be accepted as a component element of materialist dialectics. Does this mean that in Hegel's analysis of being, the concepts nothingness and becoming are all rubbish, solely the mysticism of ideas? By no means. Deduct them, and you lie whole for me. Point 5. The quantitative spurious infinity outrages Hegel, just as the qualitative variety did, and we can endorse his sentiments. Without entering into a detailed discussion of the question, we shall merely note that in higher mathematics infinites themselves are of a diverse order, while in the modern theory of diversity, the concept of magnitude is being expanded well. Here, consequently, a transition of quantity back into quality is being observed. The dual transition from quality to quantity and from quantity to quality leads to the unity of these concepts. Every present being is such a unity of opposites. This unity of quantity and quality is measure. Measure, consequently, is qualitative quantity and quantitative quality. With quantity, quality too changes at a certain stage of development, a change of magnitude bringing altered properties. This is a transition of quantity into quality. Any present being, as the unity of quantity and quality, that is, as measure, stands in the same relation to another present being a to measure. The relationship between them is thus a relationship of measures. The transition of quantity into quality occurs in such a way that the quantitative changes are not at first accompanied by a change of quality, but at a certain point in the quantitative changes there is a break in the gradual neas, a leap. The points that witness such leaps and turns, where quantity is suddenly transformed into quality, are called by Hegel nodes. The line that unites nodes Hegel terms the nodal line of relations of measure. Quantity, quality, and measure are essentially states, behind which is concealed a particular substrate. Euc relations are determined only as nodes of one and the same substrate. Therefore, the measures and the independent phenomena that arise with them are reduced to the level of conditions. Change is merely a variation of condition, and something which is undergoing change is considered during this to remain the same. Here, therefore, the sublation of all these categories is also the sublation of the category of being, and the transition from being to essence. 416. It can readily be seen that Hegel's doctrine of the transition of quantity into quality, of interruptions in gradualness, and of the uneven nature of development, along with his doctrine of measure, the nodal line of relations of measure, and so on, contains elements that have vast revolutionary significance. Confirmed by the whole development of the theory of natural science, these elements deal crushing blows to the Philistine interpretation of evolution as it is understood by the great majority of bourgeois scientists. Despite this, interruption and continuity, gradualness and unevenness, evolution and revolution are here taken in their unity, as aspects of real movement. Of course, in this case as well it is necessary to place Hegel's dialectics on its feet, since with Hegel the idealist point of view is adduced everywhere. This, however, is already the general, fundamental threshold, a fact which should never be forgotten. Let us cross over now to the question of essence, which makes up the central part of Hegel's log. The truth of being is essence. Thought makes the transition to essence by way of mediation, or reflection. Striving to eonize the truth, what precisely being is in itself and for itself, knowledge does not reroin within the sphere of the direct and of its definitions, but penetrates through them, presuming that behind the being there is something else, such as genuine being. This knowledge is indirect, since it is not located directly in the sphere of essence, but begins from another being and has to traverse two preparatory pathways, a pathway of going beyond being, or rather, of entering into it. According to Hegel, the relationship between essence and being is such that the former is true, authentic being, while the latter is the untrue, inauthentic appearance. Present being is grounded in essence. Therefore, it is not simple appearance, but grounded appearance, that is, phenomenon. In their turn, phenomenon and essence are not mamtudes that have been torn apart in dualist manner, since essence expresses itself in phenomenon. Hence essence from the beginning is located in its very self, or it is a reflection. In the second place, it exists as a phenomenon. Thirdly, it reveals itself. In its movement it posits itself in the following definitions: 1. As simple essence, existing in itself in its determinants within itself. 2. As essence moving out into the sphere of present being, or in the form of existence and phenomenon. 9. As essence, united with its phenomenon, that is, as reality. 8. Since in the category of essence all categories of being have been sublated, other being has been sublated as well, and essence, as sublated other being, is identical to itself. In this case, however, the identity is not the identity of formal logic, but concrete identity, including the aspect of difference. Formal logic puts forward the law of identity and the law of contradiction. These are empty, formal laws. However, they are nonetheless contradictory, since they embody a distinction between the subject and predicate, that is, they contain more than they wish. Difference develops in three forms: 1. Outward difference. 2. Inner difference, when something differs from something else by being it other, that is, as opposition. 3. Difference from itself, that is, contradiction, the essence of which consists in opposition to itself. Contrary to formal logic, opposition contains both identity and difference. Opposites are identical, since things that are opposed can only be of similar type. At the same time, they are different, they are opposed. Positive and negative, however, are mutually interrelated, and presuppose one another's existence, it is possible to consider the positive to be negative, and vice versa. In this respect they are identical, but at the same time THCY are also different. From this it is clear that each of the two sides of the relationship we are examining is linked to the other, presupposes its being, that is, affirms it, posits it, and at the same time negates it, requires its non-being. Consequently, it is itself both positive and negative, it is opposite to itself, that is, contradictory. Formal logic is static logic, the logic of the immobile and isolated. Here everything has grown naked, everything is identical with itself, and nothing contradicts itself. In dialectical logic, by contrast, everything is in motion, all is flux, everything is contradictory, everything moves as a unity that is being revealed in opposites. Contradiction is the moving principle. We are not concerned here with impossible contradiction, but with inevitable, dialectical contradiction, as the unity of being and non-being, as the principle of motion, becoming, change, rise and decline, development, and so on. 318. Contradiction has to be resolved. Unity breaks down here into two opposing determinants, of which one posits the other, and the other is posited by the first. Degree. The ground and the consequent are identical since they have one and the same content, and they are also different, developing into opposition. Hegel differentiates between 1, absolute ground, 2, determinate ground, and 3, condition. The consequent is something grounded, not mediated. This mediated, determinate, and differentiated being is substantial determinateness, or form. Form applies to everything that is determinate. Within ground lies a substrate, essence. Essence is something indeterminate, but capable of determinateness. Form, however, is not a cap placed on matter. Matter must be formed, and form must materialize itself for. In other words, the activity of form is at the same time the movement of matter itself. This unity of matter and form, a unity of opposites, is content, the unity of all conditions and of the ground, that is, the totality of all conditions, calls forth a phenomenon. This mediated, substantiated present being, i.g. existence. Present being is direct present being. Grounded present being is existence. Acting and manifesting itself in existence, that is, in a phenomenon, that which was included in the depths of condition and ground. We thus make the transition to phenomenon. But first of all, a few critical remarks on what has been set out above. In the section of Hegel's logic that has just been examined, the mysticism of ideas of course remains in full force. The formula "the truth of being is essence" thus signifies a distortion. The category of truth cannot pertain to objective being. As we have seen, it can express only a particular relationship between a copy and the original. It is quite absurd to think that one side, part, or phase of the development and so on of objective reality is more true than another. On the contrary, from the point of view of the process of cognition, one can speak of the greater or lesser truthfulness of this cognition. But since for Leg, the categories of thought take precedence, and at the same time coincide with the categories of being, they are also taken as determinants of this latter. The various universes, the true and untrue, are only different stages of cognition, corresponding to cognition of less profound and more profound associations of the one and only universe, in various aspects and multifarious relationships. On the other hand, insofar as Hegel, unlike Kant, overcomes dualism, for example, to the degree that appearance or phenomenon is something grounded, in which essence manifests itself and unity is affirmed, this unity is presented here on the purely idealist basis of the spiritual world, which is also the true world, the realm of thought existing in the sensory objective. But if we constantly keep in mind this fundamental flaw, which expresses itself in all of Hegel's terminology, a rational kernel can still be discerned, the logically reflected dialectic of real things and processes in their universal relationship and in their contradictory movement. The criticism of the good laws of formal logic is brilliant, and the general laws of dialectics, the unity of opposed aspects, the differentiation of the whole, and the interpenetration of opposites are developed in exceedingly convincing and weighty form, with unusual subtlety and wit. Let us therefore cross over now to the phenomenon, that is, to the manifestation of essence. Existence is a thing. Existence is the direct unity of reflection in itself and reflection in another. Therefore, it is an undefined multitude of substances, reflected in themselves and at the same time also reflected in another, relative and constituting the world of mutual dependency and the endless association of grounds and the grounded. Grounds themselves are existences, and existences with various facets play a role as grounds, including grounds of the grounded. Outside of this association, the thing, that is, the thing in itself, is an empty abstraction. In reality, the thing in general extends beyond its simple being in itself, as an abstract relationship in itself, and appears in the same way, as a reflection in something else, thus acquiring properties. As a substantial unity, a thing is a ground; as a substantial plurality and diversity, a totality of properties and changes, it is a phenomenon. A ground is a law, as something constant, and the substantial content of a phenomenon. The realm of laws is the stable image of the world of existence or appearance, for the realm of laws is a world that exists in itself and for itself, a world above the senses, in opposition to the realm of phenomena. The one, however, is the reverse side of the other; they are not divorced, as with Kant, into the world of phenomena and the world of noumena, the latter of which, moreover, is transcendental. Law is unity or identity in the diversity of phenomena; it is unity in plurality, not numerical but material. This relationship is a material one, the form taken by the unity of essence and phenomenon, a unity which is an even higher category than the preceding one, since it constitutes reality. Material relationships appear above all in the form of a relationship between the whole and its parts, where the whole is inconceivable without the parts, and the parts unthinkable without the whole. The contradiction between the whole and the part is resolved in the conception of unity as negating the independence of the parts, their negative unity, creating not a mechanical aggregate but an energetic unity. Hence the concept of force as a real principle, and of the exertion of force. The true relationship between these internal and external quantities is, however, one of identity. They are aspects of the same essence; the surface appearance of an essence is the revelation of what it is in itself. Essence is the manifestation of itself, so that the essence consists only in its revelation. In this identity of a phenomenon with its interior, or essence, the matinal relationship becomes actuality. 5. We are thus given the following development of categories: being, present being, existence grounded present being, phenomenon, and reality. Reality is at the same time activity, the action of reason, the absolute. Hence, all that is real is rational, and all that is rational is real. * 6. Reality breaks down into internal, potential reality, or possibility, and external, factual reality. Formal possibility is possibility outside of all conditions, empty potential. Differentiated from it is real possibility, with various instances. Possibility consists in the potential to be or not to be thus or otherwise. When all opposing possibilities are excluded, and the totality of conditions is manifested, there appears something which, once it has happened, cannot be different. In this lies the concept of necessity, as the unity of real possibility and of something conditioned by itself. Here is the character of necessity. At the same time, everything is mediated. That which is substantiated only by something else occurs by chance. Necessary essence is absolute. It is one and independent, and lies at the back of all other things. It is not simply a substrate, but substance. All other things are not necessary but casual, or have the character of accidents. Substance is everything, individual things are its manifestation, and substance is power. Understood as truly unconditional, it is a primary cause, while things are no longer accidents, but actions. The relationship of causality is therefore the second substantial relationship. Insofar as the bearers of this relationship are finite substances, the chain of causes and effects, or actions and reactions, falls into a stormy eternity. The contradiction is resolved in the category of reciprocity, where cause and effect change places. In reciprocity, the rect linkar movement out from causes to effects and from effects to causes is bent round and back in on itself. 8. The cause here realizes itself. What is involved, therefore, is self-substantiation. The concept of necessity passes over into that of freedom, and the concept of substance into that of the subject. The truth of necessity, therefore, is freedom, and the truth of substance is the notion. 9. By the notion, Hegel has in mind self-consciousness, or subjectivity, bringing into being true, objective thought. With regard to the above, apart from the general consideration of the idealism of the whole construct, and this consideration remains constantly in force, it should be noted, first, that the interpretation of law and the realm of laws as something static is wrong. In the spirit of Parmenides, this conception presupposes an unchanging substantial world in which nothing moves, nothing changes, and everything is immobile. As we know, nothing is immobile, and já encompassas the mobile and changeable. Is universal in itself the genus, and which at the same time exists directly only an individual. However, the death of the individual, merely immediate life, is the rise of the aperit. The death of the individual, merely immediate life, i.e. the rise of the aperit. Subjectivity is thus spirit, reason, end in itself, and the idea conscious of itself. Objectivity is the world, also end in itself, also the ultimate goal, and also the idea. Consequently, what is involved is the subjective and objective idea. The unity of these opposites is realized in cognition, which has to do away with the one-sidedness of opposites. The one-sidedness of the subjective idea is removed through the theoretical activity of the idea, or through the idea of truth. The one-sidedness of the objective idea is removed by its entering into the world and through the realization of the rational knowledge of the spirit, or through practical activity. The process of ultimate cognition proceeds analytically and synthetically. Out of the process of ultimate knowledge is born the idea of necessity. In necessity as such, ultimate knowledge itself casts off its presuppositions and starting point, the elements in its content that are given and found. Necessity in itself is the notion relating itself to itself. In this way the subjective idea comes to itself, to determinateness in itself and for itself, to the ungiven and consequently, to the immanent in the subject, so that it crosses over into the idea of the will. Freedom appears here as an absolute goal that requires realizing in the world. The idea of good stands in opposition to the insignificance of objectivity. The tasks of the world, however, enter into the reality of the world, and necessity into being. Therefore, contrary to Kant, the idea of good is identical to the idea of truth. This identity of the theoretical and practical idea is also the absolute idea. Serving as the content of the absolute idea is the system of logic, the idea of development, while its form is the dialectical method, as a method of development, of contradictory tripartite development. Serving as the content is the entire system, and not the final attention. The interest lies in the whole process of movement. Number 4. The logical idea has thus culminated in the absolute idea, which subsequently, through natosi as its other being, makes its way to the absolute spirit. After everything that has been said above, it is not hard to find the mysticism of ideas at every step in the part of Hegel's logic dealt with here. The interpretation of real processes as judgments, syllogisms, and figures of logic clearly inverts the real relations and distorts them in idealist fashion. Lenin, however, quite rightly warned that Hegel's thoughts on these matters, thoughts which Hegel assigns such an honored place, should not be regarded as rubbish. If we work through Hegel's thinking here at a deeper level, in all its significance, we see that it establishes an objective link between relations of reality and relations of thought, between objective laws and the laws of logic, between forms of being and forms of thought, between experience and practice on the one hand and theoretical cognition on the other. This thinking is already, in and of itself, a refutation of any and alt a priorium in which the subject binds to the world of phenomena a priori forms and categories that have appeared from some unknown source. In the materialist interpretation, the real bonds between things and processes manifest themselves through the experience and practice of social humanity, and are reflected in humanity's theoretical formulas. While interrelationships which are confirmed by experience and practice a countless number of times, and to which there are 36 S2ABESQUES. No exceptions, are set aside in the consciousness of social humanity as axiomatic categories, which idealist philosophers later declare to be a priori. Hegel had a good understanding of the differing worth of various types of syllogisms. In our time, for example, the classic type of syllogism, figuring in all the old and new textbooks of logic, appears in a special light. We are speaking of the syllogism, all people are mortal. K is a person. Therefore, K is mortal. Imagine that the following new situation has arisen: K has managed to achieve the regeneration of cells, contrary to the ideas of Hegel on origin, life, the individual, and so forth. The first proposition, on mortality, is maintained. K has not yet said anything to anyone. The proposition that K is human still holds good. The conclusion, however, is untrue, and at the same time THC first proposition also becomes untrue, it is eroded internally. An experiential origin is clearly indicated here for the word all. There is nothing mystical or mysterious in the fact that there are no exceptions to a whole series of relationships, thus are set aside in the categories of logical necessity. On the other hand, we have had the chance to convince ourselves that the methods of practical and experiential, or empirical, influence on nature, in accordance with its real nature, find their expression in the methods used to ascertain the character of nature. In Hegel, of course, we nevertheless find a mystical vulgarization of these relationships which proceeds directly from a sort of jogification of the world. This logification is clearly expressed in the relationship between subjectivity and objectivity. According to Hegel, the concept of the subject is the basis of objectivity. Here we find the priority of the spirit expressed vividly. Corresponding to this is the priority of the purpose and of freedom over necessity. In fact, the idea, or subjectivity, which is the development of substance, its culmination, and at the same time its basis, sublates necessity and tams it into creative freedom. Subsequent movement toward objectivity and unity in the idka is nothing but subjectivity realizing itself. The idea is subject-object, but the defining principle is subjectivity. This IAY the subject-object allow bears the name of the idea. According to this view, the universal unity of the world has its roots not in the mechanical unity of the aggregate, not in chemical unity, and not in any material unity at all, with its necessity, but in teleological unity, the unity of the purpose, which is an all-permeating and all-encompassing principle. The process of cognition is so decisive that it lies at the basis of the unification of the subjective and objective idea. The rational kernel of the one-sidedness of theory and practice taken in themselves is present here in an especially distorted form, and is deeply concealed. At times, genuinely brilliant thoughts, the germs of dialectical materialism and historical materialism, are developed here. At the same time, however, practice that is totally in the spirit of Kant and of the subsequent ethical babbling, and that drags behind it the ingrained traditions of Greek idealism, culminates in the idea of the good. This coincides in mystical fashion with the idea of truth, while practice, in the sense of the real transformation of substance, objective practice, vaporates and disappears like a mirage in the desert. The dialectical movement of ideas that is found in Hegel, and that reflects real movement in idealist form, contains elements that are highly valuable. These are the ideas of universal relationship, of movement, of change, and the forms of this movement, here the division, or SCLF differentiation, of the whole, the revealing of opposites and their interpenetration, serve as the motivating principle. This is the great revolutionary side of Hegel that is restricted and smothered by the elements of idealism and by the idealist conception of the world. All form is understood here in its movement, that is, in its rise, development, downfall, and extinction, in its contradictions and the resolution of contradictions, in the rise of new forms and the revealing of new contradictions, in the peculiarities and qualities of new forms, which again and again become subject to the pricks of change. The great contribution made by Hegel lies in this fearlessness of thought that encompasses the objective dialectic of being, nature, and history. The basic dialectical contradiction of Hegel's own system, a contradiction noted by Engels, led to the system's collapse, and gave rise to a NCW historical unity, at a new stage of historical development, in the dialectical materialism of Marx. In opposition to the materialist dialectic, modern critics of Marxism put forward a whole heap of reasons and arguments, which we have touched on to some degree in other chapters of this work. The most common argument is that transferring dialectics, which Hegel developed in the logical atmosphere of idealism, into a materialist atmosphere is an absurdity. In this connection, Troeltsch declares Marx's materialism to be non-materialist, and so on. For bourgeoisistics of Marxism, even to pose the question of the relationship between Hegelianism and Mandam leads to hilarious contradictions. Hence, for example, Plenge. 328. Asserta that Marx and Hegel were so close that Marx, with all of his basic theoretical positions, could have remained within the Hegelian school. *5 Meanwhile, another Herr Professor, Karl Diehl, states that Marx retained only a certain dialectical manner of expression. Copyright Sombart puts the view that here there are two essentially different theoretical conceptions, which have nothing in common with one another apart from a name. Plenge contends that Marx posed his materialism so as to include a series of earlier materialist theorica. Troeltsch, by contrast, argues that Marxism is merely extreme realism and empiricism on a dialectical basis. To Hegel's eminentist concept of natural law, Sombart counterposes the Marxist concept as causal and genetic. Troeltsch, on the other hand, counterposes Marx's dialectics, as the logic of movement, to the causal genetic logic of positivism. Jostock keeps his silence where the resolving of these contradictions is concerned, dodging the question. He cites the inadequacy of Marx's theoretical cognitive utterances, and descends to the field of history and sociology. Meanwhile, it would seem that all these venerable gentlemen, who claim a familiarity with the topic, ought to refrain at least from a flatly anti-dialectical posing of the issue, as in cases where the oppositions are absolute, and do not interpenetrate one another. A genuinely dialectical understanding of the succession of ideas indicates, on the basis of a real study of the topic, that mechanistic materialism was anti-dialectical, that Hegelian dialectica was idealist, and that Marx's synthesis reconciled these opposites in the higher unity of dialectical materialism. This involved a critical reworking both of mechanistic materialism and of idealist dialectics. Marx thus showed himself to be the critical heir to both philosophical conceptions. To pose the question as it is posed by the contending bourgeois sides is the height of naive impotence and impotent naivete. This is an infantile way of posing the question. The argument on the basis of atmosphere is easily refuted both factually and logically. In reality, the center of dialectics lies in the concept of development. This is why even such commentators on Hegel as Kuno Fischer in his History of Modern Philosophy situate Hegel with his idea of development in the spiritual atmosphere of Darwin, Lyell, and the early Kant, that is, Kant in his pre-critical period with his works on natural history and above all, with his history and theory of the heavens. The dialectics of Hegel and the dialectics of Maya e 929. And tell us, please, in these theoretical views, which constituted an entire epoch, what idealist element was there? Finally, we cannot ignore Goethe, who was undoubtedly a dialectician, and who at the same time felt a direct aversion for Hegel's theological, teleological, speculative, and abstract philosophy, about which he simply did not want to know? And what about Spencer's status and contractus? And the elements of dialectics in Saint Simon? That is not even to mention such things as the materialist elements in the philosophy of Aristotle, from whom Hegel scooped up wisdom in whole handfuls. As we have already noted CLSE where, Sombert's specific argument, resting on the general concept of atmosphere, holds that Marxists in school pupil fashion confuse contradiction with opposition, and Hegel's eminentist logic of contradictions with Marx's empirical juxtaposition of real oppositions, the transference of one to the other, meanwhile, is absurd and stupid. For Hegel, operating on the basis of his metaphysics, dialectics is a law of thought and being, a substantial element of the world and of the historical process. And so forth. All that is substantial in this objection is its unrestrained looseness. The reality is as follows. Firet, Hegel in his philosophy of nature himself decisively counterposes the emanative to the evolutionary point of view, and decisively gives his preference to the second, rejecting the first. Our not so venerable critic should at least have been aware of this. Second, Sombert's counterposing of opposition to contradiction also reveals his school pupil ignorance of the basis of Hegel's dialectical logic. As we have already seen from the account in Die Wissenschaft der Logik, Hegel derives contradiction itself from oppositions, interpreting contradiction as opposition to itself. Third, the idea that for Hegel dialectics is at the same time ontology works completely against Sombert. This means that dialectics is also a law of being. But it is a law of being for Marxism as well. Materialist dialectics, however, is more consistent, since it puts an end to the limited nature of Hegel's dialectics. Fourth, the development of the natural and social sciences shows convincingly, on the basis of concrete material, that dialectics is highly applicable to history and nature, including those of society. In the chapters devoted to modern physics and biology, we have seen that all the main philosophical theoretical problems of the modern natural sciences rest on dialectics, and 490. That Engels with his Dialectics of Nature and Lenin provided an enormous impulse to understanding the real links and relationships of nature and society. Wherever Hegel bound dialectics hand and foot with his idealism, he proved completely wrong. Fifth, the works of Marx, the theory of historical materialism as the application of materialist dialectics to history, and the theory of capitalism as its application to political economy, have been totally vindicated. All of capital IA constructed on the basis of materialist dialectics, just like Marx's brilliant historical works. In the writings of Marx, dialectical abstractions do not exist simply in words, but are genuinely concrete. This is why Marx's forecasts have been so fully borne out. History has resolved in its own fashion the controversy between Hegel's idealist dialectics and the materialist dialectics of Marx. Hegel's dialectics, with its limited idealist character, using reason and logic to try to justify everything irrational, rested content with bourgeois society and the bourgeois state. In these last of its conclusions, it was overwhelmed by reality. Marx's dialectics, rationally cognizing the irrational anarchy of capitalist development, has been confirmed by the actual historical process. None other than Herr Werner Sombart has repeatedly been forced to admit sorrowfully that Marx's basic predictions have been fulfilled. Could one demand a greater triumph for materialist dialectics? If an individual experiment or an individual practical act is an element in the testing of one or another proposition, then here, in the vast world historical process, we have a great, world historic confirmation of Marx's materialist dialectics. In conclusion, it should be said that under developed communism, with its harmonious social structure, people's feeling of community will be a mighty force outside of any fetishistic norms. Ethics will expand to make up a sort of aesthetic, while duty will be transformed into a simple instinct, into a wonderful reflex of ordinary people. Everyone will save a drowning comrade, without hesitating between self-interest and duty. No one will make sacrifices for the sake of their neighbor, but will simply and splendidly do what is dictated by the feeling, noble and immanent to the splendid new man and woman, of the great common character of communist people. 35. Dialectics as science and dialectics as art. A highly experienced, educated state figure, is the one who has a practical mind, that is, who acts on the basis of the whole extent of the case that is before him, and not according to one of its aspects that finds expression in some maxim. On the other hand, the one who in all cases acts on the basis of a single maxim is known as a pedant, and spoils things for himself and others. This is how Hegel in the History of Philosophy defines the highly experienced, educated statesman. Of course, surrendering one's positions is not what is involved here. Nor is the forgetting of the fundamental maxim involved. The main point is that the whole extent of the case should be taken into account, that is, the whole concrete, multifaceted situation in which the highly experienced and educated state figure acts. In this remark by Hegel it is easy to see how he posed the question of dialectics as art, practice, and action. This question has enormous importance. It is no accident that Engels says of Marxism that it is not a dogma but a guide to action. This observation by Engels should not be understood in crude fashion, that is, as though Engels were rejecting Marxism as theory. What it means is that Marxism is not a dead, abstract, scholastic, rigid system, remote from life, but a vital science, a living theory process, developing and 391. 492. Functioning as a weapon of struggle and practice, of that great practice that transforms the world. No one can dispute the enormous richness of Marxist theory, its content is vast. But precisely because this is a great theory, it is also capable of engendering a great practice. Here we shall pose the question of materialist dialectics both as a question of theory and a question of art. We have already discussed dialectics in a special chapter, providing a general formulation. We shall deal with it now in a particular connection, since there is undoubtedly a certain problem here. However often a well-known definition by Lenin has been cited, we shall adduce it here once again. The definition concerned is that of the elements of dialectics listed by Lenin. These are the objectivity of consideration, the whole totality of the diverse relations of this thing to others, the development of this thing, its own movement, and its own life, the internally contradictory tendencies of this thing, the thing as the sum and umpty of opposites, OO. 2. Copyright B. The struggle and respective unfolding of these oppositions, contradictory tendencies, etc. 7. The unification of analysis and synthesis, the sorting out of distinct parts and the totality, the sum of the parts taken together. OO. The relations of each thing, not only diverse and distinct, but also genera, and universal. Each thing is linked to every other. Not only the unity of opposites, but interpenetrations of every definition, quality, via copyrightur, aspect, and property into every other, the endless process of the revealing of new aspects, relationships, etc. The endless process of the deepening of human cognition of things, phenomena. Process acts, and so on, going from appearance to essence, and from least profound events to more profound, b from existence to causality, and from one form of relation and interdependency to another, more profound and more general, the repetition at a higher stage of certain feeders, properties, etc., of a lower stage, z.g. Rem as though to the old, the struggle of content with form, and vice versa. The casting off of form, and the refashioning of content, the change of quantity int quality, and vice versa *nea. Dialectics as science and dialectics as AAT 399. Vladimir Ilyich understood dialectics itself in dialectical terms, after he had analytically separated out the various aspects from a given whole, and conditionally dismantled this whole, taking its aspects as isolated quantities. he would then synthesize this analytical work and comprehend these definitions as a single unity. In short, dialectics can be defined as the doctrine of the unity of opposites. This is where the core of dialectics lies. Point 3. Dialectical flexibility of thought, or more precisely, the flexibility of dialectical thought, makes possible an adequate reflection of objective reality. As Lenin explained brilliantly in his polemic with Struve, however, Marxist objectivism is broader and deeper than bourgeois objectivism. Monist objectivism is dialectical, it understands everything historical in terms of movement and becoming, it captures fleeting moments, transitions into opposites, contradictory tendencies, and so on. Consequently, it sees not only the past, but because it reveals laws of motion, looks also into the future. To use Marx's caustic words, history shows only its opposed retort to the so-called historicist school, with its apologetic for routinism, tradition, and antiquity. In contrast, Maenad objectivium grabs hold of the sting of movement as well, and is therefore more real and objective than the usual rational objectivium. Dialectics is a science that objectively reflects the objective dialectics of being, ontological dialectics. Ontological dialectics encompasses everything, including the processes of thought. When we pose the question of dialectics as art, are we not posing an absurd question? Are we not charging physiology with the task of demonstrating how we need to digest food? Thought can be viewed both as a process, and from the point of view of its logical makeup, that is, of the adequacy of its concepts, as reflections, to that which they reflect, that is, to the object. The former always occurs dialectically, like any pricks of the universe. This does not mean, however, that the logical structure of this process captures the dialectics of reality, and accurately depicts it. If this were not so, there would be no such thing as incorrect cognition, there would not be errors or distortions, restricted forms of reasoning, or one-sided thought. All these, however, are facts. I might engage in metaphysics with a sinus belief in God and the devil, but the flow of the corresponding associa. 334. Tions and the correlative nervous physiological process involved will develop in dialectical fashion. The link between the objective processes of being and their other being, the psychological side, is different from the link between logical concepts in their relationship with what is being reflected. Dialectics may therefore indicate how it is necessary to think. Physiology does not teach us that food should be digested physiologically, since the process of digestion is always physiological, and there is no problem with this. Dialectics, consequently, is both a method of thought and method of investigation. Here THIRD is an element of a norm, and an element of art. How, though, is the transition to practice to be carried out? When we are concerned with technological processes, with the practice of production or of scientific experiment, everything is simplified, since the processes involved are isolated in one way or another. Theory provides objective associations. Technology transfers them from the language of necessity to the teleological language of laws and normy. Laws directly guide the disposition of substances and forces in accordance with a goal, coordinating everything with this goal, which is anticipated as the result of the process. If all the actions have been performed, and the result has not appeared, if the prediction has not been borne out, and the goal has not been achieved, this means that the practice was erroneous, because the theoretical calculation was wrong. Practice tested out the theory, and rejected it. If, on the other hand, the results are as predicted, everything is in order. In social and political practice, things are much more difficult. Here we are concerned not with an artificially isolated process, but with a diverse and extremely complex whole, with exceedingly intricate relationships that are by no means able to be expressed in mathematical numerical fashion, since here at every étape new qualities are encountered. Society is characterized by extremely complex relations between socialized individuals who themselves are very complex products of nature, and all this ows and changes with extraordinary speed. Apart from this, the subject here is a collective entity which is itself a highly complex body, and itself has a specific structure. And all the while the subject is itself contributing to every event. Its actions are constantly object-effed, thought is transformed into action, and action hardens into fact, becoming a component element in a new constellation, and immediately turning into something else. THIRD is an endless multitude of contradictions, groups, and shadings, the realm of the concrete in its gigantic diversity and transience. Hegel at one point notes that history is so concrete that governments and peoples have never learned anything from it, since the conditions of their actions have always been unique. Hayek as well agreed with this remark. Are masterpieces of scientific creativity, unsurpassed for their dialectical depth and acutely dynamic structure, which impels the given constellation into the future. Here too we find the dialectical transition to practice, that is, to a system of norms in accordance with the analysis which is obtained, that is, ultimately, in accordance with the real conjuncture. Consequently, we find the 436 transition to the system of actions, and on the basis of these, and choosing the moment, the transition to the actions themselves in their purposeful succession. It should not be thought, however, that everything simply follows one after the other. Action develops, but thought does not cease to function, new factors are ceaselessly coming into play, and the conjuncture is constantly changing. Complications, ruptures, unexpected elements, and so-called chance events are constantly intruding. All the actions of the revolutionary subject itself are objectivized. Even while underway, there is an imperative need for a mental accounting, a cold analysis of new and changing objective relationships, the translation of conclusions into the language of tactics, and the transformation of all this into the umpasant activity of struggle. Consequently, tactics and tactical action are also consonant with the whole extent of the case set out above. Here we find the art of action. For here we have rational action, and its rationality lies in the fact that it is connected with, even fused with, the rational understanding of the whole situation. Dialectical being, dialectical thought, and dialectical action are bound up with one another, and in this connection they represent the unity of the process of social change, that is, the socio-political, in this case revolutionary, transformation of society. Here it is appropriate to dwell once again on a problem analogous to the one which we resolved while examining thought. Every historical process and goal of action is dialectical as such, as part of the being and becoming of society, in its making up part of nature, though also its dialectical opposite. This does not mean, however, that every action corresponds to dialectical thinking or is dialectical in its logical makeup. As we have seen, it is possible to think in a restricted, for all manner, and on the basis of these limited reflections of reality, to formulate tactics and act accordingly. In these circumstances errors, political errors, will be quite inevitable, they will proceed from the mistaken positions with all the force of inevitability even in a favorable political conjuncture, and in an unfavorable one may serve to doom everything. Hence when we speak here of dialectical action, of dialectics as a practical art and as materia practice, we are speaking of the kind of politics that is inseparably fused with dialectical thought. Dialectics as Science AMWD Dialectics as AAT 337. In reality, there is no such thing as an abstraction of action, action in itself does not exist. There are active people, but these at the same time are thinking people, there is a certain totality here. In reality, therefore, action is inseparable from its goals, it is purposeful, rational action. The unity of this rational principle, combining all its disparate aspects, is unity of leadership, since we are concerned with the collective action of large masses. Dialectical materialism applied to society is the historical materialism of Marx. It is not a dogma, but a guide to action, since it provides a basis for the scientific politics of proletarian parties, parties of communist revolution, Bolsheviks. The above provides a relatively straightforward but nevertheless substantial solution to such questions as dialectics in metallurgy, dialectics in metal forging, and in the sewing on of buttons. Here, adepts of dialectics have an undialectical understanding of dialectics itself. Dialectics does not do away with or cancel out so-called formal logic and rational thought. Formal logic is present in sublated form within dialectical logic. Higher mathematics does not by any means do away with algebra, just as algebra does not do away with arithmetic. In everyday life, formal logic has extremely wide applications. It is perfectly possible to see a knife and fork on two tables as frozen things rather than as processes, and it is quite sufficient to perceive them in connection with your body and with food, without dragging in any universal associations or transitions from one to the other. In the technological processes of production, as we noted above, too certain isolation is already present, a certain simplification of conditions, too concentration on the solitary, a tearing of one or several ultimate processes out of the whole relationship of being. It is therefore comical to strike out formal logic here, and to philosophize dialectically on a button or a steel ingot. But it is quite a different matter when we cross over to the general, to the abstractly concrete. Here, invoking dialectics is thoroughly apposite, and it is formal, rational logic which is out of place. Our judgments in such matters must themselves be dialectically concrete and must correspond to the object under scrutiny. This requires a true understanding of dialectics, not the indiscriminate application of it, as a universal master key, which Engels quite riggedly protested against. It does not, of course, follow from this that we exclude production from the objects of dialectical investigation. Indeed, in all our work we are systematic in including production, technical equipment, and technological processes in the sphere of philosophy, dialectics, and the theory of cognition. 338. It is not hard, however, to understand the difference. When we have to sew on a button, the problem is reduced to the relationship between the jacket, the nije, and the button, and not the universal relationship of the cosmos. When the metaphysician in the well-known story falls into a hole, he is thrown a rope, and proceeds to reason, rope a humble form of cable. He prevents his escape from the hole, since the question as he poses it has nothing to do with grabbing the rope and crawling out, but Homo sapiens is, to paraphrase Hegel in his philosophy of nature, a universal, reasoning animal, that inhabits a far wider circle and reduces all objects to his own organic nature, and equally, into objects of his knowledge. 5 Potent ally, a person takes in the entire world, at a particular age of development and in the case of certain more general or supposedly higher questions, this process of the broadening and deepening of practice and cognition enters into conflict with formal logic and rational thought, and here dialectics is indispensable. When we make judgments about practice and theory and their interrelationships, about practice in general, about production and the changing of its form, about the history of technology and so on, we cannot get by without dialectics. The broader and more profound the question, the more insistent is the need for it to be dealt with in dialectical fashion. The more complex the action, the more urgent the need for the art of dialectics, that is, for action directed by dialectical thought. In the field of political action, this is brilliantly confirmed by the highly fruitful theory and practice of the great founders of communism and by those who are continuing their work. In this way, the question of theoretical dialectics and normative dialectics is resolved. 36. Science and philosophy. The ancient thinker Aristotle said of science and philosophy, all other science vices are more requisite than philosophy, but none is more excellent. It is time for us now to pose the question of the relationship between science and philosophy. As everyone knows, Marx and Engels waged a furious struggle against drunken speculation, again at the games of the self-developing Hegelian idea, again at the transformation of the real world into a world of abstractions, and against the cult of thought, when this thought devoured the world. It is also well known that Marx and Engels not only preserved the Hegelian dialectic, transforming it into a materialist dialectic, but also fought a bitter struggle against vulgar empiricism of the British type, and against the unconcern shown by the great majority of scientists for the topic of thought. Marx and Engels mocked at creeping empiricists, inductive asses, and so on. At the same time, they vigorously defended experimental science, showing not even a hint of the condescension that we often find in Hegel, sometimes in very sharp form, toward bugs, midges, and cockroaches, toward the gathering of material and its classification, and toward the broadening of even the minor sciences. This position taken by our teachers was thoroughly justified. The divorce from experiment and experimental data, from practice, from real contact with reality, and from all conceivable forms of historically accumulated and conserved experience, a divorce, that which opens the way to so-called pure speculation, leading inevitably to idealism. 339. 340. Represents the pale ideological infirmity of humanity. On the other hand, the rejection of broad and profound summancing, of generalization, of the intellectual processing of the data of experience, of the universal, is the narrow-mindedness of a specialized, hair-splitting scientific hack worker. Both the one and the other represent antidialectical onsidedness, which must be overcome and which is overcome by Marx's dialectica materialism. This approach allows us to correctly pose and resolve the question of the interrelationship of science and philosophy. Even Hegel, for whom nature is the idka in the form of its other being, and for whom nature estranged from the idea, is merely a corpse, cannot deny that we start from our sense knowledge of nature and gather information on the diverse forms and laws of nature. Herc, however, we also find implanted all the so-called a priori forms, categories, and other bug-abcos of idealist philosophy, as has already been explained. Mediated knowledge is not the neutral gear of thought, the processing of empirical data, but a historical and social process of cognition, that is, cognition whose subjects are socialized and historically defined individuals, cognition in which both the object and the forms of the relationship with the subject are historical. This process, as we know, is divorced from practice. In the first place, it is split up into separate sciences, and secondly, these sciences are becoming increasingly divided. Because of the social structure, different branches of the sciences are becoming specialized to the degree that all contact between them is often lost. The rational principle is thus embodied here in the relationships themselves. Philosophy has always tried to overcome this increasing narrowness, to bring together the whole sum of knowledge, orienting itself toward the universal. Here, however, the problem was that the thinkers themselves, as members of the ideological estates, or professions, also imagined themselves to represent an isolated branch of activity which had acquired the character of a pure intellectual function. Therefore, the task of making such a synthesis won not for their shoulders. The Greeks, with a few exceptions, were remote from contemporary experimental science and from the rudiments of engineering. Meanwhile, they despised the productive work of tradesmen, peasants, and slaves. Of the Greeks, the one who was best acquainted with the natural sciences, and with the sciences of his time in general, was the encyclopedic genius Aristotle. It was because of the breadth of his learning that he contributed more to philosophy than anyone else. His only equal in the modern era has been Hegel, who possessed one of the great encyclopedic minds of the 19th century. In the natural sciences, however, Hegel lagged behind Kant, and was of course thousands of kilometers removed from material production and technology. Idealist philosophy, as represented by its various Kantian branches, has in recent times been oriented along the lines of high-flown ethical mumbo-jumbo, while on the other hand, philosophizing physicists have been closer to mathematics and its symbolism than to material labor with its goal of overcoming the real resistance of matter. Meanwhile, the need for syntheses has by no means disappeared, and under the planned economy of socialism, where the plan itself is the synthesis, and of society is an organized unity, the unity of the essences is something that flows directly from the spirit of the times. Let us, however, examine the problem more attentively and in a little more detail. When we are considering dialectical thought, we see how this thought moves from the first concrete through the analysis of distinct aspects and the separating out of the general, and then rises by way of synthesis to the second concrete. In the development of human cognition, the same process occurs on a gigantic historical scale. The world, in each of various disciplines and their subdivisions large, small, and minuscule, is cognized from various angles, in its distinct and to a certain degree mutually opposing forms. These forms have their specific qualities, properties, and laws. But who or what will consider them in relation to others? Who will analyze their transitions from one into another? These borderline questions will knock directly on the door. It is true that there are disciplines of a relatively general character, and scientists who work in them, but they rarely know much about biology, not to speak of social sciences such as sociology, linguistics, or history. And yet questions of the general laws of being, of types of relationships, of the unity of the world, of transitions from one form into another, of the relations of subject and object, and so on, are now becoming especially crucial, and thrust themselves forward from every field of specialization. Scientists can now no longer maintain that all this is metaphysics. These matters are staring them in the face. In the past, specialists in pure philosophy, divorced both from material labor and empirical science, would often condescend to involve themselves in science, sometimes creating monstrosities such as the philosophy of nature. Science itself can now no longer get by without resolving a series of general questions and problems, the hyperproblems of modern physics, chemistry, biology, mathematics, and so on. How can one resolve the controversies between vitalists and Darwinists, and between mechanolamarchians and psycholamarchians in biology? Or the problems of the laws of macro and microstructure, of the discrete and continuous, and so forth, in physics? Or the question of history and theory, of iconography and nomography in the social sciences? Or the problem of the physical and psychical in physiology and psychology, and a whole series of other questions which are very important from the point of view of the development of science, without the resolving of broader and more general questions, that is, questions of philosophy. It is not that an opera science, also taken in isolation, has to be set in plaque in the series of existing specialized sciences, distinguished from one another according to their object of study. To a significant degree this used to be the case with philosophy, though not in the absolute sense of the word isolation, since the isolation of different functions was never and could not be absolute. Here, the relative nature of the corresponding statements should not be forgotten. Now, however, when the whole historical epoch is moving toward a mighty synthesis, it is necessary to advance, with particular insistence, the idea of the synthesis of all theoretical knowledge, and of a still more mighty synthesis of theory and practice. What does this mean for philosophy? Hegel at one point provides a wonderful formulation: the empirical, taken in its synthesis, is the speculative idea of point 41. We shall not forget that speculative in this case means dialectical. We shall not fear the word, knowing its meaning in this case. There you are. What we are concerned with here is that in synthesizing cognition, the empirical cognition of particular aspects and forms of being, we should synthesize them into a single harmonious whole, moving toward the general, the universum, with its universal relationships and laws. This, however, also means moving toward philosophy, toward its highest and most modern form, the philosophy of dialectical materialism. This is not a separate science in itself. It reveals and formulates the most general, universal, and profound laws and relationships, and moreover, in their relationship with the particular and isolated. It includes all sciences in sublated form as aspects of it, and is not situated above them, covering them like an external cap, an outward form. Moreover, if the materialist dialectic becomes the method of all sciences, that is, if their methodological unity is established, then within each science, in any of its subdivisions, analogous relations appear, proceeding downwards, so to speak. Between the sciences, this philosophy establishes its links and transitions, corresponding to the links and transitions which exist in the real world. Figuratively speaking, dialectics then penetrates the whole organism of science, and this without doubt raises its vital tone sharply. The union of this philosophy with practice does away once and for all with the idealist fantasizing that grows on the soil of the divorce of intellectual functions and of their closing off in themselves, stripping off from the process of thought its concrete, vital content. Hegel at one point acknowledges, "We strive to know nature that really exista, and not something non-existent. But instead of leaving nature as it is, and taking it as it truly is, instead of perceiving it, we transform it into something quite different. Conceiving of objects, we thereby turn thexo into something general. Thinga in reality are individual, and lions in general do not exist." 4. Bravo! The only thing is that in place of we throughout this passage, it is necessary to substitute we, idealist philosophers. Materialist dialectics does not dream of replacing the king of beasts with a generic concept, an idea, or of treating nature as a corpse and taking an idea as the truth of nature. For the materialist dialectic, therefore, such a lamentation is categorically unwarranted. Experimenters in the natural sciences are often afraid of philosophy as something metaphysical. In the Dialectics of Nature, however, Engels brilliantly formulated the observation that these brave souls are usually enthralled to the waste matter of philosophical thought, since the issues and problems that philosophy resolves cannot simply be dismissed with a wave of the hand. It is an ostrich-like, head in the sand attempted to conjure that these questions do not cxdst, aesiamontum paupertatis, a testimony to intellectual poverty, which 344 arabasques does no credit to those who embrace it. In particular, many natural scientists are fearful of the mysticism of Hegel, forgetting that it is not the side of his work that is important. When some materialist-minded botanist or agronomist, reading his philosophy of nature, comes upon such a picky of sententiousness as the following, his or her hair will of course stand on end. This preserving of the seed in the earth is a mystical, magical action. It shows that the seed contains secret powers which are still dormant. Truly, the grain is something even. All this mystical rubbish, of course, has to be discarded. But in the laws of dialectics, interpreted in materialist fashion, there is not so much as an atom of this mysticism. Herc, in inverted and distorted form, Hegel sets out the real content of being, its universal laws. It was no accident that Goethe wrote, observers of nature, however different their general thinking, agree unconditionally that everything that appears to us, presenting itself to us in the form of phenomena, must display either a primary diremption or capacity for diremption, or else a primary unity that may become dirempton. 6. This is the same unity of opposites which Lenin rightly defined as the essence of dialectics. What is it that constitutes the proper object of dialectics? Everything, and at the same time, 1. The general laws of being, 2. The general laws of thought, and 3. The general laws of the interrelationship of subject and object. This means that dialectics, logic, and the theory of cognition coincide. We repeat, however, that the dialectic of materialism embraces everything. This is because its universal is not the universal of formal logic, not an empty abstraction, but a ball from which concrete content can be unraveled. Here, in sublated form, are all the sciences. General laws of nature pags over into particular, specific ones, and multiply. Particular laws of nature encompass the individual. Everything is connected into a single whole, but a whole that is diverse and multifaceted. At the same time, this is not a hierarchy of fixed values, not a stairway of rigid higher and lower quantities, but the kind of diversity in which the one passes into another, eternally mohila and changing diversity, eternal transformation, disappearance and birth, the appearance of the new and the perishing of the old, a historical process. The supreme service rendered by Hegel was and remains the fact that he made two trinaneophysial allowed to present the whole natural, historical, and spiritual world as a process. This service, of which Engels speaks with gratitude, will remain forever to the credit of the great idealist philosopher. 37. Evolution. The positive center of Hegel's whole conception is thus his interpretation of everything as a process. This view blazed trails for itself in extremely diverse fields as a tendency toward universal historicism. Historically self-developing matter was already present in Kant, in Lamarck and Darwin in the field of biology, also, in Goethe, in Lyell in geology, in the historicist school in the social sciences, and so on. All expressed the new spirit of the times and in logical terms were opposed to the dry rationalism of the Enlightenment. The social genesis here was relatively diverse and complex, and the very meaning of historicization appeared in different, often counterposed variants, from the rotten, conservative apologetics of the historicist school to the liberating significance of Darwinism. Here, however, we would wish, without relating the history of how the relevant ideas developed, to dwell on a few central issues that are important for understanding Marx's historicism and the Marxist idea of development, of the laws of motion. In the philosophy of nature we read, there are two conceptions of how certain forms are transformed into others, evolution and emanation. The evolutionary conception, according to which the initial link is imperfect and unformed, holds that at first there were moist and watery creatures, and that from the watery ones there later arose plants, polyps, mollusks, and then fish. After THIRD, land animals arose, and then, out of these animals, came humanity. The idea of the eman course of change is characteristic of Eastern viewpoints. This idea involves stages in a consistent deterioration. The initial stay is perfection, absolute wholeness, God. Then come all the less perfect creations, and finally, matter, as the summit of evil. Hegel considers both conceptions to be one-sided, but prefers the evolutionary process of transformation of some forms into others, although he does not share this conception, since for him, species do not pass over from one into another, despite the spirit of dialectics. For Ue, however, both of these dialectical opposites, and their unity as well, are unacceptable. They are unacceptable because their motion is played out on a distorted ideological plane, the plane of teleology. In fact, evolution is taken here as the antithesis of emanation. In emanation, God, the beneficent principle, reason, passes over dialectically into evil, sin, and matter. In evolution, by contrast, motion and the transformation of forms begins from a figurative end, such as the ascent from the evil, imperfect and unformed, to the good, to the increasingly perfect, to Aristotelian forms, to the spirit, reason, and God. Any synthesis of these oppositions will remain on the same plane of teleological idealism, which is a potentialized distortion, since in this case idealism is multiplied by teleology. Mysticism of the sort that was embraced, for example, by Paracelsus, who recognized just as many material elements as there were calculated to be principal virtues, appeared repeatedly, and later for example, Chase-Weiss naturalist Charles Bonnet worked out a whole scale of beings, in which everything was set out in ascending order, and where human beings were followed by the ranks of angel, archangel, and God. 3. It was no accident that the caustic Voltaire, mocking this scheme and arguing that it embodied an idea more sublime than correct, observed malevolently that it reproduced the hierarchy of the Catholic Church, that is, a feudal hierarchy. When applied to society, evolution and emanation corresponded to the notion of the paradisiacal state, blessed and without sin, the condition of man, who fell into sin. This is on the one hand, on the other is the concept of movement toward the kingdom of God on earth, to the city of God, to the golden age in the future. This latter idea was expressed in various eschatological and chiliastic conceptions, and then in the idea of ideal improvement, rational improvement according to God's plan. This corresponded to the concept of evolution. Of course, we have to reject in such an interpretation of evolution, not to speak of emanation. We have already had done both with theology and teleology, and to discuss this in detail makes absolutely no sense. Let us now dwell on the antithesis put forward in Lenin's well-known fragment, The Question of Dialectics. Here Lenin speaks of two conceptions of development. The first assigns primary significance to the process of increase or decline, that is, the principle of bare quantitative change. The second gives primacy to the process of divarication of the whole. In the first case, self-motivation remains the shade, and the whole conception is pale, dry, and lifeless. In the second, self-motivation clearly present, and we find leaps, interruptions to gradualness, the transformation of things into their opposites, the destruction of the old and the rise of the new. Here, therefore, the question of teleology is waved aside in advance, and an antithesis is put forward in which the rational quantitative view is contrasted with the dialectical one. The basic elements of dialectical change are to be found as far back as Aristotle. It was no accident that Engels linked dialectics to the name of this mighty Greek thinker. For Aristotle, change presupposes a transition of opposites, one into the other, and their sublation in unity. Aristotle further posits four main categories of change: 1. From the angle of what; 2. From the angle of quality; 3. From the angle of quantity; 4. From the angle of where, that is, from the angle of place. Change itself is the transition from that which exists in potential to that which exists in reality, that is, in other words, becoming. Aristotle's 348. Conception is therefore much richer than the purely quantitative ones that were later destined to play so great a role in both science and philosophy. All the superiority of dialectics, even in undeveloped form, makes itself felt here. The question of a dialectical or of a merely quantitative rational understanding of the process of change also includes the question of the antithesis between gradualness and change by leaps, between continuity and discontinuity. This question has played and continues to play a very important role, especially in the social sciences. The usual concept of evolution excludes leaps, and the conservative enthusiasm of the historicist school was also expressed in a belief in gradualness as a law of nature and of the entire world. It should be pointed out that the geology of Lyell also developed as the antithesis to Cuvier, and in biology, gradualism and slow changes formed the basis of all bases. In the social sciences, evolution was therefore interpreted as the opposite of revolution, excluding this latter or declaring it to be unnatural. Hegel's dialectics in its rational form was able to become the algebra of revolution, however, because it demonstrated the dialectical transition of quantity into quality, of the continuous into the discontinuous, of gradual change into leaps, and gave them dialectical unity. In The Science of Logic, Hegel wrote, "It is said that there are no leaps in nature. The usual idea supposes, that when something experiences a rise or downfall, it is sufficient to imagine this as a gradual emergence or disappearance. It has become clear, however, that in general the change of being consists not only in the transition from one magnitude into another, but also in the transition from the qualitative into the quantitative and vice versa, the rise of something other, something different, in the interruption of gradualness, in a being qualitatively different from that which has gone before. 4. The dialectical interpretation of development thus includes both gradualness and leaps, in their transition from one into another and in their unity. The real historical process, whether in nature or in society, presupposes both gradualness and leaps, and Saint Simon already divided epochs into organic and critical. Is it really the case that the history of the earth, its geological history, has been without catastrophes, ice ages, earthquakes, inundations, the disappearance of dry land beneath the sea, the vanishing of water, and so forth? Is it true that the universe does not know the collision of planets and stars with one another? Has human society not witnessed the downfall of whole civilizations? Has it not known wars and revolutions? Of course, we look closely at Darwin's theory of natural selection. Does it, despite the gradualness of evolution, really exclude leaps? Let us take the appearance of the adaptive feature, the concrete peculiarity, which selection seizes upon. This peculiarity appears by chance. Darwin's law is a law of selection, necessity that includes fortuity. But how does it occur, the appearance of such a feature? As a mutation, that is, a leap. Furthermore, the process of selection includes struggle. When, for example, a war between ants takes place, and one ant colony destroys another, is this not a leap? And so on to infinity. The recognition and theoretical generalization of these factors obliges us to interpret the process of change as a dialectical process, that is, as a process that unites in a higher unity the continuous and discontinuous, quantity and quality, gradualness and leaps. Development, as Marxists understand it, is not the bourgeois pure evolution. The Marxian concept is broader, richer, more full-blooded and more truthful, since it better corresponds to objective reality, reflecting this reality in incomparably more truthful fashion. As we saw much earlier, the process of evolution is not at all straightforward. It includes advances and retreats, circular and spiral movements, periods of stagnation, and destruction. The movement of the world as a whole is indifferent to good, however lamentable this might be to idealists and to religious believers theoreting for supernatural consolation and reassurance. The unity of the world does not consist in the unity of its purpose, nor in the single world law of an all-wise creator, but in the mutual interrelatedness of all the world's aspects, in its materiality developing the endless diversity of its properties, including thought, which poses goals. Vital sensation, interest, and so forth are present in life itself and in its necessities, not beyond the bounds of nature and life. Punctum. From this, there also follows the narrowness of the positivist doctrine of uninterrupted progress. When, for example, Auguste Comte in his Sociology goes to great lengths to show that a general progress continues without interruption throughout the whole realm of the living, starting with simple plants and the most primitive animals, and extending to humanity, whose social evolution in reality forms only its concluding link, the truth is mixed with the most vulgar oversimplification. Humanity is in fact a link in the chain of natural evolution. Social development is indeed an element of development in general, just as all organic development is an aspect of the 950 historical process of nature. The idea that progress is uninterrupted, however, is false. So too is the idea of universal progress. Comte sees neither interruptions, nor destruction, nor a descending line of development. This is a one-sided point of view. On the other hand, Marx's position that real movement includes spirals, circles, regressions, and halts should not be taken as cause for skepticism concerning the present. Here the question relates to the concretely historical conditions of social development. Everything hangs on the fact that socialism is now winning its fight, and will free progress from the hobbles which decaying capitalism has placed upon it. The whole character of the situation rules out a return to the initial positions, and arguments by analogy with Rome, Greece, and so forth are fruitless, superficial, primitive, and untrue. The dialectics through which immoderate worshippers of the god of progress and gloomy pessimists are transformed is itself rooted in the hopeless position not of humanity, but of capitalism. That is the question. 5 hypotheses concerning a tendency toward a general world stasis are merely hypotheses, against which 1001 arguments can be marshaled. They should not in any way be taken seriously. Registered. This is not a general, correct picture of the world, since it reveals no opposing tendencies. It is one-sided, and therefore unacceptable. The whole world is thus understood as a historical process of change, of the transformation of its diverse forms. Inorganic nature is already in itself diverse, and develops numerous qualities and properties that pass over from one into another. It gives birth historically to organic nature, concerning which Ernst Haeckel wrote in Natürliche Schöpfungsgeschichte, summarizing his basic views as follows. The unity of active causes in organic and inorganic nature, the ultimate basis of these causes in the chemical and physical properties of matter, the absence of a special life force or of any organic final cause, the onion of all organisms in a few extremely simple initial formae or primary creatures, which arose out of inorganic substances through primary self-generation, the connected flow of the entire history of the earth, the lack of any new or forced overturnings, and in general, the why of iving of any miracle, of any supernatural interference in the natural course of development of matter. 7. We know how to dialectically understand bases and the unity of natural laws, and Haeckel in this case does not show a real fullness and precision of dialectical thought. The basis he provides, however, is correct. Let us continue. The organic world, in its final earthly link, is transformed into thinking humanity, a herd of which becomes society. Society is both an antagonist of nature and a part of nature, by no means torn out of its general natural relationships. Along with everything else, it is subject to a single natural necessity. Like everything in the world, it develops dialectically. Within it, the laws of physics, chemistry, biology, and physiology are laws of relationship, but in a transformed, sublated manner it also has its own specific laws, which make up an aspect in the universal relationship of nature, and which are a specific manifestation of necessity. Such are the laws of social development. The whole world is changing historically, and the ancient Heraclitus was correct with his well-known saying, "Everything flows." Finally, it is impossible not to recall once again Werner Sombart, who argues that the concept of dialectics in Marx's theory of development is nonsensical. Hegel, according to Sombart, is concerned with contradiction and emanation, and Marx with real opposition. Hegel is said to deal with the contradictory, and Marx with the concrete. Mankatz, Sombart maintains, confuse these in school pupil fashion. As we said earlier, the only thing that is correct here is the assertion that Hegel is concerned with the movement of ideas, and Marx with real movement. All the rest is indeed childish rubbish. In the first place, Hegel is opposed to the emanative interpretation. Second, Hegel's works also contain contradiction and opposition. Third, in Hegel's dialectics contradiction is nothing other than the opposition of an object to itself, that is, the negation of the absolute law of identity as posited by formal logic. Fourth, dialectical unity is precisely the unity of opposites. And on. This gentleman too, this weathercock, is still uttering imprecations. But such are the representatives of modern bourgeois scholarship. 38. Theory and history. Failure to understand dialectics has played, and continues to play, a major role in the theory of science. Where discussion of the question of theory and history is concerned, there is a doctrine which in a number of variants counterposes theory and history as absolute opposites, refusing to recognize the transition from one to the other or their dialectical unity. It is particularly interesting to pose this issue now, after we have unraveled the questions of historicism, evolution, and so forth. The special honor of having erected the barricade between theory and history belongs to Heinrich Rickert. Particularly in his work Limits of the Natural Scientific Formation of Ideas, this author advanced roughly the following basic concepts: in TB natural sciences, where everything repeta itself, what is involved is seizing upon the general, the typical, that which is characteristic of the many. Here the method of science is typifying and generalizing. In the sciences of the spirit, by contrast, nothing repeats itself, and everything is individual, distinctive, and concrete. Here it is only possible to speak of an individualizing method. There is a fundamental difference between the sciences of nature and the sciences of the spirit, and their structures and methods are quite heterogeneous. Or, to use the terminology of Windelband, there are sciences that are nomothetic, and sciences that are ideographic, that is, descriptive. Alexander Chuprov the Younger, in his once celebrated Notes on the Theory of Statistics, delved still more deeply into this opposition, but took it not in terms of a fundamental division into sciences of nature and of the spirit, but in another respect. Together with a number of mathematical statisticians, including a prominent German scholar, Bortkiewicz, He put forward the argument that the individual is differentiated not by some special property as its necessary feature, but by its presence in a particular place and a particular time. Point 3. If, for example, there are before us two completely identical eggs, and if we consciously keep watch on them, we will always distinguish between them, that is, individualize them, since at a given time they always occupy different places, and cannot be in one and the same place at the same time. From this, the conclusion is drawn that individualization is linked with a particular time and a particular method, with position in a system of temporal and spatial coordinates. From this in turn comes the division of knowledge into two great branches: nomographic knowledge, which derives conclusions, that is, something independent of time and place, and ideographic knowledge, which is linked with time and with place simultaneously. Ideography is just as necessary and useful as nomography, it is merely a different form of knowledge. Finally, it should be mentioned that in political economy the light hand of Rodhertus implanted a terminology that describes as logical categories of such an order as the means of production, and as historical the sort of categories that are typical only of one type of economy, or at any rate, not of all types. For standing in opposition to all this is Marx's argument to the effect that in essence there is only one science, that of history, which is divided into the history of nature and the history of society. Indeed, if everything is located in the historical process of change, and if general, universal movement is therefore a historical process, it is not surprising that the reflection of this movement should depict this process. Here, undoubtedly, there is a major problem of knowledge. How is it to be resolved? We shall begin by examining a few preliminary questions. First, about law and facts. Are there facts, that is, things and processes, that are outside law, that is, interconnection and relationship? No. We know very well that everything concrete is linked to the abstract, the individual with the universal, the one with another, with something different. We 954 know that things in themselves, without any relationship to anything else, are an empty abstraction, pure nothingness, that relationship and interconnection, that is, law, are immanent to things and processes. Meanwhile, two laws, interconnections, and the universal lie outside fact, that is, outside the individual, outside things and processes? Of course not. Relationship and interconnection, outside of that which is related to and connected with, are also completely empty, contentless abstractions, nothingness. Law, connection, and relationship are not something that stands alongside things and processes or hangs above them, they are not a special force or factor that directs things and processes, but a form of being of those things and processes. Connections and relationships may be more profound and broad or less so, but they never exist in themselves, they cannot be transformed into a sort of special reality, existing in itself and located on a higher level than things. Such an idea, which is frequently encountered, is merely a refined variant of the animist interpretation of the word. Second, about enotion and rest. The latter has to be regarded simply as a particular instance of motion, as an aspect of it. In fact, everything is in constant, eternal motion. From this it follows that not only society but also nature and the world as a whole are in a state of historical transformation, of historical motion. There is therefore no truth in the initial premise of Rickard's philosophy, that in nature everything repeats itself, while in society nothing does. Here there are merely different scales involved. Is it true, for example, that the Earth does not have its own history? Do not its geological ages constitute distinct historical periods? Do we not find here, at every historical step, the new, the concrete, the peculiar, the specific? Of course we do. The state of the Earth as a molten mass, and its present state, which has been formed historically, are not one and the same. Geology is historical through and through. And hyology? What does the entire theory of biological evolution represent? Do we not see here the formation of ever new species and forms? Are we not concerned here with those unique, concrete, distinctive aspects of which Rickert talks? If it is objected that what appears here is the particular, and not the individual, it should be pointed out that here it is also possible to proceed to the individual, and that things are precisely the same here as in society. The particular means of production, formations, and the individual consists of even more fractional links and relations between people in the course of the historical process. Third, both in nature and in society there exist the individual, the particular, and the universal. Both in nature and in society we find that which cannot be repeated, and that which can. This was vindicated. Life and practice totally confirmed theory. Marx foresaw the events 100 years in advance. Just read the Communist Manifesto today. This was scientific clairvoyance. For Marx, the ideal was a conclusion derived from scientific analysis, and all of Marx's strategy, tactics, and organization of forces, like those of Lenin and Stalin in later times, always and everywhere rested, and continue to rest, on a scientific study of the epoch, the period, the moment. The approach to the ideal is historical, concrete, and dialectical. It is of course rubbish to argue that for Marx, socialism was a static absolute. Socialism develops in the direction of communism, while communism develops, and does not stand still. The movement always has a far-reaching purpose, it is profoundly principled. The concrete attributes of this will, however, are revealed historically, and in exactly the same way, every step of real movement appears as a historical criterion. All this is remote from the non-Marxist ways of posing the question. In this respect, there is a vast gap between utopian socialism and the scientific communism of Marx. Here, for example, we find the positivist socialism of the author of Subjective Sociology, Peter Lavrov. 3 Consider what scientific law of sociology Lavrov advances. 1. A healthy society is one in which cooperation and not exploitation prevails. A thoroughly respectable truth. But is this really a law of development? Is there even a grain of science here? Even a trace of historicity? This is an empty, abstract phrase, that could simply be put as follows: exploitation is bad. Period. If there is anything else here, it is something childish, to wit, all forms of society apart from primitive communism are declared to be sick, abnormal, and unhealthy. So, was the movement out of primitive communism progressive or not? Evidently it was not. So, does that mean humanity should have remained in its savage state? And this is a law. At people's present-day level of development, a healthy society is one that is making progress with constructing its forms, and is not resting content with a particular set of habits. Well, what are we to say about this? In the first place, N. What present-day people is Lavrov talking about? The abstraction people here is empty and meaningless. If we take the law as a whole, then if we think about it, it runs as follows: a healthy, that is, a good society, is one that progresses, that is, in which everything goes forward, that is, well, a wonderfully RCH law. Or, it is better to go forward than to mark time. Another law. Only through approximating to the methods of scientific criticism is it possible to provide real guidance for the reconstructing of social forms by way of reform or revolution manifesting itself as healthy social development. In order to act well, it is necessary to base oneself on scientific criticism. An eminently wise position. Is it perhaps necessary to base oneself on the scientific criticism that gave rise to the first two laws? The guiding principle for the reconstruction of social forms and for the social activity of the individual can only be the real elementary needs of the person in the harmonious development, subordination, and coordination of these needs, for this is the very height of wisdom. It is necessary to satisfy real needs, a truly brilliant discovery. But why only elementary needs? And what sort of person is this who serves as a scientific measuring stick? What is the subordination of these needs all about, if the needs are already elementary? And what sort of law of scientific sociology is this, when it expresses only the empty, formal, general rule that it is good to eat, alsep, and so forth, to read newspapers? Lavrov, nevertheless, is the head of a whole school, a current. He is a renowned scholar, a man of great erudition. We have dwelt on him, the more clearly to set off the whole difference between Marx's approach to the problem and that of others. But enough of bothering with these others, especially since this is all in times past. Where the question of social ideals is concerned, the modern world provides us with a comical picture. At the dawn of capitalist development, the bourgeoisie had a social system, whilst the proletariat had only constructed utopias. Now, the proletariat already has a system, while the bourgeoisie, in the process of losing its decaying system, without faith in itself, an accursed old man, as Marx once called it, occupies itself with producing utopias of planned capitalism. But alas, here there are no longer any leaps of the intellect, no originality, no prospects. Fascism strenuously projects its state capitalist barracks as a socialism-headed high capitalists, and seeks its social ideal behind and not before, in the past and not the future, as if life in the past had not already blown these ideals into Cythereans. Organizing all the bestial ideas and forces of the past, fascism dreams of conquering the world, of releasing the energy of hundreds of millions. Such is the development of the historic epoch of the real growth of socialism, and of the downfall of doomed capitalism, as it sinks into utopia. Socialism, however, is moving forward. Its productive forces, planned organization, and material culture are growing. The gulf between the city and the countryside is being filled in, as is another gulf, the one between mental and physical labor. Millions of people are improving their living standards at great speed, raising their level of technical culture, broadening their spiritual horizons, developing their human capacities, becoming familiar with science and art, and engaging in scientific and artistic creation. People are educating their wills, their characters, and their creative passions. They are strengthening their bodies and ridding them of disease, creating new families, working and thinking. At the same time, the organized character of the whole, that is, of socialist society, is growing, and with each day ever new conditions are established for still richer development in the future. Freedom of development, the most valuable freedom, has for the first time in history become a fact for many millions of people. 40. Lenin as a philosopher. Lenin was a genius of the class struggle. But the class struggle, as defined by Engels, is an economic, political, and theoretical struggle. The class struggle, as revolutionary practice, as scientific revolutionary practice, also presupposes theoretical cognition. Thoroughly attuned to Marx, and uniting theory and practice, Lenin was a great master of the dialectic as science, and of the dialectic as art. His thought and action were equally consummate. Because of this, Lenin defined his epoch, just as this epoch defined him, was embodied in him, and found in him its eloquent mouthpiece. What did Lenin bring that was new to the development of philosophical thought in general, and of monist philosophical thought in particular? Lenin stepped onto the philosophical field for the first time with his book Materialisa and Mgeriocratism. The circumstances of the time are well known, the period of reaction that followed the defeat of the December uprising. There was a massive exodus of the intelligentsia from the revolutionary movement. It was an age of ideological confusion, spiritual reaction, religious quests, and eroticism. Sections of the Marxists were showing enthusiasm for modern philosophy, for positivist agnosticism and realism, that is, the idealism of Mach, for Avenarius, for pragmatism, and even for God-building. In those conditions, Lenin's book was like a peal of the Tocane, gathering an army around a the banner of dialectical materialism. The logical center of the problem was the issue of the reality of the external world. What Lenin brought to this debate that was new was the fact that he solved the problem on the basis of modern natural science, principally. 969. Physics, which was experiencing a crisis while at the same time being pregnant with great discoveries. After the IME of Kant, who worked long and hard in the field of the natural sciences, and after the collapse of the so-called philosophy of nature, theoretical natural science parted ways with philosophy. The empiriocritical current, however, and above all Ernst Mach, again stimulated interest in the natural sciences among philosophers. So Kaflaid physical idealism grew under the guise of overcoming metaphysics, to which sphere materialism was also banished. Lenin did not attack the Kantians so much as the empiriocritics and, for the first time in Marxist literature, seriously addressed the philosophical questions of theoretical natural science. This was the first time, because there had not been any major Marxist works on these topics since Entdeering. That marvelous work by Engels, The Dialectics of Nature, was not published by the Philistines of German social democracy, and lay in the archives. The mighty materialist Plekhanov, who fought victoriously against the Indians of Kant in social democratic circles, did not occupy himself at all with questions of natural science. Meanwhile, those who did address these questions crossed over to the positions of empiriocriticism. Lenin was thus the only Marxist to speak out against empiriocriticism on the basis of the general conclusions of theoretical natural science. We have already seen, in a special chapter, who it was in this debate that was correct. All the subsequent development of physics and chemistry has brilliantly vindicated Lenin, showing the correctness of dialectical materialism on the fundamental questions at issue. Experimental practice and the development of theoretical physics have proven the real existence of the atom, of electrons, and so forth. The greatest service rendered by Lenin, a genuine scientific philosophical exploit, was the defeat he dealt to the basic positions of physical idealism, the victorious battle he waged to affirm the existence of the material world. At first distributed mainly by underground workers of the then social democratic movement, materialism and empiriocriticism has now, many years later, become known worldwide. Leading lights of theoretical physics, such as Max Planck, and such outstanding empirical physicists as Philippe Franck, have been obliged to define their positions in relation to Lenin. We are not speaking bare of Russian physicists, who have all gone through the cleansing fire of Leninist criticism. Lenin's books have now become the center of gravity for all materialist physicists. This is a fact. Lenin 465, a philosopher 971. And one of enormous significance. The worldwide impact of materialism and empiriocriticism is indisputable. Here Lenin appears as a thinker, turning over a new page in the history of philosophical thought, while Marxism has been enriched internally, developing its cognitive power. Dialectical materialism appears in Lenin's book with the stress on materialism. It would, however, be wrong to suppose that the dialectical aspect is weakly represented here, although Lenin in his philosophical notebooks does not distinguish himself from those Marxists who took issue with the empiriocritics rather in the fashion of Buchner. Is not the question of relative and absolute truth resolved in this book in Gniliandi dialectical fashion? Is not the relativity of relativism itself demonstrated dialectically? Does Lenin not make a dialectical transition from one opposition to another? Cognition, as an infinite process, is superbly depicted here in its dialectical movement. In sum, within the bounds of the question of the reality of the external world and of its cognizability, Lenin in particular develops, poses, and argues the following issues. The reality of the external world. What is new here is above all the link with theoretical physics, and the posing and resolving of the corresponding questions. 2. The question of matter. Matter in the philosophical and scientific senses, examined in their unity and relationship. The theory of reflection. Here, Lenin made a huge leap forward. It could be said that, on the basis of all the conquests of science, he advanced the theory of reflection as formulated by Engels. An important point was his analysis and refutation of Plekhanov's Kantianism embellished theory of hieroglyphs. 4. The doctrine of truth. A brilliant analysis of the question of relative and absolute truth. A new question, and a new resolution of it, on the relation between the criteria of truth, the criterion of correspondence with reality, the criterion of the practical, and the criterion of the economic. This was the first time that the question of the reality of the external world, of the very existence of the objective, had been posed with such force in Marxist literature. This was understandable, since the founders of monism, Marx himself and Engels, were obliged to do battle with objective idealism, with the idealism of Hegel, which was an adversary even of the subjectivism of Kant, although Kant had recognized the existence of the external world as consisting of things in themselves. Marx and Engels had to overthrow the ideal structure of objective being, translating it into the material, rather than showing the absurdity of denying existence itself. Lenin, on the other hand, was obliged to wage a victorious struggle against subjective idealism, gravitating toward solipsism. If Kantian idealism was evil, this idealism was positively vile. Consequently, Lenin's achievement in working through the question of the reality of the external world and the materiality of its substance, a feat achieved on the basis of and in relation to the complex problems of theoretical natural science, was a massive step forward for theoretical physics, for philosophy in general, and for the philosophy of Marxism, that is, for dialectical materialism, in particular. Lenin had to rebury all the corpses, beginning with Berkeley and Hume, and after thoroughly rooting subjective idealism and solipsism, to shove practice onto the scene as a direct breakthrough into the sphere of objective being, of the objective world. There is no need to mention the convincing force of the arguments, the erudition, the revolutionary ardor, and the supreme cognitive optimism of the works of Vladimir Ilyich. In these respects, materialism and empiria criticism is an enormously gratifying human document, an expression of the class which the late teacher led so brilliantly. The second pole of Lenin's philosophical thought is his famous philosophical notebooks, published after his death. These notebooks are not an integral work, they consist of marginal notes, remarks, commentaries, separate fragments, and running notes of thoughts and Sant Hegel, as Lenin himself puts it, that is, while reading Hegel. And principally Hegel. Here one should not look for a connected, finished exposition, for systematized ideas. Nevertheless, this is the laboratory of Lenin's thought, its intimate side, its holy of holies, its esoteric essence, right through to self-criticism. Because of this, the notebooks are exceptionally valuable, fresh, and interesting. Lenin's spirit is revealed in its full force. Above all, it should be noted that if in materialism and arabasques criticism Marxism appears as dialectical materialism, in the philosophical notebooks it appears as dialectical materialism. There, the stress is on materialism, here, on dialectics. Hence a pair of well-known aphorisms. 1. Plekhanov criticizes Kantianism more from the vulgar materialist than from the dialectical materialist point of view. Since he rejects Kantian reasoning only a limron, he does not correct this thinking as Hegel corrected Kant. Deepening, broadening, and generalizing it, showing the connection and transitions between any and all concepts. 2. Marxists have criticized Kundun's and Humis's more in the spirit of Feuerbach than in that of Hegel registered. Elsewhere in the notebooks, Lenin reproaches Plekhanov for the fact that, while unding a great deal on philosophy, Plekhanov failed to develop the ideas of Hegel's great logic, that is, the science of logic. And so on. These cursory remarks throw light on the gigantic importance that Lenin assigned to dialectics. Marx, A.E. is well known, intended to prepare a short summary of the rational elements of Hegel and dialectics, but did not succeed in doing this. Engels in Anti-Ring affirmed dialectics in its most general features, and developed it through examples. In the Dialectics of Nature, we see a brilliant application of dialectics to natural science. Lenin was the first to provide a full immaterialist interpretation of dialectics. As we have already indicated, Lenin understood dialectics itself in dialectical fashion, through analysis revealing its various sides and combining them synthetically into a single, diverse concept. Lenin took from Hegel everything that could and should have been taken concerning dialectics as such. It would, of course, be pupil pedantry to argue that the 16 paragraphs of Lenin's definitions should be maintained in the same quantity and the same order for all time. That would be to understand neither the meaning nor the character of Lenin's notes. It cannot be denied, however, that all the important aspects, facets, and features of dialectics as a science are brilliantly captured here, captured in their interrelationships and in such a way that their cognitive significance is brought out. Also brilliantly understood and expounded are the ontological and methodological sides of dialectics. You feel directly its profoundly vital significance, that which Hegel in his idealistic interpretation formulates as an obscure game of abstract concepts, here in Lenin's work pulsates with the chythm of diverse and contradictory reality, moving in oppositions, with all its transitions and modulations. The corresponding universal flexibility of concepts acts as a natural methodological demand, without the fulfillment of which cognition is impoverished, restricted, and pale. The theory of reflection developed by Lenin in modernism and empiriocriticism is subjected to further refinement, in particular from the point of view $74 of dialectics. This is not the place to set out Lenin's position again. We have done that throughout the present work. It is necessary, however, to stress how Lenin interpreted mediated knowledge, appearance, as a process, as a transition to ever more profound essences, and to more and more broad and general associations. It is also necessary to stress his treatment of the general, the individual, and the particular, to stress that for Genin reflection is the sum total of laws, to a scientific picture of the world, and not simple phenomenology in the spirit of naive realism, to stress the dialectical transition which Lenin makes from sensations to thought, and so forth. Lenin's theory of reflection is far from being elementary and naive, a simple mirror. Here, the philosophical notebooks provide enormously rich material for anyone able to read and think. Lenin's position on the diversity of types of real relationships as aspects of the universal relationship of things and processes, rather than a mere causality, we consider exceptionally novel and important. None of the other Marxists has managed this. Lenin states this position for the first time, and its whole significance does not immediately become evident. It is fraught with extraordinary consequences. It provides a new means of overcoming the narrowness, one-sidedness, and restricted character of mechanistic materialism, with its one and only type of causative relationship, mechanistic cause and effect. Lenin does not sacrifice a single drop of monism, and does not fall into any kind of pluralism. The category of Nikolai, and the universality of dialectical laws, are manifestations of the unity of natural laws, and the difference between types of relationship is a manifestation of the diversity in this unity. This represents a truly dialectical understanding of the universal relationship. In and of itself, this position of Lenin constitutes a gigantic step forward. It immediately connects dialectics with such fields as, for example, mathematics, that stumbling block for causality. It opens the way for a more subtle and correct posing of the question of the physical and the psychological. It provides the possibility of finding rational solutions to a number of questions of modern theoretical physics, and on. Here Lenin achieves a complete overturn and enormously enriches the philosophy of Marxism. It is necessary only to understand this Leninist position in all its depth, in all its theoretical significance. For any theoretical natural science and mathematics, this is a real contribution, and together with it, an extremely valuable contribution to the philosophy of dialectical materialism. In the philosophical notebooks, Lenin also develops the Marxian position on the theoretical cognitive significance of practice, technology, and Fourth, this position, formulated in outline by Marx in the German ideology and in the theses on Feuerbach, way developed by Engels in Anti-Dekring. In an idealist and anti-dialectica manner, it was developed by Alexander Bogdanov and the supporters of pragmatism. Strange as it might seem, Orthodox Marxists dealt with this topic in rather superficial fashion. Lenin was the first to pose the question in both materialist and dialectical fashion simultaneously, that is, in all its philosophical depth. Technology in the theory of cognition governs above, what vulgarity. In Lenin's work, however, this is an eminently thought-out theoretical idea, not something casual, or a pretentious flourish. The more we follow the path of the unification of theory and practice, the more clearly the reality and efficacy of this way of posing the question will appear before us. The connection with practice also extended throughout the whole range of Lenin's activity and thought, since for him the dialectics of thought passed over into the dialectics of action, into the practice of the revolutionary overturn and of the socialist transformation of the world. Lenin was the living embodiment of the unity of intellect and will, of theory and practice, cognition and action. In his work, the doctrine of the subject of cognition was augmented by the study of the subject of action, and no one else worked out in such remarkable, concrete fashion the theory of the proletariat as the subject of the revolutionary process. His dialectics passed over, through dialectically worked out strategy and practice, to the dialectics of action, always intelligently conceived and successfully realized, brilliant in its scope, its principled character, its concreteness, and its complete adequacy to the given circumstances. That is, of course, a special topic, and this is not the place to elaborate on it. However, it is important to stress the unity of theory and practice, the unity in the leadership that ensured the proletariat such brilliant victories in complex and difficult circumstances. To the tot of Lenin's genius there fell the epoch of the transition to socialism, and he embodied this turbulent epoch with its powerful dynamics. Standing in the way of the proletariat were conditions that had to be burst through, elements that had to be understood and overcome, and spontaneous forces that had to be organized. Under the leadership of Lenin, a mighty dialectical materialist and the supreme master of dialectical action, the victorious revolution of the proletariat brilliantly fulfilled its numerous and daunting tasks. Bolshevism grew into a world force, and Marxism, Leninism into the worldwide ideology of hundreds of millions of toiling people. It became the official doctrine, the ideological side and worldview of the New World, the world of socialism. Lenin did not live long enough to see the final solving of the most important question of the revolution, who will defeat whom. While he was alive, socialism was only a sector of the economy. Elemental, anarchic forces remained strong in the economy and society. There was still a great deal that had not been subordinated to the socialist rationality of the plan. Society had not yet been transformed into a teleological unity, in which necessity passed over directly into teleology. The preconditions for this, however, had already been established. The empty babbling about the relevance trademark of philosophy for practice, the jabbering of the Philistines and hack workers of thought and of mental vacuity, had been overcome. The genius of Lenin shone brightly. The epoch, however, creates the people it requires, and in Lenin's place, the new stage of history brought forth Stalin, at the center of whose thought and action has been the next great historical transition, when under his leadership, socialism has been victorious forever. All of the major vital functions have been synthesized in the victorious completion of the great Stalinist 5-year plans. Theory has been combined with practice on an entire, gigantic social scale, and in every cell of the social organism. New questions of world significance are ripening, questions of the worldwide victory of socialism and of its youthful culture, full of the joy of life. November 7–8, 1937, the 20th anniversary of the great victory.